reason, he was decisively and ruthlessly rejected by Ning Chen. Zhang Yunfei's face could be described as difficult to look at. The hand that held the leaves of the ancient tea tree was awkwardly stretched out, frozen in the air. Meanwhile, the students watching this scene also changed their gazes towards Ning Chen. Young Master Ning refused? He refused? On what grounds does he refuse? Didn't he hear Zhang Yunfei say he was injured? Ever since Zhang Yunfei returned from the Divine Beast Sea, he had seemingly become the hero of the entire school. In everyone's eyes, bringing the ancient text of enlightenment out from the deathly forbidden zone of the Stargate was an unimaginable achievement for the human race, enough to be recorded in the annals of martial history. Such a hero, having his Dao marks damaged, what was wrong with giving him dragon carp meat? Moreover, he was offering the leaves of the ancient tea tree in exchange, which was of similar value, right? Ning Chen's actions seemed too unkind, lacking any sense of humanity. What the hell, even Zhang Yunfei said that, and Ning Chen still refused? That's too much. Exactly, Zhang Yunfei is a hero of the human race. He suffered injuries to his Dao marks while obtaining the ancient texts of enlightenment for humanity. If Zhang Yunfei is willing to share such a precious thing as the ancient texts with us, what's wrong with Ning Chen's actions? He has no vision at all. For such a hero, even if it's a gift, what's the harm? It's over. Just when I started to break free from the image of Ning Chen as a sycophant and developed a bit of goodwill towards him, it's all ruined now. From fan to hater, a lifelong hater. In the square, whispers of discussion arose, and the expressions of the students looking at Ning Chen changed. In the eyes of many who had not yet left the campus of Wu University, the filter of heroism was still very effective. Zhang Yunfei's achievements had made him a hero in the eyes of everyone at the school, a benchmark figure for this year's Southeast Wu University. Now he was even taking out the ancient stone tablet rewarded by the Ministry of Education for everyone to comprehend. What kind of broad-mindedness and vision was that? And what about Ning Chen? He was just a rich kid relying on his family background and connections. Originally, the matter of Su Wushang's dying entrustment had somewhat altered his image. But now, he had instantly darkened. The contrast between the two was too obvious. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Ning Chen, how can you be like this? On what basis do you refuse? Can't you hear Zhang Yunfei say he was injured for a reason? At that moment, an angry voice broke the silence, and Su Xinyue jumped out from behind Zhang Yunfei. Seeing Zhang Yunfei being rejected, Su Xinyue was furious and accused. Brother Yunfei has already said that he was injured while fighting for the human race against the celestial geniuses. On what basis do you still refuse? Injured for the human race? Aren't you a part of the human race? Don't you benefit from obtaining the ancient texts of enlightenment as a member of the human race? Su Xinyue spoke with a strong and powerful voice, her reasoning solid. Compared to before, she had started to become less submissive towards Ning Chen, as if she had transformed back into the proud swan she once was. She raised her chest proudly, as if standing on the moral high ground. The people around began to look at Su Xinyue with more approval, and they strongly agreed with her words. Even if others were dissatisfied, they had to keep it to themselves and dared not show such an attitude towards Ning Chen. Only Su Xinyue had the courage to do so. For the human race? Hearing Su Xinyue's righteous words, Ning Chen chuckled, looking at her mockingly. First, you need to understand that going to the Divine Beast Sea is a personal choice, no one forced him. Secondly, you all need to understand a principle, it's not just him who was bleeding for the human race. Over the years, how much blood has my Ning family shed for the human race and the Dragon Kingdom? Finally, his injury has nothing to do with me, it's got nothing to do with me at all. His voice, mixed with the power of blood and energy, made everyone's eardrums buzz. As soon as these words were spoken, the students on site were in an uproar, and many felt a chill run down their spines, instantly snapping back to reality from their previous criticism. They suddenly remembered that this person before them was the young master of the Ning family. If he truly got angry, it wouldn't be something they ordinary people could bear. Everyone immediately fell silent, even the mocking voices disappeared in an instant. Over here, seeing Ning Chen show no mercy and directly rub his face in the dirt, Zhang Yunfei's expression was dark and uncertain. He gently pulled Su Xinyue, "You're right, no one forced me, Zhang Yunfei, to go to the Divine Beast Sea. I'm not the only one bleeding for the human race, my injury has nothing to do with you, young Master Ning. I can choose not to eat this dragon carp meat. I, Zhang Yunfei, am not worthy of your young Master Ning's things. Xinyue, forget it. I won't eat this dragon carp meat. I'll find another opportunity to heal my Dao injuries." Zhang Yunfei sighed faintly, then gestured for Su Xinyue to step back. The surrounding students saw Zhang Yunfei being so magnanimous, and a hint of awe appeared on their faces. At the same time, although they didn't dare to continue condemning Ning Chen verbally, their gazes were filled with disdain. No way, how can this just be settled like that? Su Xinyue was anxious upon hearing this, but she wasn't afraid. She remained assertive because she believed she was in the right, and it was Ningchen who should feel guilty. Su Xinyue raised her head. Don't always use the Ning family to pressure people. The Ning family is the Ning family, and you are you. Everyone knows what kind of person you were before, Ningchen. What do you have to compare with Yunfei? Right now, it's just a matter of exchanging a piece of dragon carp meat. It's not like it's free. In my opinion, you shouldn't even want the leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree. With such a large dragon carp, you all are eating it anyway, so what's wrong with giving Yunfei a little? You, the dignified young master of the Ning family, are so petty, with such a narrow mindset? As Su Xinyue spoke, she became more and more agitated, especially hearing the surrounding voices of agreement, which made her feel justified. After having lost her popularity among the bystanders, this was a rare opportunity to speak from a moral high ground. She certainly wouldn't let Ning Chen off easily, but when she turned her head and saw Ning Chen lazily sitting in a chair, listening while leisurely eating dragon carp meat, completely disregarding her and Jiang Yunfei, Su Xinyue became even angrier and shouted, "Ning Chen, what kind of attitude is this? You always talk about how much the Ning family has contributed to the Southeast region and the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, is this how you treat fellow human prodigies? I see that your Ning family claims to be full of loyalty, but it's nothing more than this." Slap. Before Su Xinyue could finish her sentence, Ning Chen slapped her. The crisp sound echoed, and the crowd fell silent in an instant, not expecting Ning Chen to suddenly strike. But then, recalling Su Xinyue's last words, everyone felt a chill. To dare say such things, if the Ning family pursued this, how many heads would the Su family have to lose? Su Xinyue really had no brains. Su Xinyue was stunned, her eyes wide for a moment. You dare hit me? Slap. Another slap came down. Ning Chen coldly stared at her, stepping closer to Su Xinyue. Say that last sentence again. I said, what about me? Su Xinyue covered her face, looking at Ning Chen who was approaching step by step, about to explode. But seeing the wickedness and coldness in Ning Chen's handsome eyes made her swallow the words she was about to say. Those deep-set eyes sparkled with a chilling blood-red hue, instantly freezing her in fear. But the next moment, an overwhelming sense of suffocation hit her as a heavy hand like an iron clamp gripped her neck. Ning Chen lifted her body, looking at her with a mocking gaze. Do you know that just based on what you said earlier, you, Su Xinyue, can lead your entire Su family to ruin? The whole family will suffer? The grip gradually tightened. The crowd could even hear the cracking sounds coming from Su Xinyue's neck. It seemed that in the next moment, her neck would snap. The entire crowd held their breath. Was Ning Chen really going to kill her? Watching the cracking sounds from Su Xinyue, her face turned from red to ashen. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Ning Chen, don't escalate this. Chuan Donghai quickly stepped forward to speak. He had to intervene. This was the daughter of the old martial saint, and if she died like this, it would be hard to contain the situation. Chuan Hu also hurriedly said, Ning Chen, don't be impulsive, calm down. Ning Chen, let her go. At that moment, a strong wave of blood energy suddenly surged, and Jiang Yunfei, with an extremely dark expression, spoke up, Young Master Ning, what a great show of power, hitting a woman, especially a pregnant woman. Is the young master of the Ning family only capable of venting his anger on women? If you have the ability, come at me. Jiang Yunfei's words carried a hint of killing intent. Ning Chen glanced at Jiang Yunfei and said indifferently, this is not your business right now. Saying this, Ning Chen turned to Chuan Donghai, Principal Chuan, what is the crime of spreading rumors, slandering heroes, and defaming the families of heroes? This, young Master Ning, XINU doesn't understand. Principal Chuan, what is the charge? The words were interrupted by Ning Chen, and Chuan Donghai's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Was he really going to put a label on Su Xinu, to the point of wanting to kill her? But thinking of what Su Xinu had just said, and looking at Ning Chen's stern face at that moment, Chuan Donghai said seriously, she must be punished. After saying that, Chuan Donghai quickly added, Ning Chen, Xinu speaks without thinking. How about we downplay this, make a big deal small, and a small deal disappear? You are all students of my Wu University, the pride of the human race. Let's try not to make this too ugly. Ning Chen nodded and politely said to Chuan Donghai, Principal Chuan, I understand the reasoning, but some things must be made clear. Saying this, Ning Chen turned to look at Su Xinu. Did you hear that? Ning Chen, you want to kill me? Su Xinu looked into Ning Chen's cold eyes, and her whole body went cold. Ning Chen, if you kill me, how can you face my father, your teacher? Ning Chen, if you kill me, I will never forgive you, even in death. Let her go. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei, standing aside, had been ignored by Ning Chen multiple times, and upon hearing Ning Chen directly label Su Xianyu, he became furious. "I told you to let Su Xianyu go, did you hear me?" But Ning Chen completely disregarded him, allowing him to rage in place. Ning Chen treated his words like the wind. Zhang Yunfei was instantly enraged. The greatest contempt one can show to another is to ignore them. It was clear that this referred to Ning Chen's current state. No matter what he did or said, the young master of the Ning family before him seemed to have no intention of taking him seriously. Since entering the Divine Beast Sea, even when he walked into the military or education departments, even some high-ranking figures praised him. Who dared to ignore him like this? Zhang Yunfei was furious and raised his hand, summoning a metal combat knife, swinging it down towards Ning Chen. This strike was not with all his strength, he controlled the power precisely. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would really kill Ning Chen, the first young master, and that would bring him great trouble. But with his current status, even injuring him and making him suffer a little was acceptable. As long as he didn't take his life, teaching this arrogant Ning Chen a lesson was still fine. Buzz, as the blade cut through the air, the crowd's hearts rose in tension. Ning Chen held Su Xianyu by the neck with one hand, turned slightly, and glanced at the incoming strike. However, as the blood-red blade light fell before him, he calmly extended a finger, and a nearly imperceptible trace of blood energy appeared at his fingertip, pointing it out. Boom! Zhang Yunfei's blood energy blade light was instantly shattered. Under the powerful impact, his body staggered back, retreating over 30 meters, his feet carving a trench in the ground. Watching this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded, their hearts racing, but recalling Ning Chen's previous performances, many had become somewhat numb. But Zhang Yunfei was utterly shocked. He was at the early stage of the 5th rank, a formidable martial artist, yet he was sent flying by a 4th-rank warrior. Although he hadn't used all his strength, it was still too humiliating under so many gazes. Zhang Yunfei's face alternated between green and red, looking extremely ugly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunfei slowly said, "Ning Chen, is this how you treat someone who risked their life, who returned from the Divine Beast Sea to retrieve the ancient texts for the human race? If you truly anger me, I now speak to you as a human genius from the Divine Beast Sea battle. I will say this one last time, immediately let Su Xianyu go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." A violent surge of blood energy like flames flowed from his fingertips, rapidly spreading from the handle of the metal combat knife to the entire blade. He was genuinely angry. It was well known that Ning Chen was merely an A-grade talent. Such talent was no different from being useless in front of a genius of his level. At this moment, being pushed back by such a waste, he was no longer just standing up for Su Xinyue, but was in urgent need of proving himself. Ning Chen finally shifted his gaze, focusing on Zhang Yunfei, yet he still had one hand gripping Su Xinyue's neck, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing that Ning Chen truly harbored murderous intent, Zhang Hu quickly spoke up to advise, "Ning Chen, Xinyue is eager to stand up for Yunfei, she is in the wrong, and Yunfei is too young and impulsive, but ultimately, it's just words without intent to harm." He added, glancing at Su Xinyue, "How about? Forget it, after all, he is your teacher's daughter." But Ning Chen's grip on Su Xinyue did not loosen at all. Upon hearing this, he merely cast a faint glance at Su Xinyue, holding her like a chick, her eyes brimming with tears, the scenes that had just unfolded pushing her mental defenses to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Xia Tian sighed and said, "If you kill him, how will you explain it to the teacher? Moreover, it's just verbal offense, it's not a death sentence." She deeply loathed this junior sister from the bottom of her heart. But what could she do? This was the teacher's daughter, the only concern before his passing. Could it really be that a single word would determine her life or death? Ning Chen, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Xinyue indifferently. "For the sake of the teacher, I will give you two choices now. Apologize, or die, but I remind you, you only have one chance to speak. If you say one more word, you won't have a second chance." Su Xinyue, upon hearing this, initially thought of retorting against Ning Chen, but looking into his murderous eyes, she faltered. She had no doubt that if she did not respond as Ning Chen instructed, he would truly kill her. "Why yes, I'm sorry." Driven by a strong instinct to survive, Su Xinyue's apology slipped out, surprisingly carrying a hint of sincerity. "Get lost." Ning Chen lightly tossed Su Xinyue, who flew out like a sandbag. Whoosh! Zhang Yunfei, who had been poised to act, instantly vanished from his spot and caught Su Xinyue in his arms. Nestled in Zhang Yunfei's embrace, Su Xinyue felt the broadness of his chest. The grievances she had felt erupted in an instant, tears streaming down her face. She rubbed her head against Zhang Yunfei's chest, but at that moment, a tremendous force suddenly pressed down on her. Thud, above Su Xinyue's head, the sky transformed into a chaotic blue, and at the same time, a blue lotus appeared. Su Xinyue knelt down on the spot, instantly suppressed. Kneel here for 3 hours in repentance, dare to be a second late, and I will kill without mercy. Ashion, keep time. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. This was Ning Chen's phenomenon, which many had seen before. Zhang Yunfei threw a punch, wanting to shatter the phenomenon, but found that the barrier formed by the phenomenon was frighteningly solid. From the feeling of his punch, he realized he could not break through the barrier created by Ning Chen's phenomenon. Feeling humiliated again, Zhang Yunfei looked towards Ning Chen with a dark expression and said, Ning Chen, what do you mean by this? What you are doing is not only insulting Su Xinyue but also insulting me, and every one of us who, like me, fights for the human race and makes sacrifices. Ning Chen looked at him with indifference, his face extremely cold, and said, do not always use the identity of the human race's pride and returnees to make a point. You obtaining the ancient texts of enlightenment is a contribution to the human race, which cannot be denied. But this is not solely your achievement, it is the result of countless proud individuals striving together. Over the centuries, how many human pride have perished in the sea of divine beasts? How can it be credited to you alone? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei was furious. Ning Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you denying my achievements? Indeed, this is the result of the efforts of the heroes throughout the ages, but do you, Ning Chen, have the right to say this? According to what you said, the Ning family is unparalleled, with countless heroes and legends, but what does that have to do with you, the young master of the Ning family? You, Ning Chen, are just lying on the achievements of the Ning family, basking in the halo they have given you, acting tyrannically and idly? Zhang Yunfei stood tall and proud, his imposing presence and eyes shining like swords as he stared directly at Ning Chen. You, Ning Chen, are nothing but a second-generation heir relying on your family's status. What right do you have to look down on my contributions to the human race? Boom, a surge of killing intent erupted, interrupting the standoff between the two. At that moment, the gate of the mausoleum was pushed open. The crowd of martial arts students parted as a 5-member team of martial artists in military uniforms entered in succession. It's the martial artists from the military. Damn, those shoulder insignias seem to belong to the Wuan army. The Wuan army is the most formidable martial artist army officially recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. What are they doing here? The students looked on in shock at the few martial artists, and when they noticed the badges on their shoulders, their expressions became even more astonished. There are countless military designations, but the most prominent one is undoubtedly that of the national leader, the Wuan army, capable of killing enemies externally and shaking the nation internally. In terms of combat power and authority, the Wuan army is the #1 in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom, and all their actions represent the will of the national leader. How could their appearance here not cause a stir? Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you to Southeast Martial University so suddenly? Principal Chuan Donghai quickly stood up and walked towards the martial artists to greet them. Principal Chuan, there's no need to be nervous. We are here to find Zhang Yunfei, said the leading martial artist with a serious expression. At this, the crowd was shaken. Principal Chuan Donghai looked at Zhang Yunfei, and the students' gazes also turned towards him. Zhang Yunfei slightly raised his head, a hint of pride in his demeanor. That's right, Principal Chuan, I have joined the Wuan army and am now the captain of the Zero team in the Nguyen camp. Upon hearing this, Principal Chuan Donghai's pupils instantly contracted. The Nguyen camp of the Wuan army is a concentration camp for the younger generation of the Wuan army, and every member is a prodigy from various parts of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yunfei has actually become the captain of one of the teams. His status is likely much higher than he imagined. It is known that every martial artist who emerges from that camp becomes an extraordinary existence in later generations. Holding a significant position within the Wuan army, they wield immense power. Captain, here is the list of the prodigies who died in the battle at the Divine Beast Sea. Please take a look. At that moment, a Wuan army soldier stepped forward and handed a list to Zhang Yunfei. After scanning the list, Zhang Yunfei signed it, then turned to Ning Chen, holding the list. This list records all the prodigies from this journey to the Divine Beast Sea. Out of our 100 prodigies, 87 died in battle, leaving only 13 to return alive. From the moment we stepped into the Divine Beast Sea, we began to encounter ambushes from the Star Clan prodigies. Liao Zhong and Yi Yuan left 10 men behind to cover our crossing, and ultimately, none of the 10 survived. Mu Zhu fell in the wild dog waters. Zhan Taikai died resisting a Sea King monster with his body. Duo Wuheng sacrificed himself in the endless sea, turning to dust after 1,000 years. We followed the footsteps left by the prodigies of our human race, delving deeper, and our 100 prodigies continued to die. Yet, no one wavered in their faith. Even if we all die in this battle, we firmly believe that we must leave something at the end of the ancient sea of the Divine Beast Sea. to pave the way for future generations of the human race. This is our journey to the divine beast sea. Fortunately, we did not disgrace our mission. We successfully returned alive and brought back the ancient texts of enlightenment. Zhang Yunfei spoke passionately, as if unfolding the tragic and heroic tapestry of the journey to the divine beast sea before everyone's eyes. 100 outstanding individuals, but in the end, only 13 returned alive. The entire Wu Dequan student body felt a mix of sorrow and excitement. At this point, they could no longer hide their emotions and erupted into a heated discussion. Of the 100 outstanding individuals, only 13 have returned alive. The divine beast sea is too difficult. These 100 outstanding individuals are heroes of the human race. Any reward they receive is not too much. Exactly. Zhang Yunfei has sacrificed so much for our human race. He only wants a piece of dragon carp to heal his injuries. For Ningchen, this is clearly something he could easily do, yet he refuses. Moreover, Zhang Yunfei even wants to trade for it. He's not even willing to give a piece to help out. Isn't that the least he could do? What do you know? People like him just can't stand to see others do well. Many, even those who feared Ningchen, couldn't help but cast scornful and angry glances at him. They felt it was necessary to speak out for justice and not let heroes bleed and weep. Seeing that his impassioned speech had successfully stirred public outrage, Zhang Yunfei flashed a look of pride. He then feigned a somber expression and said, "Ningchen, we shouldn't have come to this point. It's just a piece of dragon carp. I don't need to insist on having it. Before I joined the Wuan army, I was promised that someone would help me heal my injuries. But you absolutely should not question me or the contributions of the 100 outstanding individuals in the divine beast sea." Ningchen looked at Zhang Yunfei with a calm gaze, unfazed by the discussions and pointing fingers around him. Hearing this, he turned to look into the distance. Just as everyone was wondering what Ningchen was looking at, a commotion of footsteps came from outside. Several more martial artists entered the cemetery, and upon seeing their attire, the crowd gasped again. "It's the Star Guard from the Star Guard Division." The Star Guard was the Ning family army, directly mobilized by the Ning family. One of the martial artists stepped into the arena, his gaze unwavering as he walked straight to Ningchen. He handed a list to Ningchen, who glanced at it and signed. Just then, 3 more martial artists entered, dressed in deep blue martial attire, emblazoned with a glaring golden character, Xia. People from the Xia family. Young Master Xia, the casualty report from the Divine Beast Sea battle is on this list. Please take a look. Xia Tian took the list. He had already been briefed on this matter and was well aware of the death toll and other details. Without lingering, he signed and finished. At this moment, the Xia family martial artist turned back and approached Ningchen, his expression slightly shifting. "Young Master Ning, this is the number of warriors from the Xia family and its subordinates who died in battle. This Divine Beast Sea campaign was primarily led by the Ning family's Star Guard. Please review it." Ningchen took the list and glanced over it. The thick stack of records was filled with names, black on white paper, but most of these names were crossed out with a red diagonal line. It signified death. Ningchen nodded indifferently and pressed his handprint on it, while a sense of sorrow filled his heart. He knew that pressing this handprint meant that tens of thousands of human martial artists had permanently passed away at this moment. After a long while, he finally looked up and met Zhang Yunfei's gaze, which was filled with confusion and bewilderment. The others were similarly puzzled, not understanding what had happened. At this moment, Ningchen slowly spoke. "Do you know why the 13 of you outstanding human individuals are still alive?" As soon as he said this, the students in the audience looked puzzled, not understanding Ningchen's words. Ningchen continued, asking, "In the Divine Beast Sea battle, the total number of martial artists who died was 54,000, with casualties nearing 100,000. 6 7th grade masters died, 2 8th grade golden bodies perished, and 1 9th grade was severely injured. Do you know how this number came about?" The crowd was stunned. Over 50,000 died in the Divine Beast Sea battle? Several 7th and 8th grade warriors were killed, and even 1 9th grade expert was severely injured? What was going on? Didn't only 87 outstanding human individuals die? Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened upon hearing this, as he vaguely guessed what Ningchen was about to say. Sure enough, at that moment, Ningchen spoke. "In the Divine Beast Sea battle, the Ning family army lost 35,866 warriors, with over 60,000 injured or disabled. The Xia family army lost 13,000 warriors, the Jiang family army lost over 7,000 warriors. In the southeast region, the total number of martial artists from various martial arts families, forces, and military who died exceeds 50,000. This is the Divine Beast Sea battle." The crowd looked alarmed, dazed, and numb. After hearing this number, everyone gasped in shock, filled with confusion. The scale of casualties was comparable to a medium-sized Stargate or underground battle. Was the reality different from what Zhang Yunfei had said? The 87 casualties among the human race's prodigies you mentioned are indeed true, but they are not the whole story. Because there are still 13 of you who managed to safely emerge from the Divine Beast Sea, thanks to the sacrifices of my Star Guard army, the Xia family army, and countless martial artists. Long before the Ministry of Education announced the next expedition into the Divine Beast Sea, my Star Guard army had already begun to fully cooperate, laying the groundwork and clearing out the remnants around the Divine Beast Sea. That was achieved through numerous battles, and before you even entered the Divine Beast Sea, my Star Guard army had already lost at least 3,000 warriors. As you entered the Divine Beast Sea, my Star Guard army escorted you along the way, engaging in fierce battles with the Star Race. As you delved deeper into the Divine Beast Sea, my Star Guard warriors used their flesh and blood, sacrificing countless lives to block the 3 major entrances to the Divine Beast Sea. There were multiple instances of total annihilation, with everyone perishing, yet not a single person retreated, nor did they allow a single Star Race to step even half a step into the Divine Beast Sea. As you withdrew from the Divine Beast Sea, my Star Guard army, in conjunction with the Xia family army and tens of thousands of human martial artists, sacrificed tens of thousands of warriors to secure the time and space for your retreat. Ning Chen stared at him, taking a step forward, squinting as he continued, and this is just this time. For thousands of years, human prodigies have continuously entered the Divine Beast Sea, attempting to bring out the ancient texts of enlightenment. Each time they entered, my Ning family army and various martial artists lost tens of thousands of warriors. Ning Chen's words were deafening. Each sentence struck like a giant hammer, pounding on the hearts of the crowd. So many people had died in the Divine Beast Sea battle, this was how they had fallen. No wonder many were puzzled. Clearly, only 100-person team entered the Divine Beast Sea, so why was it referred to as a battle rather than an operation? This explained everything. It turned out that during this small team's operation, countless human martial artists were paving the way for them in places unseen by all. Yet, upon hearing this number, the crowd couldn't help but be immensely shocked. If it weren't for Ning Chen, if it weren't for his identity, these ordinary students would never have come into contact with such information. Zhang Yunfei's gaze was vacant, frozen in place, his expression somewhat at a loss. He trembled as he said, You mean the Ning family army, the Xia family army, and the Jiang family all participated? In this battle, over 50,000 warriors died? He certainly knew about the battles outside of the operation, but what he didn't know was that so many had died in this battle. Over 50,000 human martial artists, with more than 30,000 being from the Ning family army of the Star Guard. Just thinking about what he had said to Ning Chen and the Ning family army earlier made Zhang Yunfei feel a rush of blood to his head, his entire face burning with pain. That slap had hurt him deeply. How is that possible? How could this be? Zhang Yunfei muttered to himself, somewhat incredulous. At that moment, Ning Chen exuded a powerful aura, stepping forward to gaze at Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei, who had been staring blankly at the ground, suddenly snapped back to reality and instinctively took a step back. Ning Chen said coldly, They are not prodigies, but they are also warriors. They are warriors of the human race, warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, warriors of our Earth. They are not like you. You are the chosen ones, Zhang Yunfei, Duo Wuheng, Zhang Taikai, but no one knows who they are. Those who have heard of them only call them the Star Guarding Army, the Ning family army, human martial artists. But the backbone of our human race has never been the chosen ones, never just one person. It is every person, every martial artist like them. Boom! Ning Chen's words were deafening, though his voice was not loud, it carried a unique kind of magic. As Ning Chen spoke, he took another step forward, and Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened, instinctively taking a step back. Do not consider yourself a returnee, a hero of the human race. My Dragon Kingdom has billions of people, hundreds of millions of martial artists. Who is not a hero? Who has not fought? In places you cannot see, in places you do not know, there are always people dying in battle. Go to my Star Guarding city and ask, even if they are not martial artists, they are still sending their sons, their husbands, their loved ones to the Star Guarding army. Perhaps they will never return, and will die quietly like all the nameless martial artists. That is why every household in Star Guarding city has a grave for their clothes. Every household hangs a length of white silk. So you know, how many human martial artists must die quietly for you, Zhang Yunfei, to become a hero? Ning Chen stepped forward, while Zhang Yunfei stepped back. He did not even dare to look directly at Ning Chen, his face pale as he clenched his fists, but after a long time, he did not know what to say. Because what Ning Chen said was indeed true, he had no way to refute him. At the same time, Ning Chen's words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to gradually shift from confusion to shock. Ning Chen scanned the crowd, and everyone involuntarily lowered their heads in shame. Therefore, I never think that being a hero is a commendable term to boast about. The human race must fight, martial arts must be fought for, what we fight for is not glory, not fame, but the slim chance of survival for the human race. Strike a punch to open the way, lest 100 punches come. Today we fight for the human race, to win their battles, so that future generations can continue to survive on this land. The scene fell into dead silence, everyone looked at each other. This time, no one refuted. Looking at Ning Chen, the crowd wore expressions of indescribable complexity. Zhang Yunfei stood in place, taking deep breaths, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. The star-guarding army, the Xia family army, and those few from the Wuan army did not linger at the scene. The dispute here had nothing to do with them, even if it was because of a young master of the Ning family, it would not provoke a standoff among the armies. The representatives of the three military divisions withdrew, and with their departure, the tension in the air seemed to dissipate somewhat, but immediately after, a powerful aura spread, causing the atmosphere to tighten once again. Good, what a must fight for the human race, what a must fight for martial arts. I have heard that the young master of the Ning family has a strange style. Now that I see it, it truly opens my eyes. A figure appeared ahead, standing in midair, hands behind his back, shimmering with a faint golden light, a sign of golden energy surging. He was an 8th grade golden body expert. As he entered, the clothes of this 8th grade golden body man rustled slightly in the breeze, giving off an air of celestial grace. However, the naturally released aura carried a sense of oppression. It was directly aimed at Ning Chen, without any pretense. Damn it, little brat, daring to show off in front of my young master. Xiang saw this and cursed softly, stepping forward to stand in front of Ning Chen. At this moment, the man spoke calmly. Introducing himself, he said, "Commander of the 9th Army of the Wuan Army, Wei Tong." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. This name was not unfamiliar to the crowd, some had already recognized Wei Tong. Wei Tong, commander of the 9th Army of the Wuan Army. In the Wuan Army, each army's commander is an 8th grade golden body expert. In terms of identity, it is the first iron-blooded warrior army under the national lord, naturally holding a high position and great authority. It is precisely for this reason that Wei Tong dares to be merciless towards Ning Chen and the Ning family. On the side, Xuanhu felt a bit of a headache. It was obvious that this person exuded a hint of golden body power, indicating that he was an 8th grade golden body expert, and he had come to support Zhang Yunfei. Although his father was also an 8th grade golden body expert, the other party was the supreme commander of the Wuan army. In terms of rank, the two might not differ much, but the Wuan army's might was well known. "Commander Wei, you have arrived," Zhang Yunfei said, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The emotions that had been suppressed by Ning Chen gradually returned to normal. Someone had come to back him up. Ning Chen, on the other hand, remained completely calm. It need not be said that even if a supreme commander or the national lord himself came to the southeast region, the Ning family would not be afraid, especially since he had not done anything out of line. Glancing at the person, some relevant memories immediately surfaced in his mind. Ning Chen said lightly, "Am I wrong? If the senior has any advice, please feel free to say." Wei Tong replied coldly, "It's not about advice, it's just that your Ning family's young master is using the family's power to oppress others, and I find it unpleasant to watch." Ning Chen smiled, "This seems to be just a private matter between me and Zhang Yunfei, and has nothing to do with the commander, right?" Wei Tong sneered. "I said, I simply find you unpleasant to watch. What's wrong with that? Yunfei has damaged his foundation for the sake of the human race. He only asked you for a piece of dragon carp meat, and yet you pushed back so hard. Moreover, this dragon carp meat is not important to you, but it could save a human genius. You refuse outright and even bring up the Ning family and the death toll from the Divine Beast Sea battle to pressure Yunfei. Is it only your Ning family that has casualties? Is it only your Ning family that guards the Stargate and the underground caves?" Wei Tong's imposing manner directly targeted Ning Chen. Ning Chen smiled, his tone exactly like Zhang Yunfei's, like attracts like, and it was indeed true. Ning Chen said softly, "So, Commander Wei, what are you trying to express?" "I merely refused Zhang Yunfei's request. I have not offended anyone." "Do you mean to force me to give up the dragon carp?" Wei Tong's expression turned icy. "It's not about whether to give up the dragon carp, it's that your Ning family's young master is being too overbearing." Ning Chen shrugged, "So what?" Wei Tong looked at Zhang Yunfei and said coldly, "Yunfei, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chen could hardly suppress a laugh. How to handle it, as if he were the one guilty of a heinous crime, as if they truly had the ability to deal with him. But Zhang Yunfei, upon hearing this, looked at Ning Chen with a somewhat resentful expression and said coldly, "Ning Chen, I will remember everything that happened today. Sooner or later, I will personally get it back. As for today's dragon carp meat, I, Zhang Yunfei, can do without it. But young Master Ning, you must understand one principle, the human race is a whole, and we are meant to help each other. Your Ning family, you Ningchen, will not always stand at the peak, and I, Jiang Yunfei, will not always stand at the bottom. One day, when our positions are reversed, you become the god coming down the mountain, perhaps I will be the god going up the mountain. I hope you do not bow your head to me, Jiang Yunfei. Jiang Yunfei's words carried unwillingness, anger, but more than that, humiliation. Everything that Ning Chen had brought him today was an indelible humiliation. Upon hearing this, Wei Tong's eyes lit up, a hint of approval flashing in his gaze. Good, good, a god going up the mountain, this is the spirit of my Wuan army. Yunfei, I believe you are a god of the Wuan army who is on the rise. And the actions of certain people do not win the hearts of the people, even if they stand at the peak, they cannot be considered gods. Rest assured about the injuries on your path, since the Wuan army has promised to help you recover, we will definitely keep our word. Jiang Yunfei quickly bowed respectfully, thank you, Commander. No need. Wei Tong waved his hand and said lightly, Commander, since it has come to this, let's go. Brothers and seniors, I apologize for the lack of hospitality today. Yunfei takes his leave. Jiang Yunfei politely bowed to everyone, then pushed open the gate of the cemetery. He glanced at Su Xinu, who was still kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Wei Tong glanced at Ning Chen and followed Jiang Yunfei out. Soon, the scene was left with everyone still immersed in the earlier tense atmosphere. After a long while, the crowd began to disperse. Ning Chen, this time, you might have directly offended Jiang Yunfei. Looking at the dispersing crowd, Xuanhu walked up to Ning Chen and said with a wry smile. Ning Chen smiled lightly, it's nothing. That Jiang Yunfei is just a smiling tiger. On the surface, he appears righteous and just, but in reality, he is very narrow-minded. His persona is even better than an actor's performance. Li Shaoqi said coldly, looking in the direction Jiang Yunfei had left. Xuanhu sighed again, he could see through Jiang Yunfei's act. It could be said that today's banquet was a trap set for Ning Chen. Xuanhu said, Ning Chen, tomorrow is the training, and you and Jiang Yunfei will likely meet again. It doesn't matter. Ning Chen didn't take it to heart. As for the training, the students had their assessment criteria. He had his own goals, and those goals were not within the assessment targets of the students. 6 hours later, after finishing kneeling, Su Xinu walked out with a dazed expression, holding her knee and limping. Let's go, Xinu. We're going to the Su family. I want to visit Uncle Su Yunlong and the elders of the Su family. On the way out of the school, Jiang Yunfei said darkly to Su Xinu. Hearing this, Su Xinu was overjoyed. Ever since Jiang Yunfei mentioned wanting to visit the Su family last time, there had been no further news. She thought Jiang Yunfei had forgotten. The emotional collapse from kneeling for 3 hours was immediately replaced by joy. Okay, Brother Yunfei, don't bother with that second-generation ancestor Ning Chen. Aside from his family background, in terms of vision and talent, how can he compare to you, Brother Yunfei? Su Xinu said as she walked alongside him, trying to comfort him. I know, no need to say more. Jiang Yunfei waved his hand, feeling troubled. His mind was filled with the scene of being knocked away by Ning Chen's move, although it was partly due to his carelessness and not using his full strength. But the fact that he was knocked away by that waste of Ning Chen made him very uncomfortable. If it weren't for maintaining his persona in front of his classmates, he would have definitely lost control and acted on the spot. But he held back. Not for any other reason, but because he calculated clearly that with Ning Chen's previous performance, he had already put him on a moral high ground to roast. If nothing unexpected happened, many students must have developed a resistance towards Ning Chen. If he held back and let Ning Chen stand on the strong side, then everyone's dislike for Ning Chen would surely reach its peak. You should lighten up a bit, don't let it hurt your heart. Glancing at Su Xinu again, Jiang Yunfei casually expressed his concern. Su Xinu immediately smiled sweetly and nodded like a garlic clove. It's fine, Brother Yunfei. I'm used to it. One day, I will get back double. As she spoke, a sinister look appeared on Su Xinu's face. So handsome, senior is so good. Brother Jiang, can I get your autograph? We are your admirers. While walking, they suddenly encountered students greeting them on the road. Jiang Yunfei's gloomy face immediately broke into a smile as he politely responded to each one. Watching Jiang Yunfei's departing figure, the excited voices of the students came through. I wonder how badly the senior is hurt. Ning Chen went too far, he clearly could have helped but chose to show off. Hee, the Ning family is so big and prosperous, do they even look down on us ordinary people? This is the gap between those martial arts families and us ordinary people. Brother Jiang Shui is from an ordinary family, and he climbed up step by step on his own, so he is willing to let us ordinary people see the ancient texts without asking for anything in return. In contrast, Ningchen isn't even willing to part with a piece of dragon carp meat, which is just a small effort. The difference is truly obvious. Ningchen, the Ning family, guarding the Stargate Cave, is nothing special. If we were given the resources of the Ning family, we could guard it too. What's the big deal? Listening to the discussions fading behind him, Zhang Yunfei finally smiled, feeling much better. At least his reputation had improved significantly, while Ningchen seemed to have become the target of everyone's criticism. Zhang Yunfei took Su Xinyue out of the school and headed straight for the Su family. Soon, they arrived at the Su family. Su family. It's done, the third 8th grade golden body, we finally made it. Ha ha ha. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yunfei heard an excited long laugh, instantly invigorating him. After being welcomed in by the butler, he saw Su Yunlong and the senior members of the Su family in the hall. At this moment, everyone in the Su family was incredibly excited, with some clan members even moved to tears, embracing and weeping. In just a few days, the Su family had produced 3 8th grade golden bodies, which meant that the long-dormant Su family was finally about to rise again. Congratulations to Uncle Su and the 3 8th grade golden body elders of the Su family. This is a great fortune for our dragon country, a momentous event for the national luck. It's worth celebrating, truly commendable. Zhang Yunfei quickly presented the gifts he had prepared in advance to Su Yunlong. He was also glad to see the Su family regain its strength. Seeing this, Su Yunlong and the others immediately restrained their smiles and welcomed him. Nephew Zhang, there's no need for such formality. You came, so just come, no need for gifts. Come in and talk, quickly come in and talk. Su Yunlong was very fond of this promising young man who had achieved great merit for the human race in the Divine Beast Sea, and he hoped that Su Xinyue would get closer to him. Everyone entered the room and took their seats, exchanging simple pleasantries for a moment. Su Yunlong looked at Zhang Yunfei with admiration and said, "Nephew, tomorrow is the assessment training at Southeast Martial University. I wish you and Xinyue good results, so you can represent the Martial University and compete for the ancient texts of enlightenment." "Of course, uncle, you can rest assured." Zhang Yunfei smiled and said, "Uncle Su, actually, I came to the Su family this time with another gift. The ancient text stone tablet." As he spoke, Zhang Yunfei took out the ancient text stone tablet and patiently explained its functions. Su Yunlong and the others were so shocked that they stood up. When they heard that Zhang Yunfei wanted to lend the ancient text for the Su family members to comprehend, Su Yunlong was even more excited. "In that case, I represent all the disciples of the Su family to thank you, nephew Zhang. You are much more grateful than that little beast Ningchen. Our Su family, and Xinyue treating Ningchen so well, in the end, it still led to this outcome." Thinking of Ningchen, everyone in the Su family was filled with indignation. They couldn't help but wonder how Ningchen would feel if he heard these words. Once, the Su family had stepped on Ningchen's shoulders to rise from a 4th or 5th-rate family to a 2nd-rate family, gaining countless business resources. Yet, they were now deemed worthless by the Su family, while Zhang Yunfei had only given them a single favor and was met with such gratitude. "Uncle Su, there's no need for that, everyone has their own aspirations. Ningchen has his own path to walk. Actually, I came here this time for some business cooperation with the Su family. Now that the Su family has 3 golden bodies, their strength is formidable, and with my reputation, I believe that news will spread, attracting many business resources to extend an olive branch." Upon hearing this, Su Yunlong's eyes lit up, but he soon fell into deep thought and said, "Nephew Zhang, you may not know, but ever since that incident with Xinyue, the Su family has been suppressed by the Ning family. Under the threat of the Ning family, very few people dare to cooperate with the Su family, and many past collaborations have also been cut off." As he spoke, Su Yunlong revealed a look of resentment. Feeling somewhat powerless, they truly struggled to breathe in the face of the massive Ning family. Zhang Yunfei smiled and said, "Uncle Su, there's no need to worry. I am now a member of the Wuan Army, and I am the captain of Team Zero." Wuan Army. Su Yunlong's expression changed, and then a wave of ecstasy surged over him. "Uncle Su, with my potential and the strength of the Su family, I will surely achieve something in this southeastern region." "Good, good, good, my dear nephew Yunfei, come in and let's talk in detail." 3 hours later, Su Xinyue linked her arm with Zhang Yunfei's as they walked out of the Su family home. On their way back to Southeast Martial University, Su Xinyue sweetly leaned against Zhang Yunfei's chest. "Brother Yunfei, my belly is getting bigger every day. When will you marry me?" Zhang Yunfei's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, but he smiled and said, after graduation, after graduation." Su Xinyue pouted, "But by then, the baby will have already been born. We can't let the child grow up without a father, can we?" Hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's mouth twitched. He had intended to rely on the Su family as a big tree to gain some resources, which was why he had gotten close to Su Xinyue. But he didn't want to be a turtle, he had no intention of being tied down. The Su family, along with all the forces and people, were merely stepping stones for him at this moment. With his talent, he would soon grow strong enough, and by then, these connections would be disposable. Xin Yue, tell me the truth, whose child is this? Zhang Yunfei asked. Whose is it? Is it really that important? Zhang Yunfei's mouth twitched again. There were too many people at the time. It was just that there were too many outsiders, everyone was in line. Don't misunderstand, it was at a martial arts auction house, waiting to auction items. Boom, boom, boom. In the virtual battle space, Ningchen swung his alloy war knife, stepping over bloodied corpses as he walked within a human city. This was a scene from the past, when a human city was breached by a cult and the star race working together. Over 1 million humans in the city were slaughtered, and Ning Chen's body was cracked and covered in deep fissures, his alloy war knife on the verge of shattering. He had already slain more than 10 fifth-grade star race creatures and countless fourth-grade ones, his blade having cut through them. But his techniques, such as the Buddha's palm and the 9 secrets of heaven, had also reached a new level, qualifying as mastery. In the final moment, Ning Chen even condensed a 6th bridge of Dao marks and then stepped into the peak of the 4th grade. At the peak of the 4th grade, he killed a 6th grade star race creature. Ultimately, he was surrounded and killed by 3 6th grade star race creatures, forcibly ejected from the virtual battle space. In the training room, Ning Chen exited the battle simulation. The 5th bridge of Dao marks is about to take shape. Once the 6th bridge is built, I can break through to the 5th grade, but how should I construct the 6th bridge? As he walked, Ning Chen pondered the construction of the 6th bridge. The bridge of Dao marks is the bridge of martial arts, part of the foundational building process. Therefore, it is very important for martial artists. Last time, when Ning Chen built the 5th bridge of the blood bridge, it was clearly much stronger than before. Thus, the 6th bridge, as the final foundation, is crucial. At this moment, Ning Chen flicked his fishing rod, stopping his fishing. A flying demon fish leaped out and was instantly shattered by his blood energy, replenishing his lost vitality. Since he started fishing, it had always been flying demon fish, and he had grown too lazy to check. Each time, he simply shattered them and consumed them as nourishment. After replenishing his strength, Ning Chen's spirit immediately recovered significantly. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost time for the rewards to refresh. Ding! Day 20 of the Devoted Dog, the starry sea shines in the blue sky. Note, temporarily replacing the host's preservation, it is recommended that the host wait for the right moment to bloom. In a few days, when the stars fill the sky like the sea, under the bright blue sky, it will be a good day for awakening the anomaly. The starry sea shines in the blue sky? Ning Chen focused his gaze on the new anomaly. Instantly, he became energized. This was the second anomaly to arrive. After checking the anomaly, Ning Chen seemed to see an ancient battlefield, where the sky was a deep blue, and countless stars emerged in the azure heavens, each one more brilliant than the sun, making the ancient battlefield almost ignite, filled with terrifying waves like an ocean. On this ancient battlefield, a colorful peacock roared through the heavens and galloped amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At the same time, the 6th model of the Daomark Bridge, which Ning Chen had previously failed to construct, suddenly stirred to life. The model of the Daomark Bridge appeared before him. On either side of the bridge were the chaotic blue lotus of the anomaly and the starry sea shining in the azure sky. Above the bridge, the Dao marks, illuminated by the blue lotus and the azure sky, exuded a particularly intense aura of broken Dao rhythm. Got it! Ning Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. A thought sprang to his mind. Construct the 6th Dao mark bridge using the anomaly to present the Dao marks of the 2 anomalies. If successful, the Dao mark bridge will be unimaginably powerful. I've heard that the 6th base for the assessment is a sealed no man's land. Inside, they have deployed powerful star race warriors for the purpose of assessment and training, along with a simulated source blood array of the star realm. To trap the star race warriors, the authorities directly simulated that area to resemble the star realm with a blood array, allowing the star race warriors to live comfortably. It is said that the sky of this star realm is filled with stars like an ocean, and the starlight is brilliant, making it a perfect place to unleash the starry sea shining in the azure sky. With this in mind, Ning Chen immediately made up his mind and temporarily had the system save the anomaly of the starry sea shining in the azure sky. He pushed open the door and walked out of the training room. The joint training assessment of the 5 major schools was about to begin. At this moment, a Xiang was already waiting outside, and then he and Ning Chen got into a limited edition Longqi car, heading straight for the outskirts of the star town. This time, the joint training assessment in the southeast region required everyone to gather in Southeast City. When Ning Chen arrived at Southeast City, a designated area for assessment students, he saw a large number of martial artists dressed in the uniforms of the Startown Patrol patrolling the surroundings, providing layers of protection. Young Master. Greetings, young master. Southeast City was the second largest city of the Ning family outside of Startown in the southeast region, and naturally, the city lord's mansion was filled with Ning family members. Upon seeing Ning Chen appear on the scene, teams of Startown Patrol shouted in unison, drawing many gazes from the crowd. Today, Ning Chen entered the venue in a black robe, with short hair and a face like a chiseled knife, waving to the crowd. No need for formalities. You all focus on your protective duties, keep a close watch on the cultists, don't let them escape, and don't allow high-ranking cultists to rush into the area for ordinary humans. Rest assured, young master, with our Startown Patrol here, not even a fly can escape. Several team leaders of the Startown Patrol patted their chests confidently. Just then, a group of reporters surged from a distance, followed closely by a row of black cameras. Ning Chen was not surprised. These media personnel allowed into the venue had been permitted by the Ning family army. As a joint assessment of the Southeast Martial Arts University, its importance goes without saying. It is 100 times more significant than the seriousness of the college entrance examination in his previous life. After all, martial arts universities are one of the key bases for training martial artists, and martial artists determine the fate of the earth. Before the group of reporters could reach Ning Chen, they were stopped by a dozen Startown soldiers. Seeing that they were not allowed to interview, the reporters did not continue to pester and went to interview elsewhere. Ning Chen then went to a less crowded area to wait. As time passed, more and more martial arts students appeared in this area. Not only were there students from Southeast Martial Arts University, but also students from other martial arts universities in the Southeast, including South Martial University, Tianshi Martial University, Longjiang Martial University, and the Military Academy, all of whom arrived in succession. An hour later, nearly 10,000 students had gathered, filling the square densely. The scene was noisy, with some excited and others nervous. For the students who had never seen blood, the few training experiences in 3 years of university, especially this joint training assessment among several universities, would still excite most of them immensely. But there are some people who are different, standing in the crowd with an extremely serious expression. For example, Jiang Yanchu, Jiang Yunfei, Kai Jiang, and Yi Yuan, these outstanding students. They are naturally different from ordinary students. Ordinary students have a low martial arts realm and usually have no opportunity to enter the stargates or the underground caves, so they naturally lack practical experience. But they are different. To have come this far, they rely not only on talent but also on repeated training through the stargates. How do ordinary students train? Without strength, going into the underground caves or stargates is just asking for death, and there are no military or school mentors to protect you at all times. Therefore, in the path of martial arts, the strong remain strong, which makes a certain amount of sense. Having seen blood long ago, these experiences pose no significant pressure for them. I wonder who will take first place in this training, Kai Jiang said casually, hands behind his head. In any case, it won't be you or me, Yi Yuan replied, glancing unconsciously at Xia Tian and Jiang Yanchu not far away. This year, these few monsters are all participating in the training. Anyway, first place is not for them. Kai Jiang laughed. That's true, since they're here, it won't be our turn, but I think there's still a chance. We can at least put up a fight, right? Yi Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. There's a chance, but it's not very big. Kai Jiang suddenly deflated, giving a bitter smile. Old Ji, what's the point of us being first on the martial rankings? Although the two are first, it is well known that there are several people above them. However, they are quite open-minded about it. No matter what place, they just do it. Senior Yunfei. At that moment, a series of exclamations filled with reverence came from afar. Jiang Yunfei, dressed in white, quickly stepped into the arena. This time, behind him, besides Su Xinyue, there were several young boys and girls following. Brother Kai, Brother Yi. I wish you a smooth assessment. Xia Tian, how's your preparation going? As soon as he entered the arena, Jiang Yunfei switched to social mode, moving back and forth among Xia Tian and the others, greeting almost everyone except Jiang Yanchu and Ning Chen. Those who didn't know would think he came to offer condolences. I increasingly feel this kid is hypocritical, Kai Jiang said, watching Jiang Yunfei's departing figure, addressing Yi Yuan beside him. You should exercise your brain, normal people have seen through it long ago, Yi Yuan replied, closing his eyes and ignoring the rest. Ning Chen stood in a corner, glancing at the scene. Xia Tian was also there, not far away, along with Ji Daoi, Jiang Yanchu, and others, as well as a few unfamiliar faces. But among the crowd, no one seemed inclined to acknowledge anyone else. Soon, the time arrived. Chuan Donghai had left Southeast Martial University yesterday to serve at the Stargate. As the vice president of Southeast Martial University, the top of the 5 major schools, Chuan, who stepped onto the stage as a representative of the 5 schools and said loudly, "The joint training of the 5 major schools, I believe everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. Now it has finally arrived. Its importance does not need me to elaborate. It is to test your cultivation results over the past 3 years, but also to let you see blood. In school, you have the school and mentors to protect you, but a year later, when you leave school, you may enter society and become mediocre, but most will enter the underground caves and the stargates, fighting against the star races and alien races, so you must adapt to killing. The human race is always facing the threat of extinction, and this is also the reason why you must adapt to killing." As he spoke, Chuanhu glanced at Ning Chen not far below the stage. Seeing Ning Chen shake his head, Chuanhu continued loudly, "I announce that the joint assessment of the 5 major schools begins. Now, according to the registered base numbers, board the corresponding flying boats and head to the base." Set off. Chuanhu's speech quickly concluded. With his declaration, the assessment began. All the trainees began to move, shouldering their backpacks and carrying weapons, gradually surging towards different flying boats. The crowd was bustling, with trainees carrying backpacks and wielding cold weapons like alloy sabers and battle rifles. Alloy weapons are generally expensive, and many ordinary families cannot afford them. They can be exchanged for task points, but if one cannot buy them or lacks the strength to earn points, they can only take a step back and use weapons forged from high-quality steel and iron. Such people are not few in number. Let's head to base 1. I'm going to base 2. This assessment has a lot of reward points. I have to give it my all. You, base 1? Be careful with your life. The assessment can be deadly. Many people discussed as they walked. In the practical assessment, the Ministry of Education allows for a certain number of deaths. Compared to the slaughter on the battlefield of the Abyssal Stargate, a few deaths in the assessment are nothing. Instead, it can stimulate the trainees' fighting spirit. If they can't withstand this little pressure, what can they say about going to the Abyssal Stargate? They might as well just die outside. Xia Tian, what place are you aiming for this time? In the crowd, Zhang Nianchu walked alongside Xia Tian. They were both 5th tier, naturally heading to base 5. My goal this time is not the ranking, Xia Tian replied coldly. She was carrying a super large backpack, inside which was her several meter long alloy saber. This backpack weighed at least several hundred pounds, but for a 5th tier martial artist, several hundred pounds was nothing. Oh, what is it then? Zhang Nianchu asked with interest. Xia Tian ignored Zhang Nianchu, and soon, as the trainees dispersed towards their respective numbered flying boats, the crowd thinned out. The number of people heading to base 5 gradually became clearer. Zhang Nianchu saw Zhang Yunfei, Ji Daoi, and the students from Tianshi Martial University and Longjiang Martial University all gathering towards the flying boat bound for base 5. These people were all outstanding talents from several martial universities, and Zhang Nianchu was not unfamiliar with them. Ning Chen is not here. Is this first young master not participating? Or has he gone to base 4? Ning Chen was a 4th tier martial artist, but his strength easily crushed 5th tier, making him more than capable of heading to base 5. However, Ning Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Glancing over, the number of people heading to base 4 reached 100, making it somewhat difficult to find him at first glance. Go wherever you want. When it came to Ning Chen, Xia Tian showed no emotional fluctuation. It's no problem if the young master Ning doesn't participate in the assessment. It really isn't your place to care. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind, and Zhang Yunfei followed closely, sneering. Keep your saber steady. If you jump too high, don't embarrass yourself when the assessment results come out. Zhang Nianchu smiled lightly. Zhang Yunfei shrugged indifferently. Thank you for your concern, young master Zhang. I'm just a poor person from the third world. I can't compare to you rich young masters. Face isn't that important to me. What I want is to steadily climb up, step by step, and then, trample down your martial arts families and aristocratic capital. Zhang Nianchu smiled slightly. You really have no face. Just dream about it. Saying too much might make you believe it. Watching the two bicker, the people around them remained silent and quietly boarded the flying boat. Soon, all the trainees finished boarding, and more than 10 flying boats took off in succession. The assessment area has specific level divisions. The school assigns assessment areas based on each trainee's overall strength. The method of division is not that complicated. In fact, it is very straightforward. There are a total of 6 bases, from base 1 to base 5, each suitable for different tier trainees to enter. Base 1, 4 first and second tier martial artists. Base 2, 4 third tier martial artists, including strong second tier in practical combat. Base 3, 4 fourth tier martial artists, including strong third tier in practical combat. Base 4, 4 fifth tier. Base 5, 4 sixth tier. On the private flying boat of the Ning family, Ning Chen looked at the division of the assessment bases and the distribution of personnel entering. The The division rules are very simple, purely based on the martial arts strength of the students, rather than by school. In other words, on the training grounds of the first base, all students from the 5 major schools can enter the first base as long as they meet the strength requirements. Ningchen did not board the same flying boat as the others, but instead sat on a private flying boat belonging to the Ning family. It wasn't that he wanted to be special or stand out, it was because he had other plans for his training. Ningchen lowered his head, his gaze falling once again on the list of top talents from the 5 major schools. Longjiang Martial University, Tu Honghao, mid-stage 5th rank. Southeast Military Academy, Duan Wuqian, late-stage 5th rank, SS. Tianshi Martial University, Chao Honghao, early-stage 5th rank, SS. Huajichao, early-stage 5th rank, SS. Southeast Martial University, Xiatian, mid-stage 5th rank, SS level, Zhang Nianshu, mid-stage 5th rank, SSS level, Zhang Yunfei, early-stage 5th rank, SS level. Kai Jiang, SS talent, A-level anomaly. Yi Jinyuan, SS talent, A-level anomaly, Li Qiqi. From the list, the gap between the 5 martial universities is clear at a glance. There's no need to say much about Southeast Martial University, just the number of students reaching the 5th rank is close to 10, not counting powerful 4th ranks like Ning Chen and Ji Daoi who can fight across ranks. However, what surprised Ning Chen was that the Southeast Military Academy sent a late-stage 5th rank student. Young master, this Duan Wuqian is very strong. Not only does he have SS talent, but he has also awakened an S-level anomaly, not inferior to SSS talent martial artists. I heard from above that there are some disputes over resource allocation after the Divine Beast Sea battle between the Southeast Military Academy and the Ning family's Town Star Army. Looking at this situation, the Southeast Military Academy is aiming for first place this time. Standing next to Ning Chen were Xiang, Li Qiqi, and a bearded martial artist. It's fine, let them compete, Ning Chen said nonchalantly. Rankings meant nothing to him, and the rewards that came with them were not that precious to him either. The stronger the students sent by the military, the better for the competition. The bearded martial artist asked, "Young master, which base do you plan to enter?" Ning Chen replied calmly, "I want to go to the 6th base for the assessment." Upon hearing this, Li Qiqi and several members of the Town Star Army looked astonished. The 6th base is for students of 6th rank and above, but very few third-year students have ever reached the 6th rank, so it is generally not opened. Ning Chen actually wants to go to the 6th base? The captain also looked shocked and said, "Young master, the 6th base is home to 3 6th rank star beasts, and there are dozens of 4th and 5th ranks, each living in their own groups in the 6th base. It's too dangerous there." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Also, you don't need to follow me all the time, it's just a simple training exercise. If I can't handle this, how can I talk about conquering the Abyss and the Stargate battlefield in the future? Alright, go ahead." Seeing Ning Chen insist, the captain didn't dare to say more and could only go down to make arrangements. After the captain left, Ning Chen closed the door of his room on the flying boat, flipped a switch, and then began to enter a state of cultivation. What? Ning Chen wants to go to the 6th base for training assessment? Isn't his martial arts only at the late stage of the 4th rank? Is he going to confront 6th rank creatures head-on? What nonsense is this? What is he thinking? In the observation room for the training assessment, the principals of the 5 major schools were present. When they heard that Ning Chen wanted to enter the 6th base, everyone's expression changed dramatically. The principal of Tianshi Martial University, an old man with a white beard, looked at Vice Principal Chuan Hu and said, "Vice Principal Chuan, what do you think about Ning Chen going to the 6th base?" The others also looked over. "Let him go." Looking at the group of elders, Chuan Hu felt a bit nervous and chuckled, "Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. Ning Chen is different from before, I've been in contact with him more recently, and he won't act recklessly. Moreover, I can't see through his strength." In comparison, Chuan Hu, the young man, was much calmer. After all, he had seen Ning Chen several times, and he had indeed changed a lot from before. The old man from Tianshi Martial University did not believe, saying, "If it can't be seen through, can one really fight a 6th grade with a 4th grade?" The principal of Longjiang Martial University rubbed his temples and replied, "Whether he can fight or not is not important. What matters is, if something unexpected happens to this first young master, the Ning family will blame us, and we old fellows can't bear that. The Ning family is the resource provider for 5 universities, equivalent to the actual controllers. If something happens to Ning Chen, their school could be directly finished." Zhan Hu looked at the old principal of Tianshi Martial University and chuckled, "But if he wants to go, who can stop him? Why don't you go persuade him?" The principal of Tianshi Martial University laughed and scolded, "You little brat, just like your father, seemingly honest but actually full of bad intentions. Whoever wants to go can go, he wouldn't be the one to stick his neck out. At that moment, a martial artist in dark green military uniform crossed his arms, his face naturally exuding indifference, and said, "What are you all worrying about? He is the young master of the Ning family, the people from the Star Control Bureau won't let anything happen to him. If something really does happen, those martial artists from the Star Control Bureau will be the first to bear the brunt of the anger. What does that have to do with our school?" Everyone looked at each other, scratching their chins and pondering. After a long while, they felt the military school martial artist had a point. This time, the security work was personally maintained by the Ning family's Star Control Bureau. If even the young master of the Ning family had a problem, it would be the Star Control Bureau's issue. What did it have to do with them? They were just here for the assessment. On a flying assessment vessel, divided according to the destination base, all the students from Xiatian, Zhang Yunfei, Zhang Yanchu, as well as Chao Honghao and Huo Jichao from Tianshi Martial University and Longjiang Martial University were present. Sitting upright in their seats, most people were resting with their eyes closed, and very few were whispering to each other. Talents have their own pride. During the assessment, everyone is the biggest competitor. Huo Jichao, brother Hua? I'm Jian Yunfei, nice to meet you. Chao brother, I heard that during your last mission, you sustained serious injuries to hold off a 6th grade star clan that invaded the city, saving the lives and property of the citizens. That's commendable. Jian Yunfei began his socializing mode on the vessel, greeting the other martial arts talents warmly. Huo Jichao and Chao Honghao merely glanced at Jian Yunfei and responded perfunctorily, then fell silent. They were maintaining their aloofness. Aren't strong people all high and mighty? I wonder, brother Chao, brother Hua, which base are you going to for the assessment? Jian Yunfei spoke again, causing the faces of the two to darken slightly. Isn't this flying vessel going to the 5th base? This classmate, could you be any more obvious in your flirting? Nearby, several students from Southeast Martial University felt embarrassed for Jian Yunfei, pretending not to see anything. Jian Yunfei, undeterred, continued, I'm Jian Yunfei, from Southeast Martial University. At this moment, Huo Jichao and Chao Honghao from Tianshi Martial University, as well as Tu Honghao from Longjiang Martial University, all opened their eyes, looking at Jian Yunfei in surprise. Even Duan Wuqian from the military couldn't help but scrutinize Jian Yunfei. Clearly, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Chao Honghao exclaimed, "You are Jian Yunfei? The human hero who brought back the ancient texts of enlightenment from the divine beast sea." Jian Yunfei smiled and humbly replied, "You're overpraising me, brother Chao. Everyone is fighting for humanity. What I've done is nothing to mention." Huo Jichao said seriously, "Such a big matter, how can it be nothing? Brother Jiang is too modest." Upon hearing Jian Yunfei's identity, everyone stood in respect. Even though they were mature, they were still students, and they held a strong admiration for heroism. Jian Yunfei and the other talents who returned from the Divine Beast Sea had long spread throughout Longhua, and even the world knew of them. After all, the ancient texts of enlightenment were something every martial arts nation wanted, and now that Longhua had obtained them, they naturally attracted much attention. For a moment, Jian Yunfei became the focus. As for Jian Yunfei's character and intentions at this time, Xiatian and Zhang Yanchu could naturally see through it. This kid was trying to form alliances. Sure enough, after revealing his identity, these people were not as aloof as before and became much closer to Jian Yunfei. Taking the opportunity, Jian Yunfei quickly mingled with everyone, thanks to his outstanding social skills. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. More than a dozen flying boats landed one after another on a wild area base. From the outside, a large number of cold pines came into view, a species transplanted from the Stargate after the revival of martial arts on Earth, capable of connecting the vital energy of martial artists to form a barrier akin to a protective shield. It effectively prevented the invasion of beast tides in various wild area species. When Ningchen opened his eyes, another flying magic fish was hooked. This time, he sensed from the rich essence blood that it should be a big fish, at least equivalent to a 6th grade human martial artist. But unfortunately, any prey caught by the fishing rod would have its martial arts cultivation suppressed by the system's power. He tossed it into his spatial ring, as he didn't have time to refine it for now. Then he got up and walked out of the training room. When Ningchen stepped off the flying boat, he saw that the lawn where the flying boats were parked was empty. The other flying boats had clearly not yet arrived. However, less than an hour later, with one flying boat after another circling the lawn, more than a dozen flying boats had arrived. Among them, Jiang Yunfei's flying boat happened to dock next to Ning Chen's. As they disembarked one after another, Jiang Yunfei spotted Ning Chen standing not far away. At this moment, 2 young boys were beside Jiang Yunfei, and the 3 were chatting and laughing, looking like old friends. Seeing Jiang Yunfei get off the flying boat, over 30 students from the 3rd and 4th bases gathered around. Brother Yunfei. Everyone came over to greet him, and Jiang Yunfei responded, then gave a few simple reminders before letting everyone disperse. At this time, Jiang Yunfei's gaze turned to Ning Chen not far away, and he smiled faintly. Young Master Ning, I wonder which base you chose for your training this time? If it's the 4th base, there might not be an opportunity for us to communicate. However, if it's the 5th base, shall we have a spar? In his view, with Ning Chen at the 4th grade martial arts level, he would most likely be at the 5th base, and there was a high probability he was at the 4th base. As for the 3rd and 6th bases, being too high or too low was impossible. But facing Jiang Yunfei's insinuation, Ning Chen felt nothing and smiled. It's indeed a pity. I have my own goals for this training and don't wish to compete for anything. In fact, Ning Chen admired Jiang Yunfei a bit. Every time he was broken down, he could self-repair in a short time. This indomitable spirit was something worth learning for human martial artists. That's true, young Master Ning is indeed different from us ordinary students. You are the young master of the Ning family, even the assessment is done on a private flying boat. And with private guards, this assessment might not be challenging for you at all. Jiang Yunfei smiled, and after the incident with the dragon carp last time, he had begun to openly show hostility towards Ning Chen. Since the mask was torn off, what was there to be afraid of? In Earthstar, even if the Ning family was powerful, they still had to follow the rules. They couldn't just kill him for no reason. However, seeing Jiang Yunfei actually come over to provoke Ning Chen, Xiao Honghao, and Huo Jichao, who had been close to Jiang Yunfei, quickly distanced themselves from him. What the hell? Are you kidding? What are you doing? You're coming over to provoke the young master of the Ning family? Looking for death? Don't drag us into this. Especially Huo Jichao, who wanted to take the Star Town exam after graduation. If he got in, Ning Chen would be his little master. How could Jiang Yunfei bring him over to show off to Ning Chen? Forming an alliance? What the hell? Jiang Yunfei didn't care about this. Being scared of the Ning family was nothing to be ashamed of. He looked at Ning Chen and said, Young Master Ning, look, everyone sees you as if they've encountered a demon, which is not something to be proud of. But to be honest, I hope you can come to the 5th base to exchange ideas. Hearing this, Huo Jichao's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. You bastard. Young Master Ning, I really don't know Jiang Yunfei well. Huo Jichao took a few steps back again, then looked up at the sky. Me too. Xiao Honghao felt a chill run down his spine and retreated to stand beside Huo Jichao. Jiang Yunfei glanced at the two of them, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Those who bowed to power were unworthy of being his friends. Jiang Yunfei turned and returned to the spacecraft in front of Base 5, waiting quietly. Watching Jiang Yunfei's back, a Xiang behind Ning Chen clicked his tongue. This kid, is he sick? Behind him, Li Xiaoqi's face was as cold as frost. Uncle Xiang, don't you think he looks like a clown? It does seem so, a Xiang replied, noticing Ning Chen, who maintained a smile and completely disregarded Jiang Yunfei's provocation. His expression was like that of someone amusedly watching an ant. At that moment, not far away, Ji Dawi hesitated and struggled with his thoughts, then after a moment, walked over. Ning Chen, I was indeed unconvinced after you defeated me last time. I hope we can have a good match this time. Since their last parting, Ji Dawi's aura had noticeably increased, and several new scars appeared on his face, with hints of necrotic flesh. Ning Chen glanced sideways. Those were injuries from a 7th grade sword energy that had affected his essence. For a low-grade martial artist like Ji Dawi, it would take a long time to digest that power. It was evident that Ji Dawi had paid a considerable price to achieve such rapid improvement in a short time. Welcome, Ning Chen smiled and said, but if you lose, don't be disheartened. Because anyone defeated by me will never have the chance to catch up to me, until it becomes utterly unreachable. Remember this phrase, perhaps in the future, you will take pride in having once been my opponent. Ji Dawi pursed his lips and muttered, damn, why do I feel like you're so full of yourself? Don't get too cocky, let's talk after you win the assessment. Confirming with a glance, he determined that Ning Chen was still a 4th grade. After saying that, he turned and left. Gather. Suddenly, a powerful shout erupted at the scene. The students jolted, and the scattered ranks quickly reassembled. 5 figures stepped into the arena, the principals of the 5 major schools, with Chuan Hu replacing Chuan Donghai. In front of these 5 principals, a tall warrior in a dark green military uniform entered the arena. Scanning all the students, the warrior spoke loudly, attention, students, I will now explain the assessment rules. First, the assessment time is 72 hours. Second, rankings will be based on points, with the point rules being: third, within a reasonable range, competition and fighting are allowed, but no unnecessary life and death battles, and no large-scale slaughter of companions. Fourth, if you wish to end the assessment midway, press the button on your point wristwatch and wait in place, otherwise, the assessment will automatically end upon death or after 72 hours. Fifth, 10th, anyone who violates any of the above rules will be considered a serious violation, with light penalties resulting in disqualification, and severe cases leading to the martial law court for legal accountability. Alright, do the principals have any additions? The tall warrior looked at the 5 principals, who all shook their heads in unison. The tall warrior shouted again, according to the pre-selected base numbers, board your respective military trucks in order. The moment the trucks arrive at the base, the assessment will officially begin. After saying that, the tall warrior and the 5 principals turned and walked into an observation room. The joint assessment is personally supervised by the national leaders, direct military officers and the principals of each school. At the moment the announcement was made, martial artists began distributing point wristwatches to the students. After everyone received their wristwatches, they successively boarded the corresponding numbered military trucks. This spacecraft would fly directly to the assessment area and land in the central zone. Ning Chen also received a point wristwatch, putting it on his left wrist before heading towards the 6th base's military truck. However, at that moment, a sudden exclamation came from not far behind him. Damn, someone chose the 6th base. Isn't that person Ning Chen? Am I seeing things? Ning Chen chose the 6th base? Damn, he really chose the heavy truck from the 6th base. With a gasp, almost everyone noticed a figure silently walking in front of the heavy truck at the 6th base. The other flying boats had many people disembarking, but Ning Chen's boat had only him. Thus, he attracted special attention. Before he even reached the heavy truck, he was already spotted. When everyone realized that the figure was Ning Chen, their expressions varied from shock to disbelief. He chose the 6th base? If I'm not mistaken, he should only be at the late stage of the 4th rank in martial arts, right? Xia Tian was somewhat bewildered, feeling increasingly confused by Ning Chen's actions. Zhang Nianchu also expressed surprise. What's he doing? Is he looking for death at the 6th base? He acknowledged Ning Chen's strength, but it was impossible for him to leap 2 major realms and directly challenge the 5th rank. What the hell is he doing? Jiang Yunfei frowned in confusion. However, the crowd had no time to ponder further as they watched Ning Chen board the heavy truck. They all followed suit and boarded the heavy truck. The heavy trucks from the 6 bases headed towards different directions. Most were for wilderness training in uninhabited areas, with opponents specifically sent to the assessment base for training, consisting of star races and alien species. But there were exceptions. For instance, the assessment at the 5th base was a small village, which was entirely a stronghold for a cult. However, it had now been completely controlled by the authorities and had become a pilot base for assessment training. Less than half an hour later, the heavy truck doors opened. Ning Chen appeared in a cold pine forest, and immediately, his wristwatch beeped, signaling the official start of the assessment. Ning Chen glanced at the time on the watch. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the assessment duration was 72 hours, meaning 3 days and 3 nights later. I need to seize the time and find an opportunity to awaken the phenomenon of the star sea shining in the sky. As Ning Chen was thinking, a chill suddenly came from behind him. In the next moment, he had no time to think further. A metal combat knife appeared in his hand, and he swung it backward. Puff, a shadow was directly split in half, and the stench of blood instantly filled the air. When he saw the 2 halves of the bloody corpse on the ground, Ning Chen recognized the identity of the attacker, a humanoid creature with a bull's head and a snake's tail for its lower half. 4th rank, Star Race, Bull Snake Tribe. This race was known for its brutality and bloodlust. They had once invaded Earthstar and slaughtered 2 entire human cities in Sakura country. Moreover, their race had a particularly twisted preference. Before slaughtering male victims, the males would offer their female mates to the victims for enjoyment, conquering their enemies in this way before killing them. These females were large and robust, with extremely ugly appearances. They had caused significant suffering in Sakura country, where many males were not killed but drained dry or driven to suicide due to unbearable torment. Thus, they were affectionately referred to as bull-headed people by humans. Die! Ning Chen swung his knife, and 2 more clouds of blood mist appeared in the forest. The 2 bull-headed people hiding in the grass had no time to escape before being sliced apart. Within Ning Chen's body, 8 furnaces flew out, absorbing 3 streams of vital energy into the furnaces. He would need a large amount of vital energy to build the path of the Tao. Ning Chen continued to traverse through the forest. Although it was set up with a vital energy formation, it was merely to confuse the star races. In reality, to outsiders, it still resembled the terrain of human territory. However, due to the star races' presence, many landscapes had already been altered by the characteristics of these star races. The 6th base has deployed 3 star race groups. 1 bull-headed tribe, 10 5th rank bull-headed people, several 4th ranks. 1 Earth Blood Demon Tribe, 3 6th rank Earth Blood Demon Leaders, 6 5th ranks. and 1 fire crow tribe, all 4th rank miscellaneous fish. As he walked, Ning Chen recalled the information about the 6th base. After all, it was a training assessment, and the authorities would provide the students with the most basic information. First, let's eliminate this group of beasts and accumulate some vital energy before heading to build the 6th path of the Tao. Building the bridge of the path, especially the last one, requires a massive amount of vitality support. Soon, a vast expanse of grassland and forest appeared ahead. From a distance, Ning Chen caught a whiff of an extremely unpleasant smell of cow dung. Frowning slightly, Ning Chen knew he had found the lair of the minotaurs. He raised his alloy battle knife and struck down. Boom! As a blade of light descended, an astonishing chasm rapidly split open in the ground, extending for hundreds of meters before it finally stopped. A series of incomprehensible minotaur language echoed, mixed with furious roars. Immediately after, a group of large, muscular minotaurs charged out. There were more than 30 of them, including 10 at the 5th rank. The rest varied between the 4th and 3rd ranks. When they saw Ning Chen, the group of minotaurs became enraged. They bellowed loudly, howling at the sky, and charged towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen also noticed that behind this group of male minotaurs, some female minotaurs were actually taking off their clothes. Ning Chen's alloy battle knife fell. Blood and flesh flew, severed limbs scattered. In less than half an hour, the grass on the lawn was stained red, all the minotaurs had been slaughtered, their dismembered bodies littering the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood. After killing all the minotaurs, an astonishing amount of vitality energy had already accumulated in the 8 furnaces before Ning Chen. He glanced at his score watch. The score had just reached 1,500 points. The other data read, name, Ning Chen, score, 1,500 points, assessment base, 6th base, assessment ranking, 1, remaining time, 71 hours. 5th base, Cult Village. After entering the base, Zhang Yunfei and the others quickly dispersed, some forming small groups, while others acted alone, both to reduce their targets and because they were all competitors, lacking any habit of cooperation. In front of Zhang Yunfei lay a large number of corpses. They were all human corpses, including adults, elderly, women, and children. Thud! When the last elderly person fell, Zhang Yunfei drew his alloy battle knife and smiled coldly. After experiencing the battle at the Sea of Divine Beasts, his decisive killing nature was clearly more mature than the other students. Having seen so many dead, he had become numb, not distinguishing between men, women, or children. In his eyes, they were all from the star race, all corpses, all deserving to die. Not bad, Zhang Yunfei. The weapon of the commander was an alloy spear. He lifted the spear to clear the corpses, his expression somewhat unnatural. He had entered the Stargate, gone into the underground caves, and killed both the star race and the alien races. But killing humans, especially the elderly, women, and children, was a first for him. To be honest, he felt a bit nauseous. This was his own kind, different from killing aliens. Those who have fought in large battles are indeed different. Yi Yuan, covered in blood, had a face similar to the commander's, rarely giving a compliment. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? When you kill, just think of them as a bunch of chickens. Zhang Yunfei sneered, my goal this time is 1st place, no one can compete with me. In less than an hour after entering the 5th base, he had already killed 2 5th-rank opponents. It should be noted that the corresponding rank of strong opponents in each base was fixed. Killing one meant one less. That's not necessarily true. The commander smirked, perhaps in the 5th base, we can't compete with you, but don't forget, Ning Chen has gone to the 6th base. The monsters there are quite valuable, and there's only him in the 6th base. Mentioning this, Zhang Yunfei sneered even more, so what if they're valuable? The 6th base has dozens of 5th-rank star race, do you think he can take on several of them alone? Moreover, there are 3 6th-rank star race, do you think Ning Chen can fight against 6th rank? Even if he can he take on 3? The commander tilted his head and thought for a moment. Zhang Yunfei seemed to have a point. My score is firmly in 1st place. Zhang Yunfei looked down at his score watch. Name, Zhang Yunfei points, 600 assessment base, 5th base assessment ranking, 1 remaining time, 71. 5 hours. This time, I've secured the 1st place. As for Ning Chen, to be honest, the moment he entered the 6th base, it meant he had no chance to compete with me. Saying this, Zhang Yunfei smiled confidently and raised his hand to stab a surviving cult woman, severing her head. Instantly, his points increased to 650. For him, these points were not just numbers, they were cultivation resources. Securing the 1st place meant a reward of 5 million dragon coins and a large gift pack of cultivation resources. His fame would also soar, and with increased fame, he could take on advertisements, attract sponsorships, and gain more friendships from martial arts families. In short, the benefits were too numerous, so he had every reason to aim for 1st place. Damn, stop dreaming for a second. Damn, you're in second place. Hurry and check the ranking list. At that moment, the one looking down at his points watch, Kai Jiang, suddenly gasped with wide eyes. Zhang Yunfei and Yi Jinyuan quickly looked at their own points watches. How is this possible? When Zhang Yunfei saw the ranking on the watch, his expression immediately darkened. He quickly pressed the watch twice. The screen flashed, and the points ranking appeared. First place, Ning Chen, 800 points. Second place, Zhang Yunfei, 600 points. Third place, Xia Tian, 300 points. Fourth place, Hua Jichao, 200 points. Fifth place. Sixth place. 10th place, Li Xiaoqi, 103 points. Seeing the sudden change in rankings, Zhang Yunfei was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "What's the big deal? Just 200 more points, I'll catch up in no time." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's points surged again, this time skyrocketing to 1500 before stopping. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that right from the start, Ning Chen would crush them with such a clear advantage. Zhang Yunfei's mouth fell open, speechless, his face stinging from the blow. After a long pause, he coldly said, "What's the big deal? He must have just gotten lucky, encountering a 4th or 5th tier star clan. However, this also means he will soon encounter a 6th tier star clan. Do you think he can last long? If he dies, his points will be void and won't enter the rankings. 4th tier against 6th tier? He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him." Meanwhile, at the 4th base, 3rd base, and other bases, all the students undergoing assessments were also exclaiming in shock upon seeing Ning Chen dominate the leaderboard with absolute superiority. An hour in, and he's already at 1,500 points? Ning Chen is only 4th tier, right? He can just run rampant in the 6th base? Is the 6th base that weak? I'm also 4th tier, I should have gone there. Damn, Ning Chen can't be cheating, right? There must be experts from the Ning family helping him. What's the rush? The assessment lasts 72 hours, this is just the beginning. Maybe Ning Chen just got lucky and met low-tier opponents. Isn't there a 6th tier boss in the 6th base? If he encounters a 6th tier star clan, tell me how a 4th tier martial artist can fight. While everyone was in shock, Ning Chen was still quietly searching. An hour later, Ning Chen finally found the lair of the Blood Earth Demon clan. It was a rocky area, incredibly vast. But all the rocks were blood red, and from a distance, it looked like a land of fire burning fiercely. The Blood Earth Demon clan was a race even more bloodthirsty than the Minotaurs. The area they inhabited had to be soil completely soaked in blood, making them equally brutal to both humans and their own kind. At that moment, on the blood-red rocky surface, 5 or 6 Blood Earth demons were mating, filled with the heat of a scorching summer. Boom! Without a word, Ning Chen swung his knife down, directly killing them all, their bodies splitting apart. Meanwhile, several towering, blood-red figures charged out of the rocky cave. Their skin was rough like tree bark, continuously oozing droplets of blood. With hands and feet resembling duck-webbed feet, they surrounded Ning Chen the moment they saw a human. In addition, the Earth Blood Demon clan members were generally exceptionally tall, some reaching nearly 6 or 7 meters. A group of Earth Blood demons with crimson eyes stared at Ning Chen, chattering among themselves. Although Ning Chen couldn't understand them, he could guess from their shocked expressions that they were astonished to see a human in their star realm. After all, from their perspective, this was the star realm, not the Earth star. And the weak and humble humans could never possess the strength to step into their star realm. Their shock quickly turned to ferocity. Early 6th rank, ha! Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. He raised his blade and struck, releasing the chaotic vision of the Azure Lotus. Below the 6th rank, whether human or star being, Ning Chen was confident he was invincible. This was not a belief, but a reality. Boom! The blade light was like blood. Ning Chen didn't use any techniques, merely appearing to swing casually, and he cleaved down 3 5th-rank Earth Blood demons. Roar, roar, roar. As the last 5th-rank Earth Blood demon was slain, it howled to the sky, seemingly calling for its companions. Boom! 3 streams of blood light shot into the sky, and the rocks ahead cracked open. 3 Earth Blood demons, each 5 meters tall, burst forth, their vitality robust, clearly reaching the 6th rank. Seeing these 3 demons, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Without a combat card, the strength of the 6th rank was not something to be taken lightly. Boom, boom, boom. Under a chaotic azure sky, 3 Azure Lotuses emerged. Ning Chen directly unleashed the chaotic vision of the Azure Lotus, and at the same time, the ancient 8 parts pagoda, Dragon King's ruler, coral beads, 8 parts furnace, Destiny Crystal Ball, Morning Bell, Evening Drum, Sky-Splitting Spear, and King's Axe all surged forth. In an instant, as the 3 Earth Blood demons charged out from the rocky layer, they were immediately blasted back into the rocks. The ground shattered instantly. The 3 Earth Blood demons howled and charged at Ning Chen again. The morning bell and evening drum flew out, instantly suppressing two of them. Those two earth blood demons were dazed, charging around aimlessly, unable to escape. The sky-splitting spear and King's axe struck from both sides, with a loud boom, severing the arms of the remaining earth blood demon. Before it could react, the 8 parts furnace engulfed it, and after a violent shaking, this earth blood demon was refined into a mass of vitality. At that moment, the two earth blood demons broke free from the morning bell and evening drum. Ningchen strode forward, the Dragon King's ruler spinning out, instantly beheading one of the earth blood demons. Blood gushed from the severed neck, and the headless corpse crashed to the ground. The remaining earth blood demon was stunned, and upon regaining its senses, it roared and turned to flee. Ningchen pointed a finger, and the morning bell, evening drum, sky-splitting spear, and King's axe all activated simultaneously. With a thud, the large, blood lantern-like head was chopped off. The 8 parts pagoda crashed down, shattering the head and body, and this earth blood demon was slain. 6th rank? So weak? Ningchen was taken aback, feeling he had been overly cautious. The 6th rank didn't seem that strong after all. He now wanted to try challenging the late 6th rank or even the 7th rank. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, several howls echoed, and Ningchen saw dozens of earth blood demons charging in. They were all low rank. 3 minutes later, Ningchen left the territory of the earth blood demons, leaving behind a large number of their corpses on the ground, old, young, women, and children, not a single one spared. Previously, this group of old, young, and women had bowed to him, showing submission and pleading for mercy. But Ningchen showed no mercy, directly slaying them. This group, which could hardly be considered a species, was wiped out without hesitation. There was no need for mercy. Moreover, in the struggle between races, it was a matter of extermination. One day, if the human race falls into their hands, perhaps even dying a quick death will become a luxury. Ningchen glanced at the 8 parts furnace, where groups of vital energy swirled, like blood-red lanterns dancing. The accumulation of vital energy was nearly complete. Near the Blood Demon clan, Ningchen directly found a rocky area, using the Ming Wang axe to carve out a cave, and then summoned the 8 parts furnace. The lid of the furnace opened. Ningchen jumped straight in. Boom, the lid closed again, and Ningchen's aura vanished from the Earth Star. The 8 parts pagoda is a product of the combination of the Great Tao, and the furnace can shield the energy of heaven and earth. As long as Ningchen wishes, no energy can escape. However, beside the 8 parts furnace, the wood Taoist sat cross-legged. The wood Taoist remained motionless, lifeless, like a withered tree about to become wood, silently protecting Ningchen's path. Then Ningchen began to prepare to build the final, 6th Tao-mark bridge. With a thought, 5 Tao-mark bridges appeared outside his body. Ningchen instantly unleashed the chaotic seed of the blue lotus phenomenon. 1, 2, 3 blue lotuses grew in the chaos, and as a surge of Tao energy flowed, a bridge gradually emerged among the few blue lotuses in the chaos, slowly extending outward. This was a blue bridge. Boom! After 2 failed attempts, the 6th Tao-mark bridge was suppressed by an inexplicable force of the Great Tao every time it extended just 2 meters, collapsing instantly. Ningchen tried again and again, and after more than 10 attempts, the 6th Tao-mark bridge finally extended 3 meters long. A Tao-mark bridge should be at least 10 meters long. When this Tao-mark bridge reached its end, Ningchen planned to manifest another phenomenon, the starseed shining in the blue sky, using the 2 phenomena as the foundation of the bridge. However, what he needed to do now was to complete the 6th Tao-mark bridge. At the same time, first place, Ningchen, 15,000 points, second place, Jiang Yunfei, 1,100 points, third place, Xiatian, 1,000 points, fourth place, Hua Jichao, 600 points, fifth place, sixth place. Looking at the points ranking, all the assessment students in the bases were dumbfounded. What was going on? The assessment had only started for less than 3 hours, and Ningchen's points had directly surpassed 10,000. Everyone was stunned, all speechless. Before the assessment, they had all learned about the historical scores of previous assessments. The 5th base had a full score of 5,000 points, and the 6th base had a full score of 15,000 points. The remaining points from other bases combined were less than 8,000 points. The full score was to kill all the enemies inside. The number of students who could enter the 6th base in previous years was few and far between, let alone killing all the enemies. At this moment, everyone felt an inexplicable heaviness in their hearts. It was clear that the first place in the assessment had already been determined after less than 3 hours. How could this happen? Isn't Ningchen only at the peak of the 4th rank? How can he kill 6th rank powerhouses? Exactly, if he could defeat 5th rank warriors, we would believe it. Many people have indeed seen it with their own eyes, but defeating 6th rank, and not just one, isn't that too fake? Too fake, he must be cheating. Damn, if the Ning family hadn't helped, I would eat shit standing on my head. No wonder, he chose the 6th base. Only he entered the 6th base, isn't it just a matter of how to operate it? He got it in a second. But so what? He is young Master Ning. 90% of the students entered the 1st and 2nd bases, and many students gathered together. Seeing this score, everyone was discussing. Seeing this first young master of the Ning family take first place, many felt inexplicably displeased. Even if they didn't dare to question him face to face, they inevitably pointed fingers behind his back. 5th base. How is this possible? What on earth happened? How could he achieve full marks in just 3 hours? Zhang Yunfei's eyes were blood red as he wildly slashed at the corpse of a 5th-tier cultist in front of him with his alloy battle knife. The body had been hacked to pieces, and the cultist was dead beyond any doubt. Yet, Zhang Yunfei's alloy battle knife continued to fall relentlessly, venting the anger in his heart. He had thought he could catch up to Ning Chen's points, but when he saw Ning Chen's score soar to 15,000, his confidence crumbled into despair. The other person had achieved a perfect score. How could he possibly catch up? Even if he killed all the enemies at base 5, he would only earn 5,000 points. After hacking for a while, he finally stopped, but his hands still trembled. This sight left Kai Jiang and Yizhen Yuan speechless. This kid has gone mad. He really wants to take first place. He must be cheating. How could he, a 4th tier, kill 3 6th tiers? That's impossible. I don't believe it. Like the others, Zhang Yunfei began to doubt. Without evidence, it's better not to speak recklessly. After all, he's Ning Xiao, Kai Jiang said, crossing his arms from a distance. Although they had their doubts, they could only keep those thoughts to themselves. Moreover, there was no evidence. Making baseless accusations wasn't right. Zhang Yunfei said, so, you don't believe it either, right? Kai Jiang quickly darkened his face and replied, I never said that, don't put words in my mouth. Alright, I understand. Kai Jiang's face grew even darker. What do you understand? We're all old comrades, everything is unspoken. Zhang Yunfei grinned coldly, raising his head, his eyes bloodshot as he said, if he's cheating, we can go out and verify it, don't worry, it won't involve you. But no matter what, I must secure 2nd place. He certainly wasn't willing to settle for 2nd. But only by securing 2nd could he, when they went out, publicly expose Ning Chen's cheating and rightfully take 1st place. With this thought, Zhang Yunfei was immediately filled with motivation. He firmly believed that even if Ning Chen hadn't cheated, there was definitely something fishy going on. Once the assessment was over, he had to publicly reveal Ning Chen. The moment he came to this realization, Zhang Yunfei felt a sudden clarity in his heart, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear. Since he was convinced that Ning Chen was cheating, he would expose him. There was no need to let this affect his mood and the upcoming assessment. Boom! The loosening of the Dao marks on the Dao Mark bridge caused a powerful surge of vitality to erupt within Zhang Yunfei. In fact, 2 Dao marks had loosened, allowing his martial arts realm to rise directly from the early 5th tier to the mid 5th tier. Kai Jiang and Yizhen Yuan looked at Zhang Yunfei in astonishment. Upon discovering that he had actually broken through, they exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. This kid has a bit of a cheat. If it weren't for encountering Ning Chen as a rival, he might not have met a worthy opponent. It should be noted that after Zhang Yunfei returned alive from the Divine Beast Sea, he not only gained the strong support of the National Lord's Martial Peace Army but also obtained some benefits in the Divine Beast Sea. With so many supporters behind him for cultivation resources, he had already escaped the plight of ordinary cultivators. It wouldn't be long before he was on par with prodigies like Xia Tian and Zhang Ninshu. Impressive. Kai Jiang gave Zhang Yunfei a thumbs up, admiring him. The breakthrough came naturally, and Zhang Yunfei smiled slightly. Since returning from the Divine Beast Sea, I've often had sudden insights and comprehended the Tao of martial arts. Otherwise, do you think the minister said I have the bearing of a martial god just casually? The minister's status doesn't require him to feign pleasantries with anyone. Zhang Yunfei's tone was filled with pride. After speaking, Zhang Yunfei slowly closed his eyes, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. He slowly began to speak, it's coming, I can feel it, it has finally arrived. Zhang Yunfei spread his hands, the excitement on his face gradually turning into madness. Could it be an anomaly? Watching Zhang Yunfei's state, Kai Jiang and Yizhen Yuan's confusion gradually turned into shock. Boom! Zhang Yunfei's short hair stood on end, and behind him, a vast expanse of deep blue ocean appeared. Endless stars seemed to immerse him within. He stood among them like an invincible sea king emerging from the world. At this moment, he was the center of this sea. Meanwhile, within the 5th base, with a whoosh, Summer wielded a 4-meter-long great sword, slicing through more than 10 cultist villagers as if they were mere vegetables. The ground was littered with corpses, winding and twisting into blood-red rivers. Summer walked among them, her long hair dancing wildly, resembling a female goddess of death. Behind her, a blood-colored statue of a goddess began to rise. The blood-red rivers seemed to expand infinitely, quickly transforming into vast rivers reaching the sky. A phenomenon? You want to awaken a phenomenon? Jiang Yanchu's alloy spear trembled as he pierced a peak-level cult leader of the 5th rank. He gazed in shock at the phenomenon gradually rising behind Summer. In the observation room of the wild area, the principals of the 5 major schools watched in astonishment as Ning Chen's performance at the 6th base unfolded. He killed all the star clans at the 6th base. So quickly, he directly took out their stronghold. Damn, there are still 3 6th rank monsters from the Blood Demon clan stationed at the 6th base. He has already cut down dozens of 5th rank ones, and now he's killed 3 6th rank ones. Even the old principal with a white beard from Tianshi Wu University couldn't help but curse. Crossing ranks to slay a 6th rank opponent was something they rarely heard of. There had been such prodigies among their students before, but they had only seen a few in their lifetime. Moreover, even if they could slay their opponents, it was always a desperate battle, a fight for survival. But what about Ning Chen? They saw him through the equipment, effortlessly cutting down enemies as if slicing vegetables. Was he really a 4th rank? What kind of monster is this kid Ning Chen? Damn! The old principal of Tianshi Wu University muttered under his breath. If he weren't the young master of the Ning family, I would really want to slice him up for research. The principal of Longjiang Wu University added. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with a mix of disbelief and amusement, as if he were a fool, and quickly distanced themselves from him. Chuan, who scratched his head and chuckled, "Senior Bao Lugong, your idea is quite dangerous." Seeing everyone's reaction, the principal named Bao Lugong shot them a glare and said irritably, "I was just speaking casually, do you really take me seriously? Am I trying to get myself killed by suggesting slicing up the young master of the Ning family for research?" Everyone laughed, knowing he was just joking. Slicing up the young master of the Ning family for research? The Ning family would dare to turn your entire clan into dried meat. With Ning Chen's current qualifications, it seems our southeast region is about to produce another top prodigy of this generation. The principal of Tianshi Wu University said softly, "But I wonder how he compares to those two from the capital and the Demon City." It's hard to say, it's too early to discuss this. We should observe a bit longer. At that moment, everyone noticed that Ning Chen had suddenly disappeared. His location at the 6th base had vanished, and his aura was completely shielded. He disappeared not far from the Blood Demon clan's lair. It should be a method or treasure to conceal his aura. They speculated, but they were not surprised that Ning Chen could employ such means to shield himself. After all, he was the young master of the Ning family, having some treasures was quite normal. However, just as everyone was focused on Ning Chen, someone inadvertently caught sight of the 5th base. "Look at the 5th base," the principal of Longjiang Wu University exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze. On the large LCD screen, there were 2 trial locations for Jiang Yunfei and Summer. The sky above was in turmoil, and 2 phenomena were gradually taking shape. 2 phenomena. Both are about to form. This time, the Southeast Martial University is going to profit immensely. The 4 principals exclaimed, enviously looking towards Chuan Hu. Moreover, with talents like Summer and Jiang Yunfei awakening phenomena, their potential would soar to new heights. While everyone was discussing, only the military's assessment observer remained calm throughout, sitting steadily in the back, quietly watching the large screen. Even when Jiang Yunfei awakened the anomaly in the summer, it only made him glance slightly. Just a genius, he had seen many in the military, and he had seen even more geniuses who had died. Many graduates from martial arts universities would choose to enter the military. This meant going to the underground caverns, to the battlefield of the stargates for real combat, and for talented martial artists, entering the battlefield significantly increased the chances of death and injury. And the dead geniuses were nothing. In the furnace of the 8 departments. Bang, the Dalmark Bridge shattered once again, turning into a sky full of glowing particles. However, after dozens of attempts, Ning Chen had already managed to extend the Dalmark Bridge to over 5 meters. It was clearly taking shape. The Dalmarks above were even visible. However, this Dalmark Bridge, based on the anomaly, had Dalmarks that were evidently much stronger. But Ning Chen felt even more gratified because the more complex and powerful the Dalmarks, the stronger the released power would be after erasing the Dalmarks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning Chen kept trying, simultaneously swallowing the blood essence formed by the star race to replenish his depleted energy. After more than 20 attempts, the 6th Dalmark Bridge finally condensed to a length of over 10 meters. At this point, Ning Chen could clearly feel that he was getting closer to breaking through to the 5th rank. After another 5 shatters and rebuilds, the Dalmark Bridge reached 12 meters. Then, when it shattered once more, Ning Chen's expression sharpened, and he took a deep breath, extending the Dao Mark bridge to 15 meters, directly reaching the limit. It was rumored that the limit of the 6th Dao Mark bridge was 15 meters. This was the limit in the history of the human race, and no one had broken it for thousands of years. However, Ning Chen did not stop there. He was unwilling to halt. The martial arts exploration of the human race over thousands of years, countless ancestors had tried in martial arts, and it was a life-risking endeavor, and it had to be the lives of the talented. Ordinary martial artists could not touch the limits of martial arts. If there was an opportunity for exploration, all martial artists would be willing to try, paving the way for martial arts. This was a spirit that flowed in the bones of the human race. Without this spirit, there would be no martial arts of the human race today. The human race would have long been conquered by the star race and would no longer exist. In the next moment, the 8 treasures of the 8 departments flew out one after another, then combined into the entirety of the 8 departments, fiercely striking towards the 6th Dao Mark bridge. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic space at the end of the bridge trembled continuously, emitting a rumbling sound like rolling thunder. At the same time, the bridge, which had originally stopped, began to loosen again and extended forward. 15. 1 meters, 15. 3 meters, 15. 5 meters. It continued to extend until it reached 16 meters. Ning Chen felt as if the 8 departments had struck an invisible barrier, making it difficult to advance. However, he had already extended the Dao Mark bridge by a full meter, which was extremely important for the martial arts of the human race. It could be said to be a milestone breakthrough. Yet, Ning Chen did not stop. He continued to forge ahead, because he had a feeling that he could also break that barrier. And Ning Chen was completely unaware that just as he broke through to 16 meters, in the capital, the golden bell guarding the martial arts square in the center of the capital suddenly shook violently, emitting a bell sound that resonated throughout the city. Meanwhile, in the ancient palace located in the heart of the capital, a man dressed in a golden dragon robe suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Dao Mark bridge has appeared and expanded. He quickly raised his hand, and before him, another Dao Mark appeared on the original golden bell. Including the previous ones, there were a total of 16 meters. At this moment, even the man couldn't help but feel excited, his eyes bursting with divine light. For thousands of years, the original bridge of the human race had remained at 15 meters, stuck for whole thousands of years. How many talented martial artists, who should have had a smooth path in martial arts, had suffered fatal backlash and fallen in their attempts to expand this original bridge? Great, great! The man in the dragon robe was so excited that he momentarily lost his composure. If outsiders were to see this, they would surely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws at the sight of a foreign monarch being so emotionally stirred. The first source bridge has expanded to 16 meters. With this avenue opened, it means that in the future, more human prodigies will reach this level. This not only strengthens the 4th and 5th ranks, but in the future, when they condense the 8th rank golden body and attain the martial saint path, they will be significantly stronger than before. This may seem like just a 1 meter distance, but humanity has traversed this for thousands of years. Crossing over, humanity will once again rise to a new level. The man in the dragon robe adjusted his appearance, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual power. No one was there. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern, returning to that imposing demeanor without anger. However, at that moment, the golden bell roared again, the 17th sound, the 17th mark engraved on the golden bell. 17 meters, it's reached 17 meters, the monarch's expression froze, his hands trembling violently behind his back, turning to an overwhelming excitement. I wonder which prodigy of our human race achieved this. Could it be those few who came out of the divine beast sea? Or perhaps those geniuses from the Capital Martial University? No, it can't be from the Capital Martial University, otherwise, I would definitely sense it. It doesn't matter, since the golden bell is ringing, it must be a prodigy of our human race. Boom, it rang 3 times. The 18th mark appeared on the golden bell, and the monarch's expression became numb, unable to tell if it was stiffness or ecstasy. The posture of a martial god, no. This child has the demeanor of an emperor. Ning Chen was completely unaware of what was happening in the capital. He didn't know that because of his pioneering efforts, the dignified monarch could almost dance with joy in the palace. He was even less aware of what changes and advancements his pioneering would bring to the martial path of humanity. He only had a vague concept because he had seen the genius of the Ning family pioneer the Bridge of Marks. And he had died, resolutely and without regret. At this moment, he was free of distractions, still in the midst of his pioneering work. Boom! After expanding the 6th Bridge of Marks to 18 meters, Ning Chen felt he had reached his limit. He voluntarily gave up on further expansion. At that moment, Ningchen knew it was time to materialize the bridge of marks and set up the other end of the bridge. He immediately opened the system and began to release the star sea radiant blue sky. At that moment, the entire sky above the 6th base suddenly transformed into a blue sky, as if drenched in blue chaos, and at the same time, this blue chaos began to spread in all directions. The 6 assessment bases were actually tightly connected, forming a large assessment area together. At this time, the blue chaos quickly covered the sky above the entire assessment base. Everyone looked up and saw that blue sky. Is this the awakening of an anomaly? Who is it? What is happening? In the assessment observation room, the 5 university presidents, already in shock, were momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Their expressions then shifted to wild joy and deep astonishment. This is the 6th base. Ningchen has awakened another anomaly? The 5 presidents exclaimed. Even the middle-aged martial observer from the military, who had been silently observing from the side, couldn't help but stand up. The anomalies of Zhang Yunfei and Xia Tian surprised him, but they weren't shocking to that extent. After all, these two were genuine prodigies, and the aura of their awakened anomalies was within the normal range. But Ningchen's anomaly covered all 6 bases. He suddenly stood up, looking at the sky in shock. This kid from the Ning family has something special. Behind Ningchen, the Starsea radiant blue sky anomaly gradually revived. First, it dyed the sky above the 6 bases blue, and then, on this sky, the first star began to appear. Boom! The moment this star appeared, the entire blue sky seemed to be lit up, instantly becoming dazzlingly bright, simultaneously erupting with a terrifying aura. Then, one star after another appeared. These stars hung in the blue sky like enormous lanterns. Soon, the clear sky transformed into a sea of stars. At the moment when the starry sea illuminated the clear sky and was completely released, Ningchen also possessed a second phenomenon. This phenomenon exceeded the SSS level, a level that had no record on Earth. The moment the phenomenon took shape, Ningchen felt as if he had merged with the starry sea and the clear sky. At this moment, he was the clear sky, and the endless starry sea was his eye. He saw Jiang Nianshu from the 5th base, Li Xiaoqi, and others, as well as the students from the 5 major campuses of the other bases. Every movement, even every sound, was incredibly clear. Under the coverage of the phenomenon, it seemed that nothing could escape his perception. And these stars were like his eyes, able to see through everything. He saw that Duan Wuqian from the military academy of the 5th base had just killed a 5th-grade cultist and was silently recovering from his injuries. Jiang Nianshu had killed 2 5th-grade cultists, as well as several old and young villagers from the cult, moving as if strolling in a garden, her clothes unstained by blood. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. But at a certain moment, whether it was Jiang Nianshu, Li Xiaoqi, or Hua Jichao, all the students made the same gesture. That was when the starry sea and clear sky phenomenon appeared. Everyone looked up at the suddenly transformed azure dome. Suddenly, Ningchen was slightly taken aback, and he saw behind Xia Tian a ground full of corpses, winding and twisting into blood-red rivers. Xia Tian stood in the sea of blood like a female killing god, holding a knife, with a blood-colored statue of a goddess rising behind her. Xia Tian was about to awaken her phenomenon. Endless Sea of Blood. Ningchen recognized the phenomenon Xia Tian was awakening, called Endless Sea of Blood. This phenomenon was an SSS-level top phenomenon, and after a successful awakening, the Statue of Liberty stood at the edge of the Sea of Blood. It was a chaotic slaughter. Ha ha ha! I did it! I have succeeded! I, Zhang Yunfei, possess the demeanor of a martial god. Suddenly, a mad shout echoed, and another aura disturbed Ningchen, who followed the sound to find its source. He immediately saw Zhang Yunfei with his short hair standing on end. Behind him was a vast deep blue ocean. A large number of stars floated uncertainly in the ocean. Zhang Yunfei stood before this ocean like a terrifying king emerging. He was now the center of this sea, but Ningchen noticed that he was wearing a Taoist robe. After the phenomenon revealed itself, Zhang Yunfei had transformed into a terrifying Taoist figure. His face was ferocious, like a fierce god emerging from hell. Upon closer inspection, Ningchen noticed that behind the Taoist, in that vast ocean, there was a broken Taoist temple faintly visible, blood-soaked and on the verge of collapse. It's the Taoist trickster's demon map. Ningchen was somewhat surprised. The Taoist trickster's demon map was indeed a recorded phenomenon, extremely special in the records, said to originate from an ancestor of the human race. This ancestor was a Taoist, known as the Trickster, who had long since reached the divine level in martial arts but had not condensed to divine personality. In a battle of divine fall, he shed his last drop of blood for the human race, and before his final fall, he burned all his essence blood, forcefully breaking through the Stargate battlefield, killing his way into the Star Realm, where he slaughtered extensively. Not only that, but he even returned alive and brought back some information. However, when the ancestor returned, he was already mad, laughing and crying. No one knew the specific battle situation, but according to his intermittent descriptions during his brief moments of clarity, this ancestor had exterminated a total of 10 races in the Star Realm, countless other Star Realm citizens, and brought back some important resources and information for the human race, ultimately sitting in meditation at the ancient dojo of the human race. He transformed into the Tao, and a phenomenon descended from the heavens, awakening this Taoist trickster's demon map phenomenon in a prodigy on that day. This Taoist left no other information except for the name Trickster, and later generations referred to him as the Trickster Taoist in his memory. No wonder Jiang Yunfei was unable to control his emotions. The Taoist trickster's demon map was one of the few recorded phenomena with a known origin. Its power, of course, goes without saying. Many phenomena, the human race had no idea how they appeared. Ning Chen, how are you going to suppress me? This time, the first place in the joint assessment must be mine, Jiang Yunfei's. When the assessment is over, I will make you understand who I, Jiang Yunfei, am. Who is truly the number one at Southeast Martial University. You are just the young master of the Ning family. If it weren't for the Ning family, if your father wasn't Ning Zhan, you, Ning Chen, are nothing. Jiang Yunfei laughed savagely, his expression bloodthirsty. Influenced by the blood Taoist, his mind was extremely deranged at this moment. However, at that moment, Jiang Yunfei suddenly sensed something was wrong, and the next moment, he abruptly raised his head. His pupils dilated rapidly. The originally clear sky suddenly turned a shade of blue, like a chaotic blue mass surging. And in this blue sky, stars began to rise rapidly, forming a sea of stars. Ah, not good. Suddenly, Jiang Yunfei's face began to change wildly. He felt that in the vast ocean behind him, those endless stars were also stirring, eager to rush into the sky. Jiang Yunfei struggled to control it. However, in the end, he couldn't hold it back. With a low roar, as the first star rushed into the sky, one star after another surged up from the ocean, piercing into the blue sky, becoming part of that blue chaos. What is happening? Jiang Yunfei was stunned. The phenomenon that originally belonged to him had turned into the opponent's phenomenon? Moments later, he was instantly filled with rage. With a stomp, his robe fluttered as he charged towards the sky. The entire broken Taoist temple behind him also surged out, creating a terrifying scene. In an instant, it crashed into the blue sky, boom. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yunfei finally felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He felt like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. After the impact, he fell to the ground like a cannonball, suffering severe injuries while enduring the immense pressure of the star sea shining in the blue sky. He knelt down as a result. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a force held up his knee. Jiang Yunfei could kneel, but this ancient ancestor of the human race could not. With a crack, Jiang Yunfei's knee directly split open. His body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting. Before he lost consciousness, as he looked at the phantom within the phenomenon in the sky, his eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. His phenomenon was already so powerful, how could it be suppressed? Who on earth is this person? So terrifying. Ignoring the fainted Jiang Yunfei, Ning Chen looked towards the boundless sea of blood in the summer. Summer awakened a bit slowly, but also reached the end. However, at this moment, in front of the statue of the goddess, the sea of blood was faintly visible, always unable to fully materialize. Put! Summer's mouth twitched, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Ning Chen extended a large blue hand from the blue chaos, reaching down. He grabbed the statue of the goddess and pressed it down towards the ground. Unlike the blood Taoist of the human race, this statue of the goddess was recorded in classical history as an evil god. Its concept of transformation and protecting the human race was different. If she could not be conquered, not only would the awakening fail, but it would also bring backlash to the awakener. At the moment the blue hand grasped the statue of the goddess, with a thud, the statue of the goddess knelt. Looking at the sky, trembling, the once proud, fierce, and brutal goddess statue actually bowed its head at this moment. Ning Chen's blue hand withdrew from the statue of the goddess and then grabbed the sea of blood within the blood sea. A palm reached into the void, directly pulling the sea of blood out from the blood sea. Summer successfully awakened her phenomenon. Ning Chen's blue hand disappeared, then he withdrew his attention from Jiang Yunfei and Summer. Put! Summer spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her breath very unstable. But fortunately, she had successfully awakened. However, when she looked towards the direction where the blue hand had disappeared, and then at the statue of the goddess kneeling in front of her, her gaze finally fell on the sea of blood. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then tilted her head and fainted. Wake up! Wake up! Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yanchu spat out the blood in her mouth, walked in front of Xia Tian, and slapped her face a few times with her large palm. There was no response. Damn it, what a hassle. Jiang Nianchu muttered helplessly, grabbing Xia Tian's hair and throwing her over her shoulder. Holding the alloy knife, she walked towards the outskirts of the village. What's going on? That kid from the Ning family, what kind of awakening phenomenon is this, that it can crush the blood sea and the Tao of the mysterious immortal demon map? In the assessment observation room, several principals were initially excited to see the phenomena of Xia Tian and Zhang Yunfei. After all, these were two SSS phenomena, and even with their status, opportunities to witness the awakening of SSS phenomena were rare. Moreover, both awakened at the same time. But when Ning Chen's phenomenon appeared, it actually crushed these two SSS phenomena. How could they not be shaken? In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ning Chen's awakening phenomenon went smoothly, but the final step of condensing the 6th Tao Mark Bridge took him nearly 2 full days. Ding! Day 21 of being a sycophant, reward, ancient holy body. Ding! Day 22 of being a sycophant, reward, star battle power card. 7th grade battle power. At this moment, as Ning Chen awakened his second phenomenon, the star sea shining blue sky, the 6th Tao Mark Bridge finally manifested completely, using the two phenomena as a bridge. At this moment, Ning Chen felt a terrifying surge of blood energy rushing from the crown of his head into every part of his body. The blood energy surged violently, like a tide, one wave after another rising up. However, at that moment, a hot breath rushed towards him. Ning Chen suddenly sensed a crisis, hearing a chaotic cacophony of bird calls in the distance. It was the cawing of crows, Fire Crow Clan. Ning Chen immediately thought of the Star Clan, the Fire Crow Clan, a race generally not known for high combat power. However, as a gregarious species, they could spit fire, and their large numbers made them quite troublesome to deal with. Caw, caw, caw. The Fire Crow Clan seemed to sense Ning Chen's position and quickly appeared in his line of sight. After a series of strange calls, a group of fiery, flame-like monstrous birds appeared. The moment they saw Ning Chen at the 8 parts furnace, the group of fire crows became even more bloodthirsty, crazily charging towards him. Ning Chen remained remarkably calm. If a normal person encountered such a situation, they might be startled and disrupt the condensation of the Tao Mark Bridge. In severe cases, it could even lead to a failed breakthrough. Bang, bang, bang. However, this group of fire crows was only at the 4th grade realm at most. Despite their numbers reaching hundreds, they were not enough against the 8 parts furnace. After a round of bombardment, the 8 parts furnace was stained red with the blood of the fire crows, but there were no signs of it being breached. Instead, it turned into a mass of blood energy absorbed by the 8 parts furnace, replenishing Ning Chen's vitality. Soon, only less than 100 fire crows remained. Just when Ning Chen thought everything was about to end, he suddenly saw dozens of fire crows explode into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Within the blood mist, a figure gradually emerged. An old Taoist dressed in a fiery red robe stepped out, his hair disheveled, covered in blood, with eyes as red as blood, looking madly in Ning Chen's direction. Cack. Emitting a strange laugh like a fire crow, the old Taoist took a step forward and threw a punch. An enormous blood energy fist imprint crashed down. Peak 6th grade. Ning Chen's expression instantly became serious. This fire crow Taoist was not only 6th grade but at the peak of 6th grade. The intelligence was wrong. The official information stated that there were only 3 6th grade early-stage star clans at the 6th base. Although the Fire Crow clan was gregarious, their highest was only 4th grade. Moreover, judging from this punch, its attack power was no less than that of a top-tier genius. Even Ning Chen had to treat it with caution. Serious intelligence error. Ning Chen immediately summoned the morning bell, evening drum, and the Ming Wang axe, along with 7 other 8-part stupas, primarily controlled by the wooden Taoist, and launched them upwards. Bang bang bang, the power of vitality exploded in this space, forcing the Fire Crow Taoist to retreat, but the wooden Taoist also took a step back. However, through this strike, Ning Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. He discovered that the Fire Crow Taoist was actually a spiritual entity. A spiritual entity is another state of the Star Clan's body. A part of the Star Clan can temporarily exist in a soul state after their physical body shatters. Similar to the souls of the Undead Clan, but unlike the Undead Clan, they cannot last long. At this moment, the Fire Crow Taoist was in this state. Seeing the Fire Crow Taoist charge again, Ning Chen withdrew his hand, and an ancient zither appeared before him. Requiem of the Undead. Buzz. The sound of the music resonated, causing the Fire Crow Taoist's body to tremble, and a terrifying look surged in his blood-red eyes. Buzz buzz buzz, he wanted to escape, but the 8-part stupas surrounded him from all directions, trapping him in the center. A series of zither notes rang out, and the Fire Crow Taoist shrieked continuously. After a prelude of the undead, the Fire Crow Taoist's Tao heart collapsed, and ultimately, his spiritual entity shattered. A rain of light fell from the sky. Boom! Finally, Ning Chen's 6th Dao Mark Bridge was completely successful. All 6 Dao Mark bridges were fully constructed. Immediately, Ning Chen's realm also rose, quickly breaking through to the 5th rank of martial arts. Boom boom boom. 6 terrifying auras spread out, 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 Dao Mark bridges appeared before Ning Chen. The first 4 were unremarkable, while the last 2 were very conspicuous. The 5th blood-red bridge seemed to be infused with blood. The 6th was even more terrifying, with the 2 bridges based on 2 different phenomena. Just standing there, they gave an incredibly heavy sense of oppression. The Dao marks on these 2 Dao Mark bridges all bore deep imprints. Especially the 6th one, based on phenomena, was a full 3 meters longer than the other 5, making it unimaginably difficult to erase the marks on it. However, once successful, the increase in strength would also be unimaginable. At this moment, Ning Chen clearly felt the difference. His strength surged to a level he could not assess. 4th rank slaying 6th rank, he thought, now 5th rank slaying 7th rank, quite reasonable, right? Just then, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Before he could turn around, a hoarse voice rang out. "Young man, you are awake." The voice was old and weak, as if it were on the verge of death, about to take its last breath. Ning Chen turned around slowly, but his fingers were already spread open, ready to strike down with the Buddha's palm at any moment. Turning back, Ning Chen immediately squinted his eyes, only to see the Fire Crow Taoist sitting cross-legged in the air behind him. A flicker of flame danced on his forehead, as if it could extinguish at any moment. "No need to be nervous," the Fire Crow Taoist smiled at Ning Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation. Not sensing hostility from him, Ning Chen softly said, "The king of the Fire Crow clan?" Given his demeanor and aura, he was at least a martial saint-level powerhouse. The Fire Crow Taoist shook his head and nodded. "I am the ancestor of the Fire Crow clan, but also a martial god of the human race." Ning Chen didn't quite understand, his brows slightly furrowing. The Fire Crow Taoist sighed. "The world knows that the Fire Crow clan is one of the myriad clans of the Star clan, but they do not know how it came to be." Ning Chen scrutinized the Fire Crow Taoist. "What do you mean by that?" The Fire Crow Taoist smiled. "I am the Taoist of deception." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen immediately furrowed his brows tightly. The 8-part stupas instantly merged into one, hovering above his head, ready to suppress him. Offering this at the 3rd watch, "Today I was scolded by my superior again. There's no way around it for the sake of living. I believe the brothers who read will also encounter various troubles. Let's not talk about other things and focus on this book." Due to the subject matter, many people disliked the initial simp trope and left numerous negative reviews, resulting in a very low rating, which is quite frustrating. If possible, could you guys leave a positive review? Since those who can see this comment must think this book is worth a look, right? Thank you all. Little Shrimp here is asking for good reviews, much appreciated. Do you think I believe you? Ning Chen stepped closer, gazing indifferently at the other person. A Fire Crow Taoist, a Taoist of deception, a human, and a Star Clan member. Does he really think of himself as a child? Moreover, could the strength of the Taoist of deception be so weak? You don't need to act. My corpse only has the fire spirit seed left, and I can't even defeat a 5th-grade martial artist. The Fire Crow Taoist smiled. Give me some time, and let me explain it to you in detail. Ning Chen glanced around, indeed not sensing any strong energy fluctuations, and said, "Go ahead." The Fire Crow Taoist said softly, "Back in the day, my lifespan was short, and I charged into the Star Clan, exterminating 10 entire races, one of which was the Transformation Spirit Clan, one of the 10 royal clans." Transformation Spirit Clan? Ning Chen frowned. He vaguely remembered this race. According to the ancient texts of the Ning family, the Transformation Spirit Clan had a very peculiar racial talent, which allowed them to turn into a curse before dying, causing the cursed enemies to take on the form of the curse. Whether you believe it or not, I'm here. You don't need to rush to act, let me tell you slowly. The racial talent of the Transformation Spirit Clan is very special. When I exterminated the Transformation Spirit Clan's king, I intended to take a few old fellows down with me, but unexpectedly. As he spoke, the Fire Crow Taoist let out a bitter smile and continued, "Unexpectedly, I was counterattacked by one of the dying old kings and fell into his curse, turning my true body into a fire crow. From then on, my physical body transformed into countless fire crows, and my soul became the fire spirit seed. Cursed, the fire crows can never betray the Star Clan, can never produce a great king, and must forever endure the suppression of the royal clan. The only way to lift the curse is to slaughter millions of fire crows, allowing my fire spirit seed to return to my physical body and reunite my spirit and flesh. The Fire Crow clan was exterminated by the human clan on the Stargate battlefield, and this last small group of fire crows was sent to the Earth Star, placed in the trial assessment area. So, when you kill this group of fire crows, I can be liberated and temporarily restore my true form in the state of the fire spirit seed. Hearing the fire crow Taoist's account, Ning Chen was skeptical, but he had to admit that the fire crow Taoist's words carried a sense of authenticity. According to the historical records he understood, the Transformation Spirit Clan indeed appeared during the era when the Taoist of Deception fell, and the Fire Crow Clan just happened to be a race born during that period. But that does not prove the truth of the other party's words. Because, Ning Chen said, the Taoist of Deception perished on Earthstar and fell to open a new phenomenon for the human clan, the Taoist Immortal Demon Map. The Fire Crow Taoist nodded, that's right, it was me. In that battle, although I pushed through the Star Realm, I ultimately could not withstand the major star clans. After suffering the curse of the Transformation Spirit Clan's king, I severed my 3 corpses and transformed into 3 corpses. One remains in the Star Realm, one returned to Earth Star, which is the Taoist of Deception who fell on Earth Star. Ning Chen was taken aback, severing the 3 corpses. He had heard that the martial arts practiced in Taoism were different from conventional martial arts. Taoism believes that there are 3 dantians in the human body, upper, middle, and lower. Each has a spirit residing within, collectively known as the 3 corpses, also referred to as 3 insects, 3 pests, or 3 poisons. The upper corpse is fond of adornment, the middle corpse enjoys flavors, and the lower corpse craves lust. These desires are seen as obstacles to cultivating immortality. Therefore, Taoists practice to sever or control these 3 corpses to achieve spiritual purification and elevation, ultimately attaining the title of martial saint and striving for martial god. Ning Chen could not discern the truth, but curious after hearing the Fire Crow Taoist story, he asked, what about the other one? The Fire Crow Taoist said softly, the 3 corpses, the upper corpse is adorned with beauty, the middle corpse is full of flavor, and the lower corpse is driven by lust. I have severed the 3 great evil thoughts of beauty, flavor, and lust within the 3rd corpse, and I have suppressed them beneath the star abyss of the Stargate battlefield. As the Fire Crow Taoist spoke, Ning Chen gazed at him intently. For a long time, he saw no fluctuations in his eyes. Beneath the star abyss? Ning Chen's heart suddenly stirred, wondering what connection this star abyss had with the one beneath the system's rewards. Ning Chen asked, what is beneath the star abyss? The Fire Crow Taoist replied, it is another entrance to the star realm. After the Stargate, the conventional entrance to the star realm is through the Tao Gate of the Stargate battlefield. There is another entrance, known only to the highest echelons of the human race. That is beneath the star abyss. Hearing the Fire Crow Taoist's explanation, Ning Chen vaguely sensed that things were not simple and asked, since there are other entrances, why is the human race so fixated on the Tao Gate instead of passing through the star abyss to enter the star realm? The Star Clan wants to invade the Earth Star, and naturally, the human race also wishes to one day enter the star realm to take a look. The Fire Crow Taoist smiled but did not answer Ning Chen. He merely observed Ning Chen, clearly aware of his lingering doubts. However, the Fire Crow Taoist did not mind and said, I do not have much time. Since we have met, it is fate, and I will grant you an opportunity. When I once entered the Star Realm, I obtained a Star Clan Divine Pattern Map. It records a portion of the ancient texts of enlightenment, which the human race has long sought to acquire from the Divine Beast Sea. You may take it to comprehend. After saying this, the Fire Crow Taoist presented a worn-out booklet before Ning Chen. The booklet shimmered with a faint dark golden light, appearing quite ordinary. Ning Chen took it and flipped through it briefly, and his heart was immediately filled with shock. The booklet was inscribed with ancient characters that looked simple and unadorned, yet exuded a mysterious aura. At this moment, he was about 80% convinced of the Fire Crow Taoist's identity. If he were not a human ancestor, how could he entrust such important ancient texts to a mere human? It should be known that countless warriors had died in battle over countless years for the sake of retrieving the ancient texts of enlightenment. At this time, the Fire Crow Taoist said, although this ancient divine pattern is a good thing, we cannot conclude whether it is suitable for the human race's path of enlightenment. You may take it to comprehend. If there is a possibility in the future, I hope you can benefit the human race. As he spoke, the fire spirit seed on the Fire Crow Taoist rapidly extinguished, and his figure gradually disappeared. I am leaving now, he said. From now on, there will be no me in this world. May the martial arts of the human race flourish, and may we endure to the end in the struggle of races. The Fire Crow Taoist sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The 3rd corpse is in the star realm, not far from the star abyss. If one day you enter the star realm, releasing the 3 corpses could create some trouble for the Star Clan. After the sigh, he let out a long, relieved laugh. Ning Chen respectfully bowed in the direction where the Fire Crow Taoist had vanished. In the final moment, all doubts he had about the Fire Crow Taoist had completely disappeared. Although there were still a few concerns, there was no time to verify them. Just as the Fire Crow Taoist completely disappeared, Ning Chen was filled with emotion and nostalgia. However, suddenly, Ning Chen's spirit jolted, and the 8 parts pagoda within him began to tremble actively, growing stronger. The 8 parts furnace immediately detached from the main body of the 8 parts pagoda and flew before Ning Chen. Just as Ning Chen was taken aback, a light rose before him, followed by a flame seed flying into view. Within the flame seed, a small figure faintly hovered. Fire Spirit Seed. Fire Crow Taoist. Looking at the Fire Spirit Seed, Ning Chen was somewhat astonished. He did not expect the departed Fire Crow Taoist to reappear in this manner. At that moment, the Fire Spirit Seed rushed into the 8 parts furnace, instantly causing the aura of the 8 parts furnace to surge. Ning Chen moved slightly, and the Fire Spirit Seed seemed to transform into a terrifying figure, wielding the 8 parts melting furnace, ready to attack at any moment. The spirit of the artifact. Ning Chen quickly understood the situation. This Fire Spirit Seed had nurtured a new Fire Crow Taoist and had also become a spirit of the artifact. Some powerful magical weapons, after reaching a certain level, can give birth to a spirit of the artifact, greatly increasing their power. Unexpectedly, the 8 parts melting furnace actively absorbed the Fire Spirit Seed to become a spirit of the artifact. Well, I suppose it's a kind of fate, Ning Chen said with some emotion as he looked at the tiny Fire Crow Taoist within the Fire Spirit Seed. He put away the 8 parts melting furnace and looked outside. Dawn had arrived, and 72 hours had passed. The assessment had come to an end. Ding! After being a lickspill for 23 days, you are rewarded with a Desolation Reincarnation card, Weaken version. 8th grade Weaken card. Below the 8th grade, you are invincible. Above the 8th grade, 1 for 1. By locking onto a target and using the Weaken card on them, you can temporarily weaken any martial artist below the 8th grade to the same realm as the host. Once the target is locked, they cannot resist or. Staring at the introduction of the new reward, Ning Chen was momentarily stunned. He seriously suspected that the system was eavesdropping on him. He had just obtained the Divine Pattern Blueprint and was rewarded with the visualization method. He opened the visualization method and took a glance. Despite being prepared, Ning Chen's heart still skipped a beat. It was yet another technique that surpassed all visualization methods on Earth. In terms of physical body, strength, speed, and comprehension, he was at the top in every aspect. How could he not be invincible? He glanced at the system backpack, and at that moment, there was still an ancient holy body inside. The ancient holy body. After looking at the introduction, Ning Chen discovered that the ancient holy body seemed to be in opposition to his celestial overlord blood. The golden holy body was as if cast from gold, and compared to the domineering explosion of the celestial overlord blood, the two were indeed very different. I'll look at it when I get back. The assessment ended just like that. For Ning Chen, it passed incredibly quickly. During these 72 hours, he had been in seclusion, condensing the 6th Daomark Bridge. First place, Ning Chen, 15,000 points. Second place, Zhang Yunfei, 2,600 points. Third place, Zhang Yanchu, 1,100 points. Fourth place, Xiaotian. 10th place, Li Xiaoqi. The points ranking was finally announced, and among the top 10 students, there were no surprises, except for Ning Chen, who was an exception. The rest were all students from the 5th base. People were not particularly surprised. After all, the students from the 5th base, in terms of strength, fame, and the enemy points within the base, had already determined this outcome. What shocked everyone was the unexpectedness of Ning Chen. His entry into the 6th base had already astonished everyone, but they never expected that he could successfully kill enemies in the 6th base, and he had killed them all, achieving full marks. In the assessment observation square, heavy trucks returned one after another from the other bases. As students from the 5 major schools gradually gathered, the square became noisy again. First is young Master Ning. 15,000 points, how did he do it? Damn, could it be that he really killed a group of 5th and 6th grades while being at the 4th grade? That's too monstrous. Honestly, I don't think killing 5th grades is anything special. The prodigies of the 5 major schools could do that at the 4th grade long ago, but killing 6th grades, is it possible? He cheated. Sho, what nonsense are you talking? You dare to say such things? Be careful, the Ning family might sue you for defamation. In the square, many students whispered about this assessment, but more attention was focused on Ning Chen, not only because he was first but also because he achieved full marks with 4th grade martial arts in the 6th base. This had never happened in the history of the joint assessment of the Martial University. Young Master Ning wasn't that impressive before. Ever since he rejected that girl named Su Xinyue. Look, it's senior brother Zhang Yunfei, he's back. Huh, why did he faint? Just then, someone suddenly pointed and exclaimed from a distance. The attention in the crowd was suddenly drawn to the sound. looking towards the heavy truck at base 5. Kai Jiang, carrying Zhang Yunfei like a dead dog, walked calmly under the gaze of the crowd. When he reached a tree, he dropped Zhang Yunfei to the ground with a thud, so heavy, just like a dead dog. Is he dead or not? If not, wake up quickly. Kai Jiang complained, and as he spoke, he stretched out his foot and gently kicked Zhang Yunfei on the head. Ouch! That hurts. Zhang Yunfei slowly woke up, holding his head and grimacing. Soon, he became fully aware, and upon recalling something, he saw the score rankings. Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened significantly. Fei Ge, are you okay? Su Xinyue walked over, looking worried. This time, her choice of base 4 had also made it into the top 20, which was a decent result. I'm fine, Zhang Yunfei declared loudly. You're looking for Ning Chen, right? He hasn't come back yet. Su Xinyue glanced around and then said defiantly, Fei Ge, how could he possibly kill someone of the 6th rank and get a perfect score? He must have cheated. Although she knew Ning Chen was strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Seeing Ning Chen show off in front of the students from the 5 major schools was even more uncomfortable than her 2 kneeling experiences, but she believed her doubts about Ning Chen were justified. Killing someone of the 6th rank with a 4th rank? It sounded like a fairy tale. Her father, Su Tian, the old martial saint, had also said that throughout history, there had been very few such prodigies among the human race. She believed her father. I know, so when Ning Chen comes out, I must expose him. First place not only means rewards from the school, cultivation resources, but also fame. With fame, he can gain many benefits and sponsorships from various enterprises and major families in society. No matter what, I can't let him have this first place. Zhang Yunfei murmured to himself, his expression incredibly determined. Hearing Zhang Yunfei's words, Su Xinyue's expression brightened. She firmly believed that Ning Chen had cheated, so she was looking forward to it. She was just waiting for Zhang Yunfei to expose him and make Ning Chen embarrass himself in public. Zhang Yunfei thought, forcing his weak body, and Su Xinyue quickly supported him. Zhang Yunfei waved his hand, took out a pill, and swallowed it. His energy surged instantly, and he soon recovered as before. However, he walked towards a corner where a somewhat lonely figure sat. Duan Wuqian was also feeling quite frustrated and unwilling. After getting off the heavy truck, he nestled into a corner. Before the assessment, the principal had ordered him to aim for the top 3 at least. But who knew that a monster like Ning Chen would suddenly appear? Like everyone else, he was also questioning how a 4th rank like Ning Chen could really fight against someone of the 6th rank. Brother, your goal should be the top 3, right? How about teaming up with me? You don't want to lose your spot in the top 3, do you? At that moment, Zhang Yunfei walked over. Seniors, the assessment is over, thank you. Our Southeast Martial University has taken 4 of the top 5 spots. Tang Hu suppressed a silly laugh, trying hard to hold it in, scratching his head as he looked at the several principals. What's so special about that? Isn't it always like this? The principals all snorted coldly, but they didn't get truly angry. They were already used to it and had long anticipated it. They said it was a joint training of the 5 major schools in the Southeast region. In reality, the military martial school didn't compete. The other 3 were just there to accompany Southeast Martial University. Once the running was done, they would just be given a little extra hardship fee when the school distributed the cultivation funds. However, the military school students sent by the military, Duan Wuqian, although at the late stage of the 5th rank, didn't perform as strongly as expected this time. Although 4th place was still decent, he couldn't even compete with Xia Tian and Zhang Nianchu, who were both at the early and mid stages of the 5th rank. He was even pushed down by the 4th rank Ning Chen. What do you all think? What is going on with this young master of the Ning family? At this moment, the old principal of Tianshi Wu suddenly straightened his expression and spoke. The others also stopped smiling. The principal of Longjiang Wu said, if I remember correctly, this kid has awakened 2 phenomena, right? The first one is quite extraordinary, crushing Ji Daoi and the genius Yilan from the eastern region. This time, the principal of the military academy said, the Ning family has always been peculiar, with geniuses emerging one after another, but every few hundred years, there will be 1 or 2 prodigies who are different from ordinary geniuses. Perhaps he is one of them. The others nodded in agreement, as this was the only explanation they could come up with. To become a top martial arts family like the Ning family requires more than just strength. The birth of a martial saint requires great fortune and opportunity, otherwise, when the fortune is exhausted, the family will also decline. The Su family is a prime example. After the fall of the old martial saint Su Tian, the Su family experienced the most typical situation of a lack of successors, leading to a rapid decline into a lower-tier martial arts family overnight. Everyone was discussing this assessment, and just as they were talking, another heavy truck entered the area, stopping in front of the parking spaces at Base 6. Base 6 was the farthest away, so Ningchen naturally returned last. The truck door opened, and Ningchen stepped down, immediately facing countless gazes directed at him. In the face of these complex expressions, Ningchen remained unfazed, having anticipated this. Young master. So amazing, 4th grade against 6th grade, young master, you are going against the heavens. At this moment, a group of boys and girls rushed over. With expressions of admiration, they surrounded Ningchen, chattering non-stop. Cousin, I am Ning Tian from the Ning family branch in Southeast City. You are incredible, you actually wiped out the Star Clan at Base 6, how did you do it? An ordinary-looking boy with a buzz cut excitedly approached. Ningchen glanced at the crowd, seeing many unfamiliar faces. However, upon hearing the self-introduction of the boy named Ning Tian, Ningchen suddenly realized. The Ning family had countless branches spread across various cities in the southeast region and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom over the centuries. This boy named Ning Tian was from a branch of the Ning family in Southeast City. In terms of generation, he was also Ning Chen's younger cousin. However, in terms of bloodline, it might already be quite diluted. The direct blood relatives of Ning Zhan's line were Ning Xiong and Ning Xiao, 2 brothers. Additionally, Ningchen had heard that he had 2 aunts, but they had long been stationed in a cave and rarely came to the surface. Ningchen had hardly seen them growing up, and his impression of them was already vague. Hello, cousin, Ningchen smiled and said. After all, there was a blood relationship, which made them closer than ordinary people. However, Ningchen was also very clear that if he had not demonstrated sufficient strength and was still the same useless person from before, then even this group of branch family members would not hold him in much regard. Surrounded by the crowd, Ningchen returned to the venue. At this time, major media outlets had once again appeared on the scene. The cameras moved from various angles, capturing every corner and scene after the assessment ended. Quiet. As everyone returned, the principals of the 5 major schools all walked out of the observation room. Upon seeing this, all the students immediately quieted down, their gazes filled with respect towards the 5 figures. As the head of the 5 schools, Chuanhu did not speak first. Instead, the other 4 old principals took turns to step up and say a few words, mainly summarizing their thoughts on the assessment. Finally, it was Chuanhu, as the top principal, who spoke. Although he was the vice principal, when Chuanhu stepped onto the stage, the crowd became even quieter. Because, barring any surprises, this young vice principal was bound to take over from Chuan Donghai. But no one said anything, as the custom of the sons inheriting their father's careers existed in other schools as well. The reason for this was well known. No one felt jealous, there was only deep respect. Glancing at everyone, Chuanhu used his vital energy and said in a deep voice, in this assessment, the total number of deaths is 105, and the number of injuries and disabilities is 317. The number of voluntary withdrawals is 543. Right from the start, Chuanhu presented a set of numbers, and the noise faded away, the atmosphere in the venue instantly becoming oppressive. Many people fell silent, the number of deaths was not small, and many noticed that familiar faces around them had disappeared. Death and injury are inevitable, he continued. This is just an assessment. If you truly enter the abyss of the Stargate, it will be 100 times, 1,000 times more brutal. Therefore, during the assessment, besides killing enemies, the main thing you need to do is witness death, adapt to death, and even accept your own death. That way, when you enter the abyss of the Stargate and see countless human deaths and countless corpses of the star races, you won't flinch. Additionally, go back and digest this. The rewards for the assessment will be issued later. The assessment is tough, I won't say much more. As Chuanhu's words fell, the assessment was officially concluded. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Ningchen turned to walk towards his private flying boat, but before he reached the entrance, a voice suddenly came from behind. Ningchen, wait a moment. The foot that Ningchen was about to place on the steps suddenly paused in midair, retracted, and he turned to look at the figure behind him. He saw Zhang Yunfei standing up, slowly walking towards Ningchen, his expression unfriendly. It was clear he was about to start trouble. Ningchen smiled and said, "Is there something you need?" Human hero Zhang Yunfei. Hearing the teasing in Ningchen's words, Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened slightly. For some reason, whenever he faced Ningchen, the self-proclaimed calm and composed Zhang Yunfei always felt a surge of anger. Zhang Yunfei walked up to Ningchen, and behind him, Su Xinyue followed, looking provocatively at Ningchen. At this moment, the other students saw Zhang Yunfei approaching Ningchen and realized he was about to confront him. Zhang Yunfei spoke as he walked. First of all, I want to congratulate you on achieving first place in this assessment. Thank you. Zhang Yunfei waved his hand. No need to thank me yet. I have a question now. which I believe many people also have. Ningchen guessed what he was getting at and smiled. What question? Zhang Yunfei's expression was indifferent as he said, if I remember correctly, when you went to the 6th base for the assessment, you should have been at the late stage of the 4th rank in martial arts, right? Before Ningchen could respond, he noticed the expressions of the other students around him. Although they didn't dare to say much, it was clear they also had doubts about his assessment results. Zhang Yunfei continued, and as far as I know, the opponents in the assessment at the 6th base are from the star races, including 3 at the 6th rank and several at the 5th rank. You, young Master Ning, are exceptionally talented, and with the Ning family as your backing, defeating 5th rank opponents with some magical artifacts and special ally weapons is not difficult, I admit that. But I want to know, the inherent combat talent and physical standards of the star races are above those of humans. What gives you the right to slay a 6th rank star race? After Zhang Yunfei finished laying out his so-called question, Ningchen remained calm and glanced at him lightly. Are you done? Zhang Yunfei thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Ningchen smiled. Actually, if you're looking for trouble, there's no need to make so many excuses. Are you planning to find an excuse and then challenge me? I can accept that. Hearing Ningchen's non-committal response, Zhang Yunfei's face immediately darkened. Ningchen, what do you mean by that? My challenge is not the goal is to expose you face to face. Are you trying to evade responsibility and not respond directly? Can I suspect that you're feeling guilty? Ningchen's expression remained calm, a serene smile on his face, as his gaze swept over the crowd, and wherever that piercing light passed, the crowd lowered their heads. Ningchen said, everyone has the right and qualification to question my assessment results. But while you have the right to question, I am under no obligation to cooperate with you in proving anything. If you have doubts, go appeal to the school. If the school requires me to prove anything, I will naturally do so. As for you, whether I want to pay attention to you or not depends entirely on my mood. Ningchen's words were clearly directed at everyone. However, upon hearing this, everyone felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Many of the originally dissatisfied students quickly reined in their hostility. The current Ningchen was no longer the submissive Ningxiao of the past, indifferent to the stabbing behind his back. He had long since changed. Ningchen, don't rely on your status to oppress others. Others may fear you, but I, Su Xinyue. At that moment, Su Xinyue jumped out. However, as soon as she spoke halfway, she suddenly locked eyes with Ningchen's gaze, a pair of handsome eyes shimmering with a bewitching light, radiating a chilling aura that was captivating. In that moment, Su Xinyue seemed to recall the feeling of being shrouded in death from that day. Have I ever told you that when you see me again, you should obediently lie on the ground like a dog? Ningchen smiled at Su Xinyue. At that moment, Su Xinyue felt a prickling sensation, instinctively stepping back. But it was too late. A sudden pressure erupted from Ningchen, directly bearing down on Su Xinyue. Thud, without any warning or surprise, Su Xinyue found herself lying in front of Ningchen. She tilted her head slightly, looking up at Ningchen with wide eyes. This time she felt both shame and anger, but it was no longer the same frenzy as before, as she had already grown accustomed to it. Seeing Su Xinyue suppressed once again, Zhang Yunfei remained much calmer this time. However, it did not prevent him from feeling embarrassed, as Ningchen was being too disrespectful. Let her go, Ningchen. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? If you have the ability, fight me. Always targeting women. What kind of ability is that? Zhang Yunfei stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. After being casually defeated by Ningchen last time, he was eager to prove himself this time. Ningchen glanced at Su Xinyue at his feet, his expression indifferent. The bond of brotherhood they once shared had long faded. Ningchen smiled and said, since you want to take first place so badly, I'll give you a chance. After saying this, Ningchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, one hand still holding, while the other extended towards Zhang Yunfei, smiling lightly. Go ahead. But be prepared, you might start questioning your life after this. Seeing Ningchen's gesture, everyone's expressions became incredibly complex. Was Ningchen going to challenge Zhang Yunfei with one hand? As a small commotion broke out, some people began to whisper among themselves. Wow, Ningxiao is a bit arrogant, challenging Zhang Yunfei with one hand? Zhang Yunfei is a genius who returned from the Divine Beast Sea, far stronger than a 5th grade in the same realm. Is Ningxiao trying to court death? How can he be so unaware of his own limitations? Just wait and see, watch Zhang Yunfei expose Ningxiao. But have you considered, what if Ningchen's feat of slaying a 6th grade is not a lie, but the truth? Really? Are you dreaming? If he really is, I'll offer my girlfriend to everyone. I'm his girlfriend, I agree. Wow, isn't that my girlfriend? When did you two get together? From the murmurs in the crowd, it was clear that the students were dissatisfied with Ning Chen. This was mainly because everyone felt that a 4th grade fighting a 6th grade was too outrageous. Zhang Yunfei saw Ning Chen's posture and thought he was being too pretentious. But after calming down, Zhang Yunfei didn't say much. As long as Ning Chen agreed, it wouldn't be a problem. He just feared that Ning Chen wouldn't agree. Zhang Yunfei scoffed at the words and looked towards Chuanhu, who stood apart from the crowd, and shouted, "Principal Chuan, I want to apply for a one-on-one duel with Ning Chen. However, dueling inevitably involves injuries or even fatalities. If anyone suffers disability or accidental death, I hope the Academy can testify for me that this was a fair battle. After all, he is the young master of the Ning family." He needed a guarantee in front of everyone. As soon as he said this, the crowd's expressions turned serious. The Martial Academy serves as a notary for student duels. Zhang Yunfei was serious about this, even harboring murderous intent towards Ning Chen? For a moment, the students looked on with anticipation, eager to see how Ning Chen would respond. Chuanhu glanced at Ning Chen, noticing his calm demeanor, and nodded. "Alright, this duel is effective. As long as it is a fair challenge, life and death are in the hands of both parties. Be careful." Upon hearing Chuanhu announce the duel's effectiveness, Zhang Yunfei turned back, his gaze icy as he looked at Ning Chen. Boom! In the next moment, his foot struck the ground, and several massive cracks rapidly spread beneath the crowd. Zhang Yunfei's figure moved at lightning speed, vanishing before their eyes. By the time the crowd reacted, Zhang Yunfei had already appeared in front of Ning Chen, his entire body radiating a golden light, as if clad in golden armor, like a deity descending. Majestic and imposing, he looked down at Ning Chen. "Ning Chen, you won't have any chance against this strike. You can still admit defeat and confess to cheating in the assessment. Otherwise, the outcome is unpredictable." Ning Chen merely raised a finger and beckoned him, as if to respond. Fine, you don't want the opportunity. When you kneel before me later, don't cry." Zhang Yunfei was furious. Divine Pattern Battle Technique, Sun Restoration. With a roar from Zhang Yunfei, a series of chasms appeared in the void before him, forming ancient characters. A surge of blood energy filled the air, and the ancient divine patterns instantly seemed to be infused with blood. They transformed into a large character entirely blood-red, radiating a blood-colored light, resembling a blood-red sun. Divine Pattern Battle Technique, Sun Restoration. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave surged wildly. Everyone was scorched by this heat, retreating in droves. Sun Restoration, is this a divine pattern battle technique? So powerful. I've heard that understanding ancient characters can lead to insights into battle techniques. It seems to be true. The crowd watched in shock as the divine pattern formed, a wave of indescribable excitement swelling in their hearts. Is this the divine pattern battle technique? It's so strong, it can already rival the top techniques of the Xia family. Xia Tian, just waking up, showed a hint of surprise on his face. Zhang Nianchu sat on a step, accompanied by 2 attendants. Seeing this, she straightened slightly. This kid has some skills. All the prodigies were inexplicably shaken. Even several principals looked somewhat dazed. Is this the divine pattern? A battle technique derived from understanding ancient characters, and it's so powerful? No wonder the higher-ups of the human race have never considered giving up on understanding ancient characters, no matter the cost, for thousands of years. Principal Bao Lugong of Longjiang Martial Academy flashed a look of astonishment. The other principals were similarly intrigued, their interest in ancient characters deepening. Boom! In an instant, Zhang Yunfei's attack arrived. The divine pattern formed by the ancient characters descended with an overwhelming momentum, suppressing everything, causing the air to emit a violent explosive sound. Ning Chen, standing with his hands behind his back, looked at the divine pattern battle technique with great interest. He couldn't help but admire. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy, possessing the capital to be proud, but what a pity. I far surpass prodigies. I've reached a realm you cannot comprehend or understand. In the next moment, he gently pressed his outstretched finger forward. Instantly, the air before him began to twist slowly. In less than a second, the void seemed to collapse, erupting and twisting violently. At the same time, a surge of golden blood energy erupted from his fingertips, manifesting as a golden finger. The Buddha's Mountain of 5 Fingers. Although it was the Mountain of 5 Fingers, Ning Chen only moved one finger at this moment. When he pressed it down, it felt as if a mountain was being suppressed. Seeing Ning Chen's arrogance reach this level, Zhang Yunfei couldn't help but laugh in anger. Ning Chen, your strength probably can't keep up with your status. Kneel before me. Zhang Yunfei's hair flew wildly, as if he were the ruler of the world, already envisioning himself crushing Ning Chen beneath his feet in a victorious pose, mercilessly humiliating him. But changes often occur in an instant. Zhang Yunfei looked at that finger, which in a moment transformed into a towering golden pillar. Boom! Repair the sun! Zhang Yunfei's roar echoed, but was instantly drowned out by the golden finger, his entire body kneeling before Ning Chen, head down, feet up. However, Zhang Yunfei reacted quickly, rolling away awkwardly. Though it was an unsightly posture, it was far better than simply kneeling before Ning Chen. You've angered me. Divine pattern battle technique, repair the moon. Boom, another wave of even more terrifying ancient script formed a new divine pattern, descending with overwhelming power. Ning Chen calmly watched Zhang Yunfei, and upon seeing the divine pattern formed by the ancient script, shook his head. Indeed powerful, capable of killing across levels, but with such a fine ancient script, you've only formed its shape, not its spirit. The great Tao leads to heaven. No matter what you cultivate, the path we martial artists walk is the same. Otherwise, you will only be one among the masses, unable to go far on the path of martial arts. As he spoke, the finger Ning Chen extended pointed again, releasing a wisp of blood energy. I have my own path. Do I need you to dictate it? What are you even worth? Listening to Ning Chen's lecture, Zhang Yunfei's expression turned icy, his aura overwhelmingly oppressive. But the next moment, his figure froze, his pupils dilating rapidly. He saw the golden finger, which Zhang Yunfei had barely shattered, suddenly brighten, exploding like the sun, illuminating the space. Boom! The divine pattern battle technique repair the moon was instantly shattered. Zhang Yunfei had no time to react this time, collapsing to the ground with a thud, kneeling beside Su Xinyue, both in the same position, head down, feet up before Ning Chen once more. Why Yunfei, how is this possible? You came too. Su Xinyue was stunned for a long time before uttering a sentence that nearly made Zhang Yunfei spit blood. Zhang Yunfei's head buzzed, his mind blank. He felt neither joy nor sorrow, and he didn't know how long had passed before he looked at Ning Chen with disbelief. He had been crushed. How could this be? He considered himself among the top tier of the human race's prodigies. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't be so easily subdued, right? Yet, the reality was as such, and under intense stimulation, Zhang Yunfei erupted with astonishing power once more. His kneeling knees slowly straightened. His head, which had been bowed in submission, now lowered, but his eyes still glared at Ning Chen like a beast. Ning Chen glanced sideways, somewhat surprised. No wonder he could survive returning from the sea of divine beasts. Whether in strength or willpower, he was far beyond ordinary prodigies. If it were someone else today, they might not be able to easily suppress Zhang Yunfei like this. Boom! Behind Zhang Yunfei, it seemed as if an ocean appeared, boundless stars swirling, between the stars, like an endless sea of corpses floating, and Zhang Yunfei seemed to don a bloodstained robe, like a bloodthirsty Taoist. Bloodthirsty, mad, frenzied, at this moment, he resembled a Tao Lord descending. An omen, the diagram of the Tao, strange immortals and demons. Yes, it's an anomaly. This pressure is so overwhelming. I've seen the anomaly of Yilan from the Yi family in the eastern region, and also Ji Daoi, as well as Kai Jiang and Yi Zhenyuan's, but it seems none of them compare to Zhang Yunfei's. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This pressure, it's not something an ordinary martial artist can withstand. I feel like I'm about to pee. I'm peeing. I'm already peeing. Everyone trembled, looking up at the anomaly released by Zhang Yunfei, unable to find peace. The 5 school principals, seeing this, had no choice but to release their own blood energy to bear some of the pressure for the students. Otherwise, this kind of psychological demoralization could easily cause some students to lose their fighting spirit in martial arts. No matter how they practiced, it would still be useless. What was the point of continuing? What fighting spirit could they have? Zhang Yunfei coldly stared at Ning Chen. You've really angered me, Ning Chen. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the sky behind Ning Chen transform into a clear blue, with endless stars suspended above it. Anomaly, the star sea shining in the blue sky. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the old man's clothes on Zhang Yunfei were torn apart, and the roaring sea instantly stopped surging. The endless stars shot up into the sky, becoming part of the star sea shining in the blue sky. The Daoic and demonic diagram instantly fell apart. Zhang Yunfei was stunned, and everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Thud, the next moment, Zhang Yunfei knelt back down. As soon as Zhang Yunfei knelt, Ning Chen kicked him in the chest, and Zhang Yunfei immediately flew backward, crashing into the crowd. He lay there, staring at Ning Chen with eyes full of unwillingness and disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had lost so miserably. Don't think about catching up to me. One day you will realize I am far more dazzling than any genius. Compared to me, geniuses are like dust. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Chen dropped this line. Then, without lingering at the scene, he stepped onto the flying boat, standing at the entrance. In the distance, after Ning Chen finished speaking, Zhang Yunfei had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fainted. How infuriating, he was actually considered dust in Ning Chen's eyes. After a long time, the crowd slowly came back to their senses, erupting into discussions. He won? Just like that? Zhang Yunfei even used the divine pattern combat technique he comprehended from ancient texts, yet he still lost, and so miserably. With Zhang Yunfei's strength, he should be capable of fighting at the 6th rank. Ning Chen can crush Zhang Yunfei. It seems it's not fake. Damn, will Zhang Yunfei's heart collapse after being so crushed and humiliated? This isn't called humiliation, this should be called repeatedly pressing him to the ground and humiliating him. Scanning the crowd below, is there anyone who still doubts? If anyone doubts, feel free to challenge. Ning Chen's voice was calm, but wherever his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to confront him. Especially those students who had previously cheered for Zhang Yunfei, now felt their cheeks burning with shame. They had originally wanted to see this young master make a fool of himself, but now they had been thoroughly slapped in the face. Yunfei, Su Xinyue crawled up from the ground, rolling and rushing to Zhang Yunfei's side. Chuanhu also walked up to Zhang Yunfei with a serious expression, followed by the old principal of Tianshi Martial University. The old principal checked Zhang Yunfei's injuries and said, "Don't worry, Zhang Yunfei hasn't suffered any fatal injuries. But being crushed like this by Ning Chen, I wonder if this kid will be unable to recover." Whether he would be unable to recover, the crowd truly didn't know. But if anyone were to suffer such a blow, it would be quite normal for their heart to collapse. At this moment, Xuanhu looked at Su Xinyue, seeing her full of worry as she held Zhang Yunfei. Although he had a very poor impression of Su Xinyue, he couldn't help but admire her a bit. It seemed, she had knelt before Ning Chen several times in front of so many people, right? At first, he could still see her struggling desperately, but now she was able to remain calm. As soon as Ning Chen left, she stood up, her expression incredibly tranquil. Her thick skin had been honed to an unmatched level. "Xinyue, take Yunfei down," Xuanhu instructed Su Xinyue. "Okay." Su Xinyue carefully held Zhang Yunfei as they boarded the flying boat. On the flying boat, Su Xinyue initially thought to exchange a few harsh words with Ning Chen. But upon turning back and seeing Ning Chen's cold gaze, she swallowed her words, shivered, and ran away. "Humph." Xuanhu turned around, glanced at the students, and with a surge of blood energy, declared, "Alright, let's start the return journey. Soon, it will be the competition for the ancient texts of enlightenment. The school will determine the participants based on the results of this assessment. Get on the flying boat." As Xuanhu's words fell, the farce came to an end, and the principals of various schools did not linger. They led their students onto the flying boat and left the assessment base. The assessment thus came to a close. Just as everyone boarded the flying boat, Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the private flying boat, waiting for the students to finish leaving. He calmly said to the 5 principals in the distance, "Gentlemen, upon returning to school, please finalize the candidates for the competition for the ancient texts of enlightenment as soon as possible." With that, Ning Chen boarded the flying boat. On the flying boat, Xiang and Li Shaoqi were both present. Xiang still had that carefree demeanor, as if no matter what astonishing actions Ning Chen took, they seemed perfectly natural to him, never surprising. Ning Chen looked at Li Shaoqi and asked, "Shaoqi, how was this assessment?" "Young master," Li Shaoqi immediately replied respectfully, "although I am also at the early stage of the 5th rank in martial arts, my strength is still lacking compared to Xia Tian and Jiang Yanshu. Even if I were to face them, I wouldn't stand a chance." Lacking practical experience and innate talent, Li Shaoqi summarized her shortcomings in this assessment. Ning Chen nodded. Li Shaoqi's talent was not particularly high. In the early stages, she relied entirely on her fighting spirit and willpower to struggle. Although she had awakened the phenomenon of devouring star souls, the time was still short. Naturally, she could not compare to a prodigy like Xia Tian in such a short time. During this assessment period, I had someone modify the school's training tower to free up a special training room for you. No need to refuse or be polite. Improving your strength early on is not a waste of the resources spent on you, for me, for the Ning family, and for humanity. Without giving Li Shaoqi a chance to refuse, Ning Chen directly silenced her with his words. "Thank you, young master." Li Shaoqi lowered her head, her clear eyes filled with gratitude. "This is ancient tea of enlightenment. These are vouchers for blood chi pills and bone strengthening pills. Here are some vouchers for the auction house. You can go to the Ning family's auction house anytime you need something." Ning Chen handed over a series of training resources to Li Shaoqi. Looking at the table full of resources, Li Shaoqi was both excited and touched, but when she saw Ning Chen take out the ancient tea of enlightenment, she couldn't help but wave her hands, saying, "That's enough, young master, the ancient tea is too precious, I can't accept it. Take it. I have too much of this, I can't possibly drink it all." Ning Chen was not exaggerating. To him, these were just pocket money given by the Ning family, which he rarely used, so keeping them was pointless. As for the ancient tea of enlightenment, he had plenty of it. Picking a leaf would soon grow back, and he could never drink it all. Since Li Xiaoqi was to be cultivated, Ningchen continued speaking and tossed 2 more leaves to her, telling her to brew a pot of tea. At that moment, Ningchen looked at Xiang, who was sitting in his seat, picking his toes, occasionally sniffing them, and each time showing a look of enjoyment. Ningchen said, "Uncle Xiang, during this assessment at Base 6, I clearly felt that my practical combat ability and experience are lacking. When we return to school, could you suppress your cultivation and practice with me?" Li Xiaoqi raised her head slightly at this, having defeated a bunch of 5th ranks and 3 6th ranks. How could she say her practical experience was lacking? Xiang widened his eyes a bit upon hearing this, and he tapped his ear, saying, "What did you say? I didn't hear that right, did I?" Ningchen smiled and replied, "Practice with me." "Sure, no problem. Well, at your current pace, with a 4th grade defeating a 6th grade, by the time you reach 6th or 7th grade, I won't be able to beat you anymore. I need to take the time to give you a good thrashing," Xiang said, grinning widely. Ningchen touched the ring on his hand and laughed. "Are you sure you can thrash me if we suppress our realms to the same level?" Xiang scoffed, "At my age, I've fought more battles than you've eaten salt. If I don't have this little confidence, how can I be your bodyguard?" The flying boats from various universities parted ways, each returning along their respective routes. The other 4 schools' flying boats had a smooth return journey. However, on Ningchen's private flying boat and the 5 flying boats from Southeast Martial University, at some unknown point, it felt as if they had entered a vast vacuum, with all the air sucked out, plunging everyone into a deathly silence. On the private flying boat, Ningchen had just brewed a cup of enlightenment ancient tea when his hand holding the teapot paused slightly. At that moment, his communication device suddenly rang, displaying a call from Assistant Sui. After connecting, Ningchen's expression quickly shifted from calm to one of intrigue. A minute later, a document appeared in Ningchen's hand. He sipped his enlightenment tea while intently reading it. After a while, he suddenly turned to Xiang beside him and asked, "Uncle Xiang, have you ever heard of a phenomenon that descends from the heavens? The resting place of the dead, it brings me peace." Outside the flying route of Southeast Martial University, a small flying boat was in transit. On board, a man dressed in a blood-red ritual robe, with a face full of scars, was fervently praying. He then turned to look at a man in a golden robe standing behind him. I really never expected, that the useless young master of the Ning family would suddenly become a prodigy. This time, the awakening phenomenon is likely an SSS level. No, it's a peak phenomenon that can crush SSS phenomena. He is already awakened too. How did he do it? Did Ningzhan obtain some secret method or other means at the Stargate to enhance him? The man in the blood robe mentioned Ning Chen, and recalling Ning Chen's performance he had witnessed, his face was filled with astonishment. Like the man in the blood robe, the man in the golden robe was also surprised by Ning Chen's performance. But soon, his surprise turned to indifference. What does it matter? He's about to become a corpse. Remember, this time, no matter what, we must eliminate Ning Chen. The man in the blood robe nodded. Martial arts schools, especially prestigious ones like Southeast Martial University, had always been their main targets. After all, the fight must start from a young age. And Ning Chen's recent performance had been too dazzling. Crushing Elan, crushing Ji Daoi, and now a 4th grade defeating a 6th grade, plus awakening 2 SSS phenomena. They couldn't imagine how far Ning Chen could grow if this continued. What a huge obstacle he would pose to the arrival of the true lord. The man in the blood robe, Song Ding, had a cold expression as he said, "Our holy sect has sacrificed 2 village strongholds this time. The losses are indeed severe. If it weren't for that foolish disciple from Southeast Martial University exposing his identity, our holy sect wouldn't have suffered such losses. All of this is thanks to the Ning family." The piety on Song Ding's face vanished, replaced by a cold killing intent. The man in the golden robe said coldly, "Are the lives of these little disciples even lives? They can die. Isn't this a big catch? As long as we eliminate Ning Chen, it won't be a loss. The Ning family must be heartbroken." Song Ding smiled confidently. "That's true, this catch is not small. But it's not enough. Taking him down alone is far from sufficient. There are a total of 5 flying boats in Southeast Martial University, one of which is the private flying boat of the young master of the Ning family. Another carries members of the Xia and Jiang families, along with several prodigies from Southeast Martial University, while the remaining 3 are carrying ordinary students. I have already sealed 3 of them with the vacuum grade hand seal, the young master Ning's private flying boat, the prodigy's flying boat, and 1 ordinary flying boat. I will strike to bring them down shortly. You are responsible for the rescue." At this point, the man in the blood-red robe's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust, excitement coursing through him. The man in the golden robe couldn't help but feel a bit restless, eager to take action against the prodigies of Southeast Martial University immediately. If we kill this group of prodigies, the Holy Master will reward us with the martial saint status, right? Perhaps if he is pleased, he might even grant us eternal life. The two exchanged glances and then burst into loud laughter. Vacuum Great Hand Seal. During the descent from the sky, it can briefly draw that area of void into a vacuum, completely isolating it from the outside world. It is said that among the entire human race, only a cultist named Song Ding possesses this phenomenon, and he is an 8th grade golden body. Xiang clearly sensed something unusual but showed no signs of tension. Instead, he kept rubbing his palms, looking eager to try. But young master, 2 8th grade golden bodies would be a bit tough to handle. Moreover, this is in the air. If the flying boat is destroyed, it could lead to serious problems. If a flying boat crashes from high altitude, it is nearly impossible for martial artists below the 5th grade to survive. Ning Chen stood up and walked to the window of the flying boat, looking at the layers of white clouds outside, and said lightly, "Uncle Xiang, is it really hard to kill an 8th grade golden body?" Xiang grinned and replied, 8th grade golden body experts mainly cultivate golden body energy, which fills every inch of their muscles and body. As long as the golden body energy within them is not extinguished, they will not die completely. So, it's difficult. The challenge of a 4th grade fighting a 6th grade is completely different from that of a 7th grade fighting an 8th grade. Not quite. Xiang suddenly sensed something was off and looked at Ning Chen, saying, "Did you not kill one last time?" "I forgot what it felt like." Ning Chen casually replied, "Last time it was a strike from an 8th grade peak, any 8th grade would have died." Therefore, the experience was slightly lacking, and he didn't truly feel the power of the 8th grade golden body. This time was different, but he wouldn't experience it either. Because this time it was a card of annihilation and reincarnation, with the added function of weakening. Xiang was speechless. Killing an 8th grade golden body is just about the thrill. Killing a 9th grade would be even more exhilarating. Ning Chen nodded and smiled lightly. The information shows that 2 are coming, right? 1 for each. You hold 1 back, and I'll take them out one by one. Xiang's eyes lit up. Alright. As for why Ning Chen was so confident and dared to claim he would slay an 8th grade, Xiang didn't ask or doubt it. Because he had seen Ning Chen deliver that strike. The brilliance of that strike was still fresh in his memory. Vacuum Great Hand Seal. Song Ding, the leader of the cult. On one of the flying boats of Southeast Martial University, Chuanhu, along with Xia Tian, Zhang Yanchu, Kai Jiang, Jiang Yunfei, and Yi Zhenyuan, were all on the same boat returning. Chuanhu looked at a golden body expert standing in front of him, his expression turning extremely grave. The man was a golden body expert sent by the Ministry of Education, considered a guest elder invited by the ministry. With the 8th grade Chuan Donghai going to serve in the Stargate, naturally, a strong expert had to accompany him for protection. Chuanhu looked at the man and said seriously, "Uncle Ren, we should have entered the coverage area of the Vacuum Great Hand Seal. It seems the cult was well prepared." The 8th grade expert named Ren Hui nodded. The Vacuum Great Hand Seal is extremely difficult to break, especially with an 8th grade golden body expert who is well prepared. Moreover, we are currently in the air, with 5 flying boats. The situation is very unfavorable. Chuanhu said in a deep voice, "Uncle Ren, how can we break it? What do we need to do?" Xia Tian, Jiang Yanchu, and the others also looked extremely serious. Ren Hui shook his head. An 8th grade golden body expert is not something you can contend with. Just stay here and wait, don't run around. Isn't Ning Chen on the flying boat ahead? Isn't his old servant in 8th grade? 2 8th grade members of the cult. We each hold 1 back while you escape on the flying boat as quickly as possible. The atmosphere on site instantly became oppressive. The Ministry of Education had just intercepted news that the cult was well prepared this time, deploying 2 8th grade golden body experts. Moreover, several cult leaders nearby were stirring, already showing signs of movement. If this dragged on, the situation would be very unfavorable for Ren Hui. "It's settled then, you stay here, you won't be of any help." As soon as Ren Hui finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying golden body energy erupted, causing his figure to vanish instantly from the cabin of the flying boat. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud explosions followed in quick succession. Outside, screams erupted from several flying boats. Clearly, someone was ambushing the flying boat of Southeast Martial University. This fly. Ren Hui's face darkened instantly, his golden body energy surged, stepping through the void, rising with each step. He crossed onto the flying boat, piercing through the clouds, and saw a small flying boat directly crashing towards the flying boat of Southeast Martial University. Captain Ren Hui, long time no see. As soon as Ren Hui appeared outside, he heard a sinister cold laugh. Immediately after, a gigantic gray hand descended from directly above. Ren Hui raised his fist and countered, his fist striking the giant hand, the air resonating with the sound of countless thunder. However, the vacuum handprint did not shatter. Instead, it transformed into a layer of bubbles, enveloping Ning Chen's private flying boat, as well as the flying boat with Chuan Hu and others, and a flying boat of an ordinary student. The 3 flying boats were directly wrapped up. The other 2 flying boats successfully escaped to the distance. The cult leader Tsong Ding chuckled, not bothering to stop them. This time, the target was the young master of the Ning family and several prodigies from Southeast Martial University, all of whom he had trapped. Tsong Ding stepped out from the void. Within the range of the vacuum handprint, he was like a walking flying boat. Tsong Ding, you fly. Last time you caused trouble at the Stargate battlefield, I didn't catch you. This time you won't have the chance to return alive. Ren Hui's gaze was dark as he looked at Tsong Ding, already prepared. No matter the cost, he was determined to take down this scum. Tsong Ding laughed heartily. Aren't you treating us like rats in the gutter? Isn't your intelligence work airtight? Aren't you the ones who got blocked? Today, I will torment you severely, humiliate you, and let you die slowly in despair, fear, and humiliation. Ren Hui sneered. What are you so proud of? I'll tear your mouth apart soon. Just afraid you don't have that ability. Tsong Ding grinned ominously, looking at the trapped flying boats, one young master of the Ning family, one loaded with prodigies from Southeast Martial University, and a bunch of little weakling students. The lives of over 1,000 Southeast Martial University students. The exposure of several village strongholds this time was worth it. The true master will remember you, he continued. When the true master descends, he will grant you a rebirth, achieving eternal life. As he spoke, Tsong Ding made a strange gesture in front of his chest, preparing to act. Eternal life, my foot. Every day, apart from persecuting humanity, you just dream, right? I can send you to dream. Ren Hui coldly smiled, stepping forward to block the several flying boats. At the same time, a golden figure flashed, and the man in the golden robe appeared beside Tsong Ding. At this moment, on the flying boat with Chuan Hu and others, everyone looked at the 2 figures with heavy expressions. 2 8th grade golden body, the aftermath of a battle between 8th grade golden body experts could kill them. Moreover, being on a flying boat, if the cultists were determined to destroy it, even Ren Hui would find it hard to protect them. On the flying boat of the ordinary students, hearing the commotion, everyone crowded to the windows, peering outside. As everyone looked out through the window of the flying boat at the scene, they all fell into despair. 8th grade golden body, how could this happen? How could we be intercepted by a cult? Wasn't our flight path supposed to be safe? It's over, it's over. An 8th grade golden body expert fighting in the air, without a 9th grade expert to intervene, we definitely can't be protected. Everyone's faces were pale. In this situation, if no 9th grade expert intervened, it would be very difficult for them to retreat calmly. Ren Hui's expression darkened significantly. With 2 8th grade golden bodies, even with the old servant of Ning Chen, they were completely at a disadvantage while trying to cover several flying boats. You celebrated too early. Just as everyone was in despair, the alloy door of the private flying boat where Ning Chen was located slowly opened, and an aerial staircase appeared in midair. Dressed in white, with casual pants, Ning Chen slowly walked up the staircase. Tsong Ding looked at Ning Chen, his shadowy eyes flashing with cold light. Young Master Ning, you actually dare to show your face? Do you know what will happen next? Ning Chen smiled lightly and said, I can already foresee the future, and that is, you are about to die. And it will be quite ridiculous. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Tsong Ding not only looked down on him but also felt something was off. What does it mean to die in a ridiculous way? Tsong Ding laughed ominously. Ridiculous, huh? Alright, since you've chosen your way to die, let it be so. With a shake of his arm, a golden palm formed from golden body energy wrapped in a layer of blood power struck down towards Ning Chen. You dare, Ren Hui snorted coldly, stepping forward to block this palm for Ning Chen. Little thing, whose front door wasn't closed properly, exposing you. A Xiang chuckled and swung his large palm towards Tsong Ding. Ha, what's there to be afraid of? I came here today just to wipe you out. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted as a man in a golden robe jumped out and charged towards a Xiang and the others. Golden body experts have tenacious vitality and are hard to kill. Even if he faced 2 opponents and couldn't win, it would still be difficult to kill him in a short time. Moreover, he had no taboos, while Ren Hui and that old man had many concerns. Boom, a fierce battle broke out. With his hands and feet unleashed, the man in the golden robe was incredibly fierce, unleashing various powerful moves right from the start. Meanwhile, after Ren Hui and the others were blocked, Tsong Ding headed straight for Ning Chen. The people from Southeast Martial University, seeing this scene, all felt a pang of anxiety for Ning Chen. It's over, Ning Chen is finished. This was what everyone thought. However, Ningchen smiled calmly and took a step forward to meet him. In the next moment, a special aura of power erupted from Ningchen. A strange force that everyone could feel but couldn't quite describe surged from Ningchen. At that moment, Ningchen's figure seemed to become ethereal, like a celestial being. High above, overlooking everyone, controlling all life. Silence and reincarnation. Layers of halos appeared around Songding, like tree rings, clearly defined. In the next moment, Songding's aura visibly plummeted. The golden body energy dimmed, dropping from mid-8th grade to weak 8th grade. Then to the complete disappearance of golden body energy. 7th grade, 6th grade, 5th grade, early 5th grade. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Songding's martial arts cultivation directly fell to early 5th grade, gradually stopping the rapid decline. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly. However, this was not the end. Songding's body also rapidly shrank. As his realm plummeted wildly, Songding's height and appearance changed rapidly. He eventually dropped to the state of a 12 or 13-year-old before slowly coming to a stop. Songding was completely stunned, standing there in a daze, repeatedly checking his body. The vitality within him had dried up immensely compared to when he was at the 8th grade golden body level. At this moment, as an early 5th grade expert, he felt an unprecedented weakness in his body. He not only fell to the initial stage of the 5th rank, but his physical condition also regressed to that of a 12 or 13-year-old. After a long time, Songding gradually came to his senses. He turned to look at Ningchen with a face full of terror, wondering what the hell was going on. It wasn't just Songding, everyone looked at Ningchen in shock. However, Ningchen smiled and casually said, "I stumbled upon a relic of the martial god, just a little ability filled with a bit of wicked fun." After saying that, he didn't explain much. The more one explains, the more chaotic it becomes. Attributing the system's issues to the martial god's relic was the best explanation. Even if the world guessed, no one would think he possessed a system. Who could possibly have such a convoluted thought process? However, seeing Ning Chen's method sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even Ren Hui, who was present, was no exception. If even an 8th rank golden body couldn't escape, could it be that Ning Chen really obtained the martial god's relic? Was it possible he received the martial god's inheritance? Otherwise, how could one explain Ning Chen's actions? It had to be a life-saving method left behind by the martial god. Naturally, everyone immediately thought this was the power of the martial god, not Ning Chen's own strength. "Hurry up and change me back, or I'll bite you." Suddenly, a fierce yet childish voice rang out. Song Ding, who had regressed to a younger state, was glaring at Ning Chen, baring his teeth. This scene was indeed as amusing as Ning Chen had said. Indeed, a little thing without strength is so cute even when throwing a tantrum. Ning Chen laughed heartily, extending a golden palm, his 5 fingers descending like mountains. Rulai holding up the sky 5-finger mountain. As the 5-finger mountain pressed down towards him, Song Ding's face darkened. "Even at the 5th rank, I'm still your equal. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon?" He slapped down. Crack! In the next moment, Song Ding's palm shattered, his vital energy collapsing. Song Ding was directly caught by Ning Chen like a little mouse. Song Ding was on the verge of collapse. He was a dignified 8th rank golden body, a presence that even the 3 major departments of Longwei education, military, and others found troublesome. Now, he was being humiliated by a mere 5th rank martial artist. Was there any humanity left? Was there any justice? What happened to the strong being respected? Ning Chen grasped Song Ding by the neck, lifting him up, and smiled at him. "So, how is it, old Song? Do you think this way of dying is amusing enough?" As Ning Chen spoke, he rubbed Song Ding's head vigorously, messing up his hair until it looked like a beehive. Song Ding was dumbfounded, and everyone present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. That was an 8th rank golden body, yet he was truly being held and toyed with by Ning Chen. The scene was indeed absurd and hard to look at. "Let me go, let me go. Do you believe I'll bite you?" Song Ding kicked his legs wildly, struggling in Ning Chen's grip, creating a comical scene. What kind of martial god relic is this? So powerful. Ning Chen's martial god ability is really impressive, of course. Do you know what a martial god is? That's a deity. But I never expected Ning Chen to actually obtain a martial god relic. No wonder he became so powerful. I wonder if he received the martial god's inheritance. Whoa, no matter what, we've escaped. We've finally survived. Thank goodness we don't have to die. I haven't even killed any star or alien races yet. If I died like this, it would really be too regrettable. The atmosphere on site relaxed considerably. After all, the suppression of the 8th rank golden body meant they wouldn't have to die. In the distance, Jiang Yunfei stood behind Jiang Nianchu, Xia Tian, and others, a sinister look flashing across his face as he thought, no wonder he's so strong. it turns out it's related to the martial god. So, it's not that I'm weak, nor that he's strong, but that the martial god is strong. Zhang Yunfei's heart was suddenly relieved. He hadn't been defeated by Ning Chen, he had been defeated by a martial god. Losing to the martial god is not shameful, thinking this way makes it quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Ning Chen looked down at the Tsongding in front of him, his hand constantly stroking the slightly bald little head. The thought of personally killing this 8th grade golden body strongman made him a bit impatient. However, when he saw the youthful face of the boy, who looked only 12 or 13, an inexplicable sense of guilt arose within him. At that moment, the golden-robed strongman, who had been full of confidence and had been teasing Xiang and Ren Hui, suddenly froze upon witnessing Ning Chen's display of power. What the hell is this technique? But seeing Song Ding being subdued like this, he knew the situation was dire, and this operation had already failed. Though unwilling, he could only accept reality. Gritting his teeth, he turned to escape. Uncle Xiang, Senior Ren, trap him. Ning Chen lifted Song Ding with one hand, his feet moving like a blooming lotus, as a phenomenon of starry seas and azure skies appeared around him. One by one, large stars formed a staircase beneath his feet, charging towards the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man, seeing this, trembled and unleashed 2 skills, intending to turn and flee. Xiang let out an angry roar, shaking his arm, and a hand resembling dry tree bark suddenly expanded, enveloping the golden-robed man like a giant net. Let me go, or I'll destroy all your flying boats. The golden-robed man shouted furiously, struggling madly, but found he couldn't break free from Xiang's massive hand. Not even a trace of power could escape, the idea of destroying everything was impossible. Ha, go ahead and hit me, keep hitting, weren't you just so tough? Xiang laughed heartily at the panicking golden-robed man. Earlier, he had been afraid to use his full strength for fear of damaging the flying boat and harming the students. Now, he finally felt a lot more relaxed. Don't force me! The golden-robed man roared incessantly, like a trapped beast. Just a few seconds had passed when Ning Chen appeared in front of the golden-robed man, the power of annihilation and reincarnation once again descending upon him. Whoosh, 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 the familiar scene reappeared. The golden-robed man experienced a strange sensation as his body transformed to the same size as Tsongding. The crowd gasped in amazement. Even though it was the second time witnessing such a divine skill, they still found it unbelievable. Xiang and Ren Hui, both 8th grade golden bodies, also clicked their tongues in wonder, secretly marveling at the terrifying methods of the martial god. At this moment, Ning Chen held one in each hand, carrying the 2 little ones. The crisis was thus resolved. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiang and Ren Hui flanked Ning Chen, descending from the air onto the flying boat. Kill them! Kill them! These 2 beasts, I almost thought I was going to become a flying man. Whoa, I'm still a virgin, I almost thought I was going to be taken to the coffin. On the deck of the flying boat, the students from Southeast Martial University shouted in righteous indignation. Song Ding and the golden-robed man stood side by side, looking despairingly at Ning Chen in front of them. They couldn't fight back, nor could they escape. They were likely doomed this time. Ning Chen sat down in the leisure area on the deck, pulled over a chair, and then drew out a metal combat knife, propping it on his thigh. He glanced at the metal watch on his wrist. You now have 25 minutes to choose between 2 paths. Either leave your last words or betray your companions. If you choose to leave your last words, I will kill you immediately. If you choose to betray your companions, I will give you a chance to live. Alright, you decide. Song Ding and the golden-robed man exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They both closed their eyes simultaneously, puffed out their chests, and said, if you have the ability, kill us. I'll say everything, but you have to kill him first. After saying this, both of them froze. The first part was said by Song Ding, and the latter by the golden-robed man. Song Ding was momentarily stunned, looking at the man in the golden robe in disbelief, and angrily said, Jin Zhongxin, are you going to betray the true lord? Jin Zhongxin sneered, only by staying alive can I serve the true lord better, right? Song Ding's expression darkened, you traitor, you betray the true lord, and the true lord will not spare you. As he spoke, Song Ding suddenly turned to Ning Chen and said, I told you, I know more than he does. The sudden commotion nearly caused everyone to throw out their backs. Even Ning Chen almost strained his back. He quickly turned his hand, and the pot of unsipped enlightenment tea appeared in his grasp, saying lightly, you two decide for yourselves. After saying that, Ning Chen prepared to drink tea and watch the show. A dramatic scene unfolded, and the crowd on several flying boats watched this moment. It was the first time they had seen cult leaders kill each other. In the past, cult followers were seen as fearless, hysterical, and symbols of reckless destruction. Song Ding, the time has come to dedicate yourself to the truth. When the true Lord descends, you shall have eternal life. The one who should dedicate is you. I know much more than you do. If I survive, I can serve the true Lord better. I say. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the two 12 or 13-year-old boys, after a few words, began to shove each other and ultimately ended up grappling. Everyone was dumbfounded. I don't have much time to wait for you to discuss. There are still 10 minutes left. Saying this, Ningchen pulled out a metal short knife and threw it in front of the two. The sound of metal clashing against the deck suddenly jolted both of their nerves. Instantly, both rushed towards the metal short knife, but Jin Zhongxin, reacting quickly, was a step faster, grabbing the knife and turning it to slash at Song Ding. Just then, Song Ding suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a crimson hue, and in an instant, a metal dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, glinting coldly. Jin Zhongxin was slashed in the throat, blood gushing forth, and moments later, his body fell to the ground. Ningchen looked at the surviving Song Ding, clapped his hands with a smile, and said, not bad, truly wonderful. Don't waste time, there are still 8 minutes left. It's your time to redeem yourself. Alright, start talking. Song Ding stared at Ningchen. Are you sure you can spare my life? Ningchen nodded. I am the young master of the Ning family. Of course, I must keep my word. I don't believe you unless you swear a blood oath of martial arts. Otherwise, I won't say a word. And I can also swear that the information I provide will definitely satisfy you. Song Ding was very cautious. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Ningchen, but he was already prepared for rejection. Alright, I swear. Ningchen said, and surprisingly, he really raised a hand and made a blood oath. The straightforwardness made Song Ding feel unreal, and he stood there in a daze for a while. Song Ding secretly rejoiced, at least his life was saved. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he slowly said, the Holy Sect has 2 strongholds in the Southeast City, namely, and in Southeast Martial University, there are a total of 3 insiders in the Holy Sect. Besides the mentor who died during the last raid on the Star Source mine, there are 2 more. In Star Town, there is a spy of ours who is in. He spoke a lot in one breath. The crowd kept swallowing their saliva as they listened. It must be said that cultists truly risk their lives, but when it comes to selling out, they are equally sincere. Song Ding revealed 5 or 6 strongholds in one breath and mentioned more than 10 insiders among the cultists. Some in the crowd found it unbelievable. For example, the rebellious mentor from Southeast Martial University was seduced by a Black Widow cultist and became a traitor for love. For instance, in the Ning family army's Star Town, 2 insiders had actually been planted by the cultists, and their ranks were not low. The various infiltration methods and channels were unexpected. This was just the followers under Song Ding's jurisdiction. There are countless branches of evil cults, and if all were to be uprooted, the number would surely reach an astonishing level. Ningchen glanced at the time, with only 2 minutes left, and said lightly, not bad. Song Ding looked at Ningchen warily and asked tentatively, can I leave now? Ningchen's lips curled up, and he suddenly smiled wickedly. Song Ding immediately felt that something was wrong, but before he could react, Ningchen raised his hand and summoned the 8 parts melting furnace, directly pulling Song Ding inside. Ning family brat, you said you would let me go. Doing this, aren't you afraid of the backlash from the martial arts blood oath? As soon as Song Ding's words fell, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the 8 parts melting furnace. The fire spirit seed transformed by the fire crow Taoist controlled the furnace, and the raging flames instantly engulfed Song Ding. The force was controlled perfectly, allowing Song Ding to endure torment without dying completely. The 8 parts melting furnace not only refined the human body but also burned the spirit. Soon, Song Ding clutched his head and screamed, Ning family brat, if you have the ability, kill me. Boom, the fire crow Taoist suddenly urged the furnace's flames, and Song Ding's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Within 2 seconds, the blood mist was completely evaporated by the furnace. Not even a trace of ash was left. Ningchen put away the 8 parts melting furnace and smiled lightly. Everyone heard it. He asked me to kill him. This is the first time I've seen such a request. Seeing Ningchen's method, all the students of Southeast Martial University felt their scalps tingle. A chill ran from the crown of their heads down to their tailbones. Ruthless, too ruthless, and quite sinister. They successfully arrived at Southeast Martial University. The students disembarked from the flying boat. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of having survived a disaster. They almost died, if not for Ningchen. Chuanhu stepped off the flying boat and looked at Ren Hui, respectfully saying, thank you, Senior Ren, for escorting us this time. Ren Hui smiled and said, you don't need to be polite, it's just my duty, and besides, I didn't exert much effort this time. If you want to thank someone, you should thank that Ning family member. As he spoke, Ren Hui's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ningchen's flying boat, seeing him slowly disembark. The performance of this young master of the Ning family surprised him. No, it was shocking. Those were 2 8th rank golden bodies, not just 2 cabbages. They were killed just like that, without even a ripple. Chuanhu smiled and said, "You should stay at the Martial University for a few more days. You've worked hard these days, why not take a good rest here?" Ren Hui smiled and politely declined. "The guest professors of the Ministry of Education don't get paid for nothing. Every 6 months, they have to complete 2 tasks. Escorting you is just the first. The second task hasn't been done yet." After a few polite words, Ren Hui was quite carefree and left directly, walking towards the school exit. Watching Ren Hui leave, Chuanhu turned to the Martial University students. "Since this time was a close call, everyone is tired, let's all go back and rest." Without saying much, Chuanhu dismissed the students. As the crowd dispersed, many people's expressions towards Ning Chen changed. After all, they truly owed their safety to Ning Chen this time. Moreover, with the strength Ning Chen had displayed, defeating a 6th rank was absolutely certain. If even 8th rank could fall at his hands, how could a 6th rank escape? Ji Daoui looked at Ning Chen's figure and pursed his lips, suddenly recalling what Ning Chen had said to him: anyone he surpasses will never catch up to his pace, until it becomes unreachable. Could it really be impossible to catch up? Ji Daoui murmured in a daze, then suddenly shook his head and said, "Nonsense, martial arts must compete. How can there be a reason to be unable to catch up?" Clenching his fists, Ji Daoui rekindled his fighting spirit and turned to leave. Zhang Nianchu and Xia Tian also left the venue. Although they were surprised by Ning Chen's performance, they weren't that desperate. Moreover, neither of them regarded Ning Chen as a direct opponent in martial arts. "Thank you." Before leaving, Zhang Nianchu passed by Ning Chen, her faint voice reaching his ears. Zhang Yunfei also left with a few followers, but his current mood was indescribably complex, neither good nor bad. The good news was that Ning Chen didn't seem that powerful. The bad news was that Ning Chen appeared to have obtained an incredible treasure from a martial god. Well, it seemed that the bad news was even worse. Can he really fight at the 6th rank? When did this guy become so strong? Su Xinyue silently followed behind Zhang Yunfei, while rubbing her belly and secretly calculating. If she lowered her standards, what were the chances of Ning Chen marrying her? She had already knelt before him so many times, he should have calmed down by now. But Zhang Yunfei was also so outstanding, and he was her idol. One was a wealthy heir, and the other was her idol. How could she choose? It was so frustrating. "Ning Chen, thanks to you this time, otherwise the outcome would have been unpredictable." As the crowd dispersed, Chuanhu looked at Ning Chen and said, "It's nothing, besides, I am also one of Song Ding's targets." Ning Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then handed Chuanhu a list, which mainly recorded the names of the cult's insiders at Southeast Martial University. "Act quickly to avoid leaks," Chuanhu said coldly. "I never expected this group of parasites to have crawled up to the high levels of the Martial University. And this mentor Song Yuan, playing so flamboyantly, yet hiding so deeply," Ashan teased from the side. "People who are ugly tend to play around, but this black widow of the cult really has a heavy taste, actually going after Song Yuan." Tsk. That night, a violent wave of blood energy erupted at Southeast Martial University. It seemed that the roars of martial artists echoed through the campus, and the power of blood surged, resulting in an extremely brief battle. However, the roars soon disappeared. Meanwhile, in just a few hours, several cities in the southeast region had uncovered a large number of cult followers, causing quite a stir and attention. After returning to school, Ning Chen didn't wander around. He handed the cult list to the Ning family army and then returned to the training room to enter seclusion. Having just broken through to the early 5th rank, he needed to consolidate his realm in preparation for the upcoming erasure of the Dao marks. His 5th blood mark Dao and the 6th 18-meter Dao mark bridge were far more powerful than ordinary Dao mark bridges. But at the same time, the marks on them were also more terrifying and difficult to erase. Additionally, he needed to integrate the ancient sacred body. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen had made up his mind. He ultimately decided to use the Tsong Tianba blood as the main focus, to devour and assimilate the ancient sacred body. In the training room, Ning Chen sat like an old tree with deep roots, remaining completely still. Ashan, wearing a white tank top and blue plastic flip-flops, had a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth and was practicing horse stance. He had been in that stance for 3 days. Ding, dog liquor for 24 days, reward, fist intent bridge to the other shore. Ding, dog liquor for 25 days, reward, 8th rank golden body combat card *1. Ding, dog liquor for 26 days, reward, 9 turns devouring golden pill. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ning Chen sat motionless in the training room, merging with the ancient sacred body. The Tsong Tianba blood clashed violently with the ancient sacred body. Without the system's rewards, it would have been impossible to merge. However, at this moment, Ning Chen was gradually completing the process. Before him, the golden ancient sacred body, resembling a glazed golden chalice, had already been devoured by Ning Chen by more than half, leaving only the most critical part. Yet, it was this one part that delayed the process by a whole day. The Tsang Tianba blood flowed through every blood vessel and every inch of skin, making Ning Chen appear like a purple monster. At the same time, a primal aura gradually seeped out from within Ning Chen. It became increasingly intense and domineering. When the fourth day arrived, ding, dog liquor for 27 days, reward, heaven-cutting finger. At the moment the system announced the reward, Ning Chen simultaneously fused with the entirety of the ancient sacred body. In that instant, an overwhelming and domineering aura, akin to the creation of the world, surged wildly around Ning Chen. A massive purple energy beam shot up into the sky, forming a purple thundercloud above Southeast Marshall University. Thunder rumbled. The purple clouds thickened. Purple lightning crisscrossed like dragons swimming within. A bolt of lightning struck down towards the cultivation tower where Ning Chen was located. Boom! The entire Southeast Marshall University was stirred, as if the entire sky had turned purple in an instant. What happened again? Oh my, that's purple lightning. What's going on? Which prodigy is undergoing tribulation here? Looking up at the purple sea of thunder in the sky, everyone felt a heart-stopping aura, a wave of horror washing over them. If struck by that, they'd probably save on the ashes. Tribulation? This is a tribulation. Which expert is undergoing tribulation here? In the principal's conference room, Chuan, who sat at the head of the table, with the principals of the other 4 major martial schools, including Longjiang Martial University, seated in 2 rows below. The atmosphere was originally extremely oppressive, as 2 men sat in the audience area. Both men exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Merely sitting there motionless made the 5 principals feel a sense of pressure. To hold the position of principal in the Ministry of Education, one must have a martial arts realm of at least the 7th rank. Yet in front of these 2 men, they were all trembling, behaving like a few little kittens. However, the sudden appearance of the tribulation in the sky instantly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. The 5 principals hurriedly looked out the window, watching the purple sea of thunder rolling over the school. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that our Martial University's genius is undergoing tribulation? Chuan Hu exclaimed in shock. Only those with terrifying martial talent can trigger a tribulation. I wonder if it's the 9 transformations tribulation or the 4-7 tribulation, but it doesn't matter. Southeast Martial University is about to produce a dragon. The other 4 old principals looked at Chuan Hu with a mix of shock and envy. Regardless of whether they were students or mentors, they were certainly from Southeast Martial University. Moreover, the chances were higher that they were students. The mentors were generally older and had already touched the bottleneck of the tribulation long ago. If it were a student, their potential would be even greater. The 2 men sitting in the audience also showed a hint of surprise on their faces. It seems to be, in the direction of the Martial University's cultivation tower. One of the men was Ningzhan, his eyes shining with divine light, piercing through layers of purple thunderclouds, fixing his gaze on a certain spot. It seems to be that little brat from your Ning family, the man beside him said, his tone filled with surprise and a hint of envy. The Ning family had produced true dragons for generations, while his Jiang family could only rely on wisdom to barely survive and compete with the Ning family. After a moment, Ningzhan confirmed something and laughed heartily. Ha, old Jiang, it seems my son is about to surpass your Nian Chu. The man, the head of the Jiang family, snorted coldly, you're getting ahead of yourself. The Ning family is indeed the #1 martial arts family, but my Jiang family is also the #1 financial conglomerate. Your Ning family is strong, but my Jiang family has plenty of money. Martial saint, humph, have you forgotten? My Jiang family can use money to forge a martial saint without harming their vitality. Can your Ning family do that? Although our 2 families are always competing, Nian Chu's future path is different from Ning Chen's. Indeed, the Ning and Jiang families were competing on 2 different tracks. While thinking this, Ningzhan didn't let up, laughing heartily. That's true, my Ning family is poor and can only rely on strength to prove themselves as martial saints. As he spoke, Ningzhan clasped his hands behind his back, proudly declaring, my son also has the potential of a martial saint. The head of the Jiang family coldly replied, humph, you keep being stubborn. Listening to the 2 big shots bickering, the other principals were left speechless, not daring to interject. Ning Chen hurriedly continued to pretend he couldn't hear, still in the shockwave of the thunder tribulation. But after waiting for a long time, the thunder clouds grew denser, yet there were no signs of the tribulation fully descending. In the cultivation room, just as he was about to reach the final step, Ning Chen suddenly felt a surge of energy erupting from his body. Not good, it's the energy of the ancient holy body, the energy that was devoured is rapidly regenerating. The ancient holy body is indeed domineering. Ning Chen's expression changed. It seemed as if the devoured ancient holy body had been reborn, the energy surging forth, dyeing half of his body golden. The other half remained the purple of the celestial overlord body. The two physiques were in opposition, clashing against each other, a fight to the death. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Chen. He remembered the elixirs rewarded by the system over the past few days. With a flick of his hand, a golden elixir appeared in his palm. This elixir was golden in essence but shimmered with 9 different colors. The 9 revolutions devouring golden pill. This elixir was marked as a 6-star reward by the system, and it was an extremely rare treasure. The effects of the elixir: promotes gastrointestinal motility, aids digestion. In short, it helps devour all energy. Without a second thought, Ning Chen swallowed the elixir. The domineering medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body. The energy of the reborn ancient holy body was also being rapidly devoured, smoothly and effortlessly. In less than 3 seconds, the ancient holy body was completely suppressed. 3 minutes later, the ancient holy body was entirely consumed. The two violent energies clashing within Ning Chen's body were finally unified. Ning Chen let out a long plume of blood mist. The celestial overlord blood and the ancient holy body had been opposing physiques since ancient times. After endless years of conflict, both sides had their victories, but never had a clear winner emerged. This time, the celestial overlord blood had triumphed once again, and it was a decisive victory. Ning Chen had directly consumed the ancient holy body. If this were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. At this moment, Ning Chen's entire body radiated purple light, resembling countless purple thunder dragons. This was the purple energy emanating from every piece of flesh and skin, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Ning Chen could feel that after devouring the ancient holy body, his celestial overlord blood had become even more terrifying. It was a transformation. Strictly speaking, the celestial overlord blood had already evolved to its second stage. Meanwhile, Ning Chen withdrew his attention and looked up outside. He saw that the thunderclouds and lightning in the sky had transformed into a purple mad dragon, wildly surging into Ning Chen's body. In just a few seconds, it was as if he had swallowed it all in one gulp. The entire faculty and students of Southeast Martial University were left dumbfounded. Even Ning Zhan and the head of the Zhang family were confused. How did the thunder tribulation suddenly disappear? Or had they misread it? Was it not a thunder tribulation at all? Ding! Detection: the host has sealed the 8-9 profound tribulation, which has been sealed by the system for 7 days. During this time, the host can release the thunder tribulation at any time. Hearing the system prompt, a look of surprise flashed across Ning Chen's face. This system was truly against the heavens. It could even temporarily seal the thunder tribulation, 8-9 profound tribulation. However, upon hearing the name of the thunder tribulation, Ning Chen's expression paused slightly. In the martial arts world, thunder tribulations were not like those in the immortal cultivation world, where one could only trigger a thunder tribulation upon reaching a certain realm. A gifted prodigy to a certain extent, or possessing some special fortune, could trigger it. The types of thunder tribulations were classified from low to high as follows: 4-7 heavenly tribulation, 9 revolutions heavenly tribulation, and 8-9 profound tribulation. Among them, the most terrifying 8-9 profound tribulation was further divided into annihilation divine thunder, heavenly fire divine thunder, yin-yang divine thunder, and all heaven divine thunder. Knowing that his thunder tribulation was the most formidable 8-9 profound tribulation, Ning Chen felt no fear. Instead, it was as if a certain factor within him had been activated, stirring a sense of excitement. The stronger the thunder tribulation, the more terrifying his talent. This was a good thing. As for how to overcome it, he was the celestial overlord blood physique, now fused with the ancient holy body. Why should he fear a mere thunder tribulation? The fear should be the 8-9 thunder tribulation. System: release the thunder tribulation. After saying this, Ning Chen performed the walking technique from the secret of the 9 characters that covers the sky, and his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing out of the training room. In an instant, he appeared in a grove not far from the school. Boom! At the same time, the thunder tribulation released by the system arrived. Large swaths of purple clouds and a sea of thunder once again swept across the sky above. Soon, several bolts of purple lightning, as thick as divine pillars, struck down. In the distance, at the moment the thunder tribulation reappeared, many teachers and students from Southeast Martial University followed out. It's young Master Ning. It really is young Master Ning who attracted the thunder tribulation. It seems. Isn't young Master Ning an A-grade martial arts talent? Could it be that he awakened two phenomena in succession, causing his talent to undergo a transformation, to the point where he can attract thunder tribulation? I've heard that martial arts thunder tribulations are categorized. What level of thunder tribulation is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, gazing at the descending thunder, their hearts unable to suppress the pounding and excitement. At this moment, Ningchen stood amidst the sea of thunder, and upon seeing the several bolts of purple lightning, he not only showed no fear but suddenly had a thought. It looks like it would taste good. Once an evil thought arises, it is hard to eliminate. Ningchen defied the heavens and stepped forward. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he actually opened his mouth. Then, he swallowed several bolts of purple lightning just like that. Boom boom boom. The crowd could still faintly hear the buzzing sound of thunder coming from Ningchen's belly, but it quickly subsided. Did he eat the thunder tribulation? Everyone's eyes widened, a huge wave surging in their hearts, while they were also speechless. Why is it called crossing the tribulation? It takes a life and death struggle to undergo a transformation. Who has ever eaten the thunder tribulation while crossing it? However, the sky rumbled, and another wave of thunder tribulation descended instantly. This time it was even more terrifying than the last, but in front of Ningchen, it seemed no different. He opened his mouth again and swallowed it all in one go. At that moment, the entire school's teachers and students collectively lost their voices. What kind of monster is this kid? Is he crossing the tribulation or on vacation, treating the thunder tribulation as a snack? I've never seen anyone eat thunder like candy before. The Ning family is indeed as domineering as ever, even crossing tribulation in a unique way. Several old principals couldn't help but exclaim, even after living for so many years, they had never seen such a scene. Ha ha ha. This is my son Ningzhan, old Zhang, the demeanor of a martial god. Did you think I was joking with you? Ningzhan looked proudly at the head of the Zhang family, with a hint of provocation. What's there to be proud of? The head of the Zhang family snorted coldly but said no more. Even as a martial saint, he was quite surprised by Ningchen's actions. As several principals had said, who crosses the thunder tribulation like this? Now that Ningzhan said this kid has the demeanor of a martial saint, it really wasn't just boasting. This child has outstanding talent but doesn't understand how to be low-key. He could easily attract the attention of the Star Clan and other races. You should first teach him what being low-key means. Although the head of the Zhang family was speaking out of anger, there was also a genuine concern for talent in his words. Does my Ning family need to be low-key? Ningzhan smiled. Although he said this, he felt that the head of the Zhang family had a point. At this moment, Ningchen had already consumed several waves of thunder. Feeling somewhat full, he then defied the heavens, walked with his hands behind his back, and actively charged into the sea of thunder, strolling amidst the lightning. Boom boom boom. The ocean of purple lightning engulfed Ningchen, but his physical body was terrifyingly strong, causing him no harm at all. At most, it could only leave him with some superficial wounds, which, while looking frightening, were merely surface injuries. This is the domineering aspect of the celestial overlord blood. For such a physique, crossing the tribulation was not a difficult task at all. The thunder tribulation, while a trial, also served to temper the body, and instead, it was a supplement for the celestial overlord blood. Ningchen bathed in the thunder sea, nourishing the celestial overlord blood, and could clearly feel his physique steadily improving. After several hours had passed, at that moment, Ningchen in the thunder sea suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of light like purple dragons flashing from his gaze. He sensed that the effect of the thunder tribulation on the celestial overlord blood had decreased significantly. The celestial overlord blood is indeed domineering. Even the thunder tribulation's cleansing effect on the celestial overlord blood isn't that astonishing. Let's try the Dao Mark Bridge. Ningchen finished tempering the celestial overlord blood and directly summoned a Dao Mark Bridge, the first one he had condensed. Compared to the other 5 Dao Mark bridges, the first one was not that complex. On the ordinary Dao Mark bridge, the Dao marks were inscribed as if they had weathered storms and rain. There were more than 10 Dao marks in total. What is he trying to do? Why is he summoning the Dao Mark Bridge? Could he be using the thunder tribulation to cleanse the Dao Mark Bridge? How is that possible? A normal person faces a life and death situation during a tribulation, and he wants to use the thunder tribulation to cleanse the Dao Mark Bridge? Is he crazy? Can't you see? Ning Xiao is a normal person? Seeing the Dao Mark Bridge spanning across the school and hovering above the trees, directly positioned beneath the thunder tribulation, everyone was utterly shocked. Although they had their suspicions, they couldn't believe it. How many prodigies had trouble attracting a thunder tribulation? Crossing the tribulation was already a life and death matter. To use the thunder tribulation to cleanse the Dao Mark Bridge was simply unimaginable. As the students discussed among themselves, the head of the Jiang family and Ningzhan also looked surprised at this scene, especially Ningzhan, who felt a hint of worry. The head of the Jiang family laughed and said, "Old Zhan, your son really has guts. Are you ready to step in and save him?" Ningzhan shot him a glance and coldly snorted, "A mere thunder tribulation is nothing." Saying this, he had already secretly prepared to step in at any moment to save him. But despite his worries, his face and words showed no concession to the head of the Jiang family. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning surged like the sea, yet Ning Chen's actions were even more formidable than everyone had anticipated. He stepped onto the Dalmark Bridge, charged forward, and was instantly engulfed by the sea of thunder. From the outside, the Dalmark Bridge was completely invisible, only an endless sea of thunder crashing in one place. Listening to the thunderous roars, everyone was filled with fear. An entire hour passed. When Ningchen stepped out again on the Dalmark Bridge, the crowd saw that the original 13 or 14 Dalmarks on the bridge had now been reduced to 9. In just 1 hour, 4 or 5 Dalmarks had been erased. This left everyone in shock. It should be known that each Dalmark was not easy to erase. When Xia Tian erased 2 together, it almost caused a problem. Now Ningchen had directly erased 4 or 5. It should be over now. Looking at the significantly weakened thunder tribulation, Ningchen murmured to himself. Using the thunder tribulation to temper his body, he had pushed this tribulation to its limits. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled, instantly turning the thunderclouds and lightning into a massive vortex, which he swallowed. He forcibly refined it all. This wave of hard control over the thunder tribulation left the crowd dumbfounded. Abnormal, as they came to their senses, many couldn't help but mutter curses under their breath. After finishing the tribulation, Ningchen glanced faintly at the crowd in the distance at Southeast Martial University and headed straight back to school. If he remembered correctly, today was the day to finalize the candidates for the competition for the ancient text of enlightenment, and the 5 university presidents would come to Southeast Martial University for discussions. "Young master, did you just eat the thunder tribulation?" Upon returning to campus, Ningchen saw a Xiang walking towards him. A Xiang's face also showed surprise. Even though he was thick-skinned, Ningchen's performance truly shook him. This was not the behavior of a normal human. Genius, prodigy, monster. What level was above that? He couldn't imagine. He had seen many prodigies and monsters, but he couldn't fathom it. In his astonishment, a Xiang joked, "Is it tasty?" "The taste is okay." Ningchen smiled faintly, saying, while still smiling, he licked his lips. "Damn, pervert." Ah Xiang muttered under his breath, silently adding another thought, "Just like that group of perverts from your mother's family." At this moment, Ningchen asked, "By the way, is there a discussion today about the ancient text competition among the 5 schools?" Ah Xiang nodded and said, "That's right, all 5 principals are here, and your dad's kid came over too. He's sitting in on the principals meeting." My dad is here," Ningchen said in surprise. Ningzhan was usually very busy and rarely came to Southeast Martial University. Did he have something to do this time? Ah Xiang shook his head, "I don't know either. When this kid was pursuing your mother, he was always appearing and disappearing. His thought process isn't quite like a normal person's." Ningchen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, thinking, "Is there anyone whose thought process is even more abnormal than yours?" The two continued walking while talking. Li Shaoqi had been in the newly renovated training room these days, breaking through a small realm. After exiting his seclusion, he went to school to take on a training task. According to Xiang, it seemed he had left the southeast region and would be gone for a long time. Watching Ning Chen's departing figure, all the teachers and students had complex expressions. After a long while, a commotion erupted. So strong, so strong. Swallowing the thunder tribulation, I just want to ask, who the hell else is there? Listening to the students' discussions, Zhang Yunfei clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and silently withdrew from the crowd. Ning Chen's performance had far exceeded his expectations. His talent surpassed what he had anticipated, and with Ning Chen's background and endless training resources, if he still thought about avenging the humiliation Ning Chen had caused him, using normal means would probably not work. "I'm not reconciled. Why can he have whatever he wants? And I, even a single qi blood pill, have to work hard to earn. Reincarnation is truly a skill." Walking away, Zhang Yunfei silently relaxed his fists, letting out a breath. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he took out his phone, opened the contacts, and locked onto a few phone numbers. Soon, they arrived at the principal's meeting room. When Ning Chen walked into the meeting room, several gazes swept over simultaneously. Chuan Hu was there, along with the 5 principals. Ning Chen also saw Ning Zhan's figure nearby. But the person who caught Ning Chen's attention the most was a handsome man sitting next to Ning Zhan. The middle-aged man had a striking appearance, with sharp facial features and a few strands of silver hair glimmering slightly in the sunlight, sitting together with Ningzhan, exuding an imposing presence and aura that was not at all inferior. However, the first time Ning Chen saw the man, he thought he looked remarkably like Jiang Nianchu, and the younger brother who had died in Jiang Nianchu's arms not long ago. The three of them shared the same face. With a rough guess in his heart, Ning Chen smiled and walked up to Ningzhan, giving a slight bow. "Father, senior, respected principals." The crowd nodded slightly in response. The moment Ning Chen appeared, Ningzhan's serious expression instantly softened with a hint of affection, smiling. "Xiaofeng, I came today just to sit in and also to discuss a few things with you. You all talk first, don't mind us." Now, Ningzhan had handed over all the affairs of the Martial University to Ning Chen. "All right." Ning Chen glanced at the scene and took a seat in the front next to Chuan Hu. Without further ado, Ning Chen said calmly, "Principals, I won't say much more. You can hand over the list of participants to me, and I'll take a look. If there are no issues, we can finalize it directly. Then you seniors can discuss how to distribute the ancient texts obtained." Ning Chen didn't intend to waste time on such matters, not because he didn't value them, but because there were only so many candidates to choose from, which was basically predictable. Southeast Military Academy, Duan Wuchuan. Just him. The principal from the military department was the first to speak, recommending only one candidate, Duan Wuchuan. Tianshi Martial University, Huajichao, Chao Honghao. Longjiang Martial University, Tu Honghao. Several old principals eagerly signed up as candidates, but apart from Southeast Martial University, the selection of candidates from the 4 martial arts schools was indeed limited, essentially just a formality. The worst off was South Martial University, which had no one capable to present. In the end, the candidates were basically similar to the previous assessment rankings. Except for South Martial University, the other 3 schools had participants, including 2 from Tianshi Martial University. What do the principals have to say about the allocation of the ancient texts for enlightenment this time? Ning Chen asked. "Young Master Ning, I think it would be best to directly allocate based on the number of participants and their performance in actual combat. That would be the fairest," said the principal of Tianshi Martial University, the first to speak. With 2 candidates participating, this suggestion was advantageous for them. Meanwhile, the principal of South Martial University became anxious upon hearing this. If South Martial University had no participants, wouldn't that mean they were finished? But before he could speak, the military school principal coldly said, "I think that's inappropriate. The number of ancient texts for enlightenment is limited, only the top few can have a slightly larger share. If that's how it's allocated, how much can we get besides Southeast Martial University?" The principals of Longjiang Martial University and South Martial University nodded repeatedly. The principal of Tianshi Martial University stroked his beard and laughed. "If you lack ability, who can you blame? The martial arts world is all about the strong." The military school principal sneered. "If you say that, isn't Southeast Martial University strong enough? Isn't the Ning family strong enough? Just give it all to them. What's there to argue about? Why should we even make a trip for this?" The principal of South Martial University quickly responded, "Exactly." The principal of Tianshi Martial University glanced at him and mocked, "Exactly what? Your South Martial University isn't contributing but still wants a share? Where's the fairness in that?" Upon hearing this, the principal of South Martial University became displeased. "Nonsense, aren't ordinary students still students? Should they be abandoned? Should they not receive resources? When it's time to go to battle and their lives are on the line, why don't you say anything then? My South Martial University may be weak, but the warriors who died in battle are no less than those from any of your schools. Therefore, we must fight for these ancient texts for enlightenment. We won't back down." The principal of Tianshi Martial University glared. "Who doesn't have warriors who died in battle? Don't use that as an excuse. If you can't cultivate any talents, you still have the nerve to speak up." The principal of South Martial University, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest defiantly. "What's wrong with being assertive? Have I done anything shameful? My South Martial University is already very weak. If you don't stand your ground, how will you survive?" The old principal of Tianshi rolled his eyes at him and said impatiently, "Why don't you just take it directly? Do you want to just take it? What's wrong with taking it? If you have the ability, challenge me one-on-one." "One-on-one? Have you forgotten how I turned you into my grandson last time? Heh, after all these years, haven't you had enough of that?" The several old principals argued fiercely over the ancient texts for enlightenment, their voices overlapping, their faces flushed with anger. Only Chuan, who remained uninvolved throughout, Southeast Martial University didn't need to compete for this, as they would definitely receive the most. So even if they argued, the top tier of Southeast Marshall University's benefits was unshakable. Ningchen sat aside, took out the ancient tea for enlightenment, and poured a cup for Ningzhan and the head of the Zhang family. He sipped while watching the commotion for a while. When the few of them calmed down a bit, he slowly said, "Actually, my thoughts differ from those of the principals. Why do you all want to divide it? Can't we think of other ways?" Everyone looked over. What does young Master Ning mean by that? Ningchen remained calm and smiled. "My meaning is very simple, resource sharing." Resource sharing? Everyone turned to look at him, and the principal of Tianshi Marshall University, with a straightforward temper, directly said, "What do you mean by sharing? Who would be willing to share such a precious treasure?" Ningchen smiled. "The ancient texts for enlightenment don't require daily contemplation. This is different from cultivating martial arts. It doesn't need to be studied in front of the inscriptions every day. Since that's the case, why don't we concentrate the inscriptions we've fought for in one place? As long as we regularly bring the students to comprehend them, that would suffice." Everyone fell silent after hearing this, feeling that it made sense. Previously, everyone had prioritized their own interests and had been too focused on arguing, neglecting this issue. Enlightenment is, after all, a rare occurrence that requires a flash of inspiration or a moment of realization to capture that fleeting insight. Who would sit there from dawn till dusk pondering enlightenment without reason? Ultimately, martial arts must be grounded in reality. To put it more realistically, enlightenment is the privilege of the gifted, and thus, ancient texts on enlightenment are also exclusive to the gifted. For martial artists of ordinary talent, their usefulness is limited. But soon, someone raised a new question. The president of Longjiang Martial University spoke up. Where should it be placed? The other presidents also looked up. Indeed, where to place it was a problem. With such a good thing, who wouldn't want it in their own home? Ningchen smiled and said, "Of course, it should be at Southeast Martial University. First, Southeast Martial University is the strongest. Second, Southeast Martial University is located in the central area of the Southeast region, serving as a transportation hub where all four martial universities can directly reach. Third, if it's distributed based on the number of participants, South Martial University will definitely get nothing. If the number of ancient texts is limited, the three of you may not get any either." Before anyone could refute, Ningchen quickly presented 3 points, effectively silencing them. After a long contemplation, until Ningzhan beside him coughed, everyone suddenly jolted and hurriedly agreed to Ningchen's proposal. Of course, the presidents were not intimidated by Ningzhan. They mainly felt that Ningchen's third point had some merit. The type and quantity of the ancient texts on enlightenment had not been disclosed by the authorities, and if the quantity was indeed limited, it would certainly be best for Southeast Martial University to get it first. By then, they would be left with nothing, unable to even cry out. Perhaps this was not the worst choice after all. And so, the matter was settled. After the discussion ended, the 5 presidents did not linger in the conference room and left one after another. "Ah, my son Ningzhan is truly remarkable. Such a sharp mind, convincing several presidents in just a few words." Watching the 5 old presidents leave, Ningzhan laughed heartily. Ningchen not only had extraordinary talent but was also so adept at handling social affairs. He despised dealing with such matters. It was much more straightforward to speak with fists. One punch, and if you disagree, then you should never speak again. But he also understood that if he could handle these social interactions well, it would mean managing the Ning family's business effectively, as there were still laws protecting them on Earth. A strong fist cannot solve all problems. The Jiang family was a prime example. Right under the Ning family's nose, they exploited legal loopholes, step by step, ascending to the position of the top financial conglomerate in the southeast region. The current head of the Jiang family, both he and Ningchen were at the same martial saint level. But if one were to categorize their cunning, he was a martial saint, while the head of the Jiang family was a martial god, with more schemes than a beehive. Ningchen smiled and said, "Father, Elder Jiang, what brings you both here?" Upon mentioning this, Ningzhan's expression suddenly became serious, and the head of the Jiang family also grew solemn. "Xiaofeng, I came today mainly to tell you 3 things. After a moment of contemplation, Ningzhan said, "The first thing is that the endless sea has stirred. Lu Xinghua, your uncle Lu's entire clan has perished in battle, with no survivors. I came today to take you to pay your respects with a stick of incense." Hearing the name Lu Xinghua, a flood of memories surged into Ningchen's mind. Ningzhen, the head of the Xia family, the head of the Jiang family, and Lu Xinghua were childhood friends who grew up together. The Lu family had once been a family of martial saints, but after the death of their martial saint, the Lu family fell into decline. However, with a few childhood friends looking out for them, the Lu family had improved quite a bit over the years. He never expected that this time, the entire clan had perished in the endless sea. the atmosphere grew inexplicably heavy. The endless sea suddenly erupted, and a large number of star clans surged out. Lu Xinghua immediately led over 300 members of the Lu family to staunchly defend the exit of the endless sea. The exit is blocked, reinforcements have arrived, but none of the Lu family, including the 10,000 martial artists guarding it, returned alive. Ning Zhan, however, took it in stride. Although the death of his childhood friend saddened him, he merely felt a slight sense of loss, as he had experienced such events too many times. In the Stargate battlefield and the underground caverns, there were always people dying in battle. Today it might be Lu Xinghua, tomorrow it could be the head of the Jiang family, or a member of the Ning family, or even himself. Over the years, he had seen too many people off, witnessing too many leave his side. The second thing, you remember Lu Guiting, Lu Xinghua's orphan, right? I want to betroth her to you. You're not young anymore, it's time to find someone to marry, just in case one day you end up in the underground caverns or the Stargate battlefield. What if I die? At least there will be a legacy. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, the heavy mood vanished without a trace, and Ningchen momentarily didn't know how to respond. When he finally reacted, he looked at his father with a dark expression and said, "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you trying to arrange a marriage for me again?" Engagements, yet another engagement. Xiatian, Yilan, Ningzhan had been worrying about Ning Chen's lifelong affairs since he was born. Was this something a martial saint should be concerned about? Also, how could he just die? So you've long been trying to adapt to the fact that I might die, right? Ningzhan replied, Tingting is a good girl I've watched grow up. You missed Xiatian, you missed Lanlan. This time, you can't miss it. At that moment, the head of the Jiang family coldly snorted from the side, Old Ning, do you think I don't exist? We still don't know who will end up with whom. But you should be clear that when old Lu was alive, he had a better opinion of my family's Nianchu. Ningchen used to be a sycophant, especially towards Su Xinyue. Lu Xinghua had a fiery temper and was straightforward, which made him quite displeased with Ningchen. Jiang Nianchu had high talent from a young age and learned to manage the family business, which suited Lu Xinghua's temperament well. That was in the past. Ningzhan coldly snorted, look at the present, in terms of talent and potential, how can Jiang Nianchu compare to Xiaofeng? Wasn't old Lu very pleased when he heard about Xiaofeng's transformation at the Stargate? Also, when it comes to business, my Xiaofeng seems to be doing quite well too. The head of the Jiang family raised an eyebrow, where is she better? Everywhere. How about we have a match? Bring it on, am I afraid of you? Ningchen stood aside, watching the two martial saints bicker, finding it quite amusing. However, he couldn't interject. Creak. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Jiang Nianchu stepped in. Upon seeing this scene, her expression momentarily froze. She glanced at Ningchen. Dad, did you call me over for something? Jiang Nianchu walked over and respectfully asked. Nianchu, your uncle Lu has passed away. Before he died, he entrusted me to ensure that Tingting is betrothed to you. Upon hearing about the Lu family's situation, Jiang Nianchu initially wore a face of sorrow. But upon hearing the latter part, her expression shifted from grief to shock. Are you serious? Uncle Lu has passed away? Uncle Lu wouldn't leave such a last wish, would he? Ignoring Jiang Nianchu's emotions, the head of the Jiang family said lightly, besides this matter, there are two more things today, but there's no rush, we can discuss them after the funeral. With that, he led Jiang Nianchu out of the conference room. Watching the Jiang family father and son leave first, Ningzhan turned to Ningchen and said, Xiaofeng, let's go too. After the funeral, I have something to tell you. Ningchen nodded. Ningzhan didn't elaborate, and he didn't ask further. But he always felt that Ningzhan's visit this time was not just for a marriage alliance. At noon, they headed to Lu Xinghua's funeral. Lu Xinghua's martial arts realm was at the 8th rank of the Golden Body, and the death of his entire clan caused quite a stir. Coupled with the connections with Ningzhan and the Jiang and Xia families, it was significant. Many people came to pay their respects. In addition to the prominent families from the southeast region, there were also representatives from various noble families and powers outside the region. The three major departments of the Dragon Kingdom, the Military Department, the Education Department, and the Investigation Department, also sent representatives to express their condolences. In the afternoon, the mourning concluded. Ningzhan and the head of the Jiang family gradually left the venue. However, they did not leave the Lu family just yet. Instead, they stayed behind. At this moment, in the Lu family hall, besides Ningzhan and the head of the Jiang family, there were also Ningchen and Jiang Nianchu. The head of the Xia family had also brought Xia Tian to the scene and had not left yet. Watching the already tense atmosphere between Ningzhan and the head of the Jiang family, the head of the Xia family sat in a chair, sipping tea, leisurely observing the two. It seemed he was ready to watch a show. Ning Chen and Jiang Nianshu stood behind Ning Zhan and the head of the Jiang family, respectively. While waiting, the two exchanged glances filled with sympathy. "How is it? Aren't you happy? I heard Lu Guiting has an SSS talent, with a unique manifestation, worthy of you, Ning Chen," Xia Tian said softly from not far away, a hint of mockery in his tone. Ning Chen had no words to respond. He sensed a strong sourness in Xia Tian's tone, so he dared not engage. He did not want to provoke any woman, he just wanted to quietly cultivate his martial arts. Women would only slow down his training. Xia Tian crossed his arms, maintaining a cold expression, and said, "Young Master Ning, smile a little, your joyous day is coming soon." Hearing this, Jiang Nianshu teased from the side, "I also think young Master Ning and Tingting are a good match." Ning Chen touched his nose and calmly replied, "What if there's a possibility that Tingting actually likes you, Jiang young master? If she likes me, then so be it. It just means I'm more charming than you, Ning Chen," Jiang Nianshu retorted, twisting his mouth but ultimately said no more. After all, every time they met as children, Lu Guiting had indeed been closer to him. However, compared to Ning Chen, Jiang Nianshu was more open-minded about this. Born into a wealthy family, his upbringing had instilled different values than those from typical martial arts families. Wealthy families often valued strategic marriages, but being open-minded didn't mean he wanted to marry early if he could avoid it. Finally, a figure slowly walked into the hall. The girl wore a white morning dress, standing gracefully, her simple short hair tied back with a leather strap. Although her looks were slightly inferior to Xia Tian's, she had her own charm. However, due to her family's circumstances, a hint of weariness was visible on her face. "Uncles," she greeted the elders. "Brothers." After acknowledging them, Lu Guiting understood why they had stayed. Without beating around the bush, she stated directly, "Regarding the marriage contract, my father mentioned it before, but I never agreed. Now I've come to a decision." Upon hearing this, the head of the Jiang family said seriously, "Tingting, I grew up with your father, we are close friends. What are your thoughts on this marriage contract? Speak freely. Whether you choose Ning Chen or Nianshu, it's entirely up to you," Ning Zhan added, nodding with a smile. "Both your Jiang uncle and I respect your choice." Although the two had argued fiercely before coming, that was merely their own wishes. Ultimately, it depended on Lu Guiting's choice, they could not force their way in. Lu Guiting's gaze shifted between Ning Chen and Jiang Nianshu, giving them a faint appraisal. Then, she respectfully bowed towards Ning Zhan, saying, "Uncle Ning, I'm sorry. Young Master Ning, I'm sorry, you are excellent, with high talent and a good family background, truly outstanding. But perhaps we are not suitable. I choose Jiang Nianshu." As she spoke, she bowed respectfully again to Ning Zhan and cast an apologetic glance at Ning Chen. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Ning Zhan's eyes, but he smiled and waved his hand. "Ha!" Two long sighs echoed in the hall. The first was from Ning Chen, who let out a breath of relief. Facing the good person card Lu Guiting had handed him, he felt for the first time that a good person card wasn't so bad after all. Ning Chen cast a grateful glance at Lu Guiting and nodded regretfully. Jiang Nianshu let out a long sigh. He opened his palm and shook off the sweat from his palm. Forget it, it's better to accept fate. His father's will was not something he could resist, so he might as well lie back and enjoy it. Alright, Tingting has good taste. Don't worry, from now on, my Jiang family will be your backing. If there's anything, just tell Uncle Jiang. Jiang Nianshu laughed heartily, shaking his sleeves and patting his chest as he spoke. He even provocatively glanced at Ning Zhan with a sense of pride. Although Ning Zhan felt regret, this was Lu Guiting's own choice. He said nothing and smiled, "Tingting, if this kid Jiang Nianshu bullies you, tell Uncle, and I'll deal with him." Jiang Nianshu immediately tensed up. At that moment, Lu Guiting walked up to Jiang Nianshu and said seriously, "Jiang Nianshu, this is my choice. If you don't want to marry me, just say it directly, and I will ask Uncle Jiang to annul the engagement. Now, I give you a choice. Will you marry me, or continue being friends?" Looking at the sincere and radiant smile on Lu Guiting's face, Jiang Nianshu was taken aback. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Tingting, I admit that we've known each other since childhood and I have some feelings for you, but, do you really want to get married just like that? You're still so young." Lu Guiting smiled and replied, "I didn't want to before, but now, I really want to. If possible, I want to get married and have children while my father is still alive." Jiang Nianshu asked in confusion, "Why?" Lu Guiting smiled, "Actually, think about it, getting married and starting a family early isn't a bad thing, right? It leaves a backup for yourself and allows the elders to hold their grandchildren sooner. That way, I can go all out to fight against the Star Clan at the Stargate. Even if one day I really die in battle, there will be no regrets." As Lu Guiting spoke, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. After all, she was still a child. The destruction of her family had changed her way of thinking. But from a certain perspective, the impact on her was also significant. Jiang Yanchu stood there in a daze, then walked in front of Lu Guiting and silently, gently took her hand. The engagement was thus settled. After leaving the Lu family and on the way back to Southeast Martial University, Ning Chen sat in the discussion cabin of the flying boat, feeling that he had narrowly escaped a disaster this time. However, looking at the scene in the discussion cabin, Ning Chen knew that the third matter his father Ning Zhan mentioned was probably the most important thing about this trip. The heads of the Jiang and Xia families were present, along with Ning Zhan. Opposite Ning Zhan sat a middle-aged man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, covered in black fur. This man was Ji Daoi's father, the head of the Ji family, Ji Haitian. If the outside world saw these four sitting together, it would surely make countless media outlets eager to write a big article. After all, these four were the top four families in the southeast region, suppressing all the main forces of the Stargates and the underground. Even the National Army and the official martial artist army had to take a step back when they arrived. It is not an exaggeration to say that with a wave of their hands, they could determine the life and death of countless families in the southeast region. But it was also these four families that guarded countless families with their lives. On Ning Chen's side, Xia Tian, Jiang Yanchu, and Ji Daoi had also arrived. The heads of the four families, along with the most outstanding juniors of the four families. Alright, let's get down to business, Ning Zhan said as the head of the first martial arts family, after a moment of contemplation. To make a long story short, the official has produced the ancient texts of enlightenment, which is a joyous event for the human race. However, over the past 1,000 years, the families present here have had countless strong warriors sacrifice their lives. Therefore, the official has presented 7 ancient texts as a reward to our families. But there are only 7 ancient texts in total, so I discussed a plan with the other families, which is to hold a small competition for you 4 juniors to compete. The first place will receive 3 ancient texts, 2 seats for second place, 1 seat each for third and fourth. Ning Zhan's words were mainly directed at Ning Chen, Xia Tian, and the other 2. Before coming here, the 4 family heads had already devised a plan. Thus, this proposal was the result of discussions among the 4 heads. Do the 3 family heads have anything to add? Ning Zhan looked at the 3 family heads. They shook their heads lightly, indicating there were no issues. Do you 4 have any questions? Ning Zhan glanced over at Ning Chen and the others. Ning Chen and the others had no questions. How could they dare to have any? This plan was agreed upon by their fathers, the 4 martial saints. However, apart from Ning Chen, Xia Tian and Jiang Yanchu showed no change in expression. Only Ji Daoi looked bitter. Asking them to spar? He knew very well that he couldn't defeat these 3 in terms of talent and strength. Especially Ning Chen, who had bullied him to such an extent. How could their father agree to this plan? But then again, it seemed their father couldn't defeat the other 3 family heads either. Every time the 4 giants gathered to discuss matters, their father had little say. Damn it, lacking strength was truly frustrating. Indeed, falling behind meant getting beaten. But at that moment, Ning Zhan's next words made all 4 of them perk up. However, you don't need to worry, this sparring isn't about competing in martial arts on the arena. Since it's a contest of understanding ancient texts, it should naturally focus on understanding. 3 days later, the first stop for the ancient text understanding will be transported to Southeast Martial University. Since you are all the pride of Southeast Martial University, you can spar directly at the school. Before the ancient text understanding, there will be a day for meditation and comprehension. We 4 may not be present that day, but there will be powerful individuals coming from the Divine Beast Sea, who will personally attend and rank you based on your performance. Upon hearing Ning Zhan's words, the 4 of them felt a surge of excitement. There would actually be powerful figures returning from the Divine Beast Sea. However, Ji Daoi's expression eased slightly, and he let out a small sigh of relief. If it was about understanding, then he wasn't completely without opportunity. After all, understanding was quite mysterious. It depended on talent, luck, and performance at the moment. If his mind wasn't sharp at that time, he might not grasp anything at all. With this thought, Ji Daoi regained his confidence. He felt capable again. At least he had another chance. In fact, Xia Tian and Jiang Yanchu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they really might not be able to defeat Ning Chen in martial combat. Now, in this contest of understanding, there was a chance. After discussing this matter, the flying boat fell into an extraordinary silence. Ning Zhan and the others casually sent Ning Chen and the other juniors away, then gathered together, not knowing what they were discussing. Ning Chen and the others were happy about this. Even for talents like them, interacting with a martial saint brought significant psychological pressure. Let alone 4 of them. Thunder shock. The entire clan of Elder Lu was wiped out. This actually brought together the heads of the 4 great families of the southeast region. Meanwhile, the news of the gathering of the four martial saints, Ning Chen and the others, due to Elder Lu's funeral, spread out, causing quite a stir. Martial saints were not easy to encounter. Usually, they each suppressed their own territories and were busy with their own affairs. It was rare for the four to gather. But despite the external clamor, Ning Zhan and the others paid no attention to these trivial news. After all, the funeral was public, so it was no surprise it got out. Hours passed, and the flying boat landed at Southeast Martial University. However, Ning Zhan and the others directly left Southeast Martial University, their whereabouts unknown. Ning Chen and the others successively disembarked from the flying boat and headed back towards the dormitory. As they walked, Xia Tian, with a cold expression, suddenly said, "Congratulations, the wedding date is set, just a heads up, come over for a drink." Jiang Nianchu. Ji Daoyi also said, "I'll probably be in the underground or at the Stargate. I might not get married, but if I hear a peep, I'll definitely come back." Jiang Nianchu. He felt an impulse to stab the two. Clearly, they were just enjoying the spectacle without caring about the trouble. However, looking at Ning Chen, who was walking silently beside him, he felt much more agreeable. At that moment, Ning Chen said, "I wish you 100 years of good marriage." Jiang Nianchu was so angry he almost spat blood. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ning Chen quicken his pace back to the training room. Jiang Nianchu angrily said, "What's wrong with getting married early? Kuei-ting is a good girl, and besides, after graduation, we all have to enter the Stargate, train, and carry out missions. In the end, we will inevitably face great battles, with endless bloodshed. If I die in battle, at least I can leave behind a legacy. What about you? If you die, there won't even be a successor." For a moment, everyone fell silent, no one rebutting him. Because Jiang Nianchu was right. Seeing that the others were quiet, Jiang Nianchu felt a sense of satisfaction. "So, Xia Tian, hurry up and find someone to marry. And you, Ning Chen, and Lao Ji, you two are the young masters. Don't let it be that when you die in battle, you won't even have an heir." Jiang Nianchu, as expected from a businessman from a wealthy family, was quite eloquent. He knew how to hit the key points, striking at the pain points of the others. He kept delivering blows, much like his business nature. As he spoke, seeing that the others still didn't say anything, Jiang Nianchu glanced at the three of them with pride and suddenly smiled playfully, saying, "Xia Tian, why not choose one of them? Ning Chen is not bad now. Or just pick Lao Ji." Xia Tian, who had been silent, immediately became furious. "Are you looking for death?" Looking at Xia Tian's murderous gaze, Jiang Nianchu shivered slightly. "You're anxious, which means my words have touched your soul." With that, he waved his hand and left. The remaining Xia Tian and Ji Daoyi had nothing more to say, and soon went their separate ways. When Ning Chen returned to the training room, he recounted the events to Xiang. Xiang stayed at the school and did not accompany them to the Lu family. After hearing Ning Chen's account, Xiang simply smiled and remarked, "Just get used to it. In the history of martial arts, I don't know how many Lu families have appeared. There will be more in the future. The war with the Star Clan and the alien races is far from reaching the most severe situation." On this point, Ning Chen agreed. He changed into a set of martial arts attire, walked to the entrance of the simulation battle, and turned to Xiang, saying, "How about practicing with me?" Xiang held his stomach, looking pained. "My stomach has been hurting these past 2 days. I might be getting my period. Let's do it another day." Ning Chen stepped into the battle room. Looking at the electronic screen on the wall, he opened the AI report for the simulation, and immediately, rows of text appeared before his eyes. "Simulation battle has begun. Please select a simulation map." 1. Encirclement of the Evil Cult, Story Overview, Year 1577 of the Dragon Martial Calendar, mainly simulating the strength of opponents, early stage 5-rank cultists, several 4-rank cultists. 2. Battle of the Divine Beast c. 300 years ago, Story Overview, large scale, with 64,512 martial artists dead, 54,875 from the Star Clan, 10 7-rank masters perished, 6 8-rank golden bodies. 3. Battle of Xiaohean, Story Overview, 8,000 armored soldiers charged with their bodies, ultimately all perished, breaking through the martial arts formation, Star Clan defeated. 5. 10. Please select a battle according to the number. Once selected, it cannot be changed until the battle ends. Looking at the refreshed battle list, Ning Chen ultimately chose number 3, the Battle of Xiaohean. Number 3, selection successful. Searching for battle-related personnel data. Search successful, Qi and Blood warehouse opened, releasing Qi and Blood. Simulating. The scene before him changed, and Ning Chen found himself in a blood-red world. What caught his eye were the corpses hanging on metallic weapons. All 8,000 armored soldiers had perished, their bodies resembling dried meat, clearly having burned out all their Qi and Blood power before dying from exhaustion. The air was thick with a dense mist of blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered bodies. These were the human warriors who had self-destructed. Ning Chen walked among the corpses, as if he could see the scene of the ironclad army resolutely marching to their deaths in years past. He had heard of this battle, a brutal campaign led by the military's iron-blooded warriors. The ironclad army, originally 80,000 strong, had been reduced to just 8,000 after that battle, yet they had resolutely sacrificed themselves to break the Star Clan's absolute formation. In the end, those 8,000 had willingly given their lives, using their self-detonation to strike the formation. They succeeded in breaking the formation, leading to a great victory for humanity. As the notification sound echoed in his ears, Ning Chen recalled what he knew about this battle. The commander has issued an order. The 8,000 ironclad soldiers will not retreat. Ironclad army, fight to the death. Jade Capital Iron Riders, those who wish to die, follow me to death. With each step Ning Chen took, the scenes of the past resurfaced vividly in his mind. 8,000 Jade Capital Ironclad Riders, willing to die, 8,000. Meanwhile, within the Star Clan's absolute formation that the 8,000 ironclad soldiers were about to strike, several peak 6th grade Star Clan members looked on with venomous smiles, regarding the human ironclad army as a joke. However, the expression of the Star Clan leader soon changed. The self-detonation of the 8,000 ironclad warriors shook the absolute formation in a way the Star Clan had deemed impossible. Chaos erupted among the Star Clan as they scrambled to reinforce the formation. But it was too late. The remaining thousands of human warriors, seeing the formation tremble, charged forward to self-detonate. Boom! The absolute formation was forcibly shattered, and a mist of blood filled the space. **%::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::::midst the incredulous gazes of the Star Clan, a figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. Ning Chen stood with one hand behind his back, the other holding the sky-splitting halberd, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a flash of light, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared among the Star Clan, the sky-splitting halberd was poised over a Star Clan leader. The leader's face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately. Bang! Ning Chen shook the sky-splitting halberd, and a cloud of blood mist rose. Bang bang bang! Holding the halberd in one hand, Ning Chen walked slowly, seemingly at ease, but each time the halberd sliced through the air, a large number of heads flew off. Even though he knew this was a simulated battle, even though he understood this was merely a scene from the past, Ning Chen's heart still burned with anger, stemming from the deep-seated enmity between humanity and the Star Clan.